Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had left, the members of the Huang family followed closely behind. They quickly left the Wang family manor. Wang Mylin hesitated for a moment, and she chose not to stay. "Third sister," Wang Ziyang yelled. However, he failed to get them to stay. Opening his mouth slightly, Wang Ziyang wanted to say something, but he decided against it in the end. "We shall send His Highness off." Hao Lu got to his feet when he saw that Huang Xiaolong and the others had left. Wang Ziyang felt a sense of regret and loss when Wang Mylin's figure disappeared into the distance. But he didn't understand why he would feel that way. "Elder Lu?" Wang Ziyang approached Hao Lu and asked, "You addressed my nephew as His Highness. May I know what that is all about?" A cold look appeared on Hao Lu's face and he snorted. "There's no need for you to address me as such in the future. I, Hao Lu, will no longer be associated with your Wang family. As for the project we were working on, you can pretend I didn't say anything about it. We're calling it off. Do not look for me in the future." The faces of Wang Ziyang and the members of the Wang family changed. "Why? Is this because of my nephew?" Hao Lu ignored Wang Ziyang's cries, and he left the manor. Wang Ziyang raced behind him and yelled, "Elder Lu, our families stand to earn more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones from the project." 100 million. That was 100 million per family. Hao Lu paused for a second, and he glared at Wang Ziyang. He sneered in his heart when he realized that Wang Ziyang was still thinking about the money when he offended the only person on earth no one could afford to offend. That wasn't all. He humiliated the other party's family. Previously, he felt envious that Wang Ziyang had such a powerful backer. From the looks of it, there was no longer anything to envy. In fact, he pitied Wang Ziyang a little. Wang Ziyang's heart started to pound when he saw the pity in Hao Lu's eyes. After staring at Wang Ziyang for several seconds, Hao Lu shook his head and left. He chose not to say anything. After several attempts at making Hao Lu stay, they could only give up as he left the manor. Patriarch, the person making the decision, is the patriarch of the Hao family. Even if Hao Lu refuses to work with us, he won't have the final say. One of the grand elders spoke to Wang Ziyang. "That's right. We should contact the Hao family patriarch directly." Wang Ziyang's expression finally loosened up when he heard them. Indeed, the person calling the shots was the Hao family patriarch. Even if Hao Lu refuses to work with them, it wouldn't matter. The project's remuneration amounted to a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Wang Ziyang refused to believe that the Hao family patriarch would give up on it. "Should we send out some people to investigate the third young lady?" one of the grand elders asked. "Get them to investigate my nephew. And hurry up," Wang Ziyang snapped. He was extremely curious as to why Huang Xiaolong would cause Hao Lu to be so respectful. After they left, Huang Xiaolong contacted the old ancestor of the Wharton family. He didn't beat about the bush as he requested for several suites in the Xilai Hotel in Hong Kong. When the old ancestor of the Wharton family received Huang Xiaolong's order, he was shocked, but delight filled his heart. He fell to the ground and he cried tears of joy. "Your Highness, please rest assured that I will immediately make the arrangements." After Huang Xiaolong disconnected the call, the old ancestor personally contacted the person in charge of the Xilai Hotel in Hong Kong. He arranged for 4 presidential suites and he arranged for Huang Xiaolong's transport. "Remember, when you meet His Highness, you need to show utmost respect. You need to be even more respectful when you meet me," the old ancestor of the Wharton family roared. In fact, there was no need for any reminders as the person in charge of the Xilai Hotel was no fool. He didn't dare to tarry at all as he arranged everything as per the old ancestor's instructions. Even if his brains weren't working, he could guess that Huang Xiaolong was someone important. Even so, the old ancestor of the Wharton family couldn't relax as he readied the fastest plane as he rushed over to the Xilai Hotel in Hong Kong personally. Not too long after the order was given, for limousine-style Rolls-Royce went to pick Huang Xiaolong's family up. Moreover, the person in charge of the hotel personally arrived to greet him. "Are you His Highness?" the person in charge of the Xilai Hotel asked. "Did old Wharton send you?" The person in charge of the hotel stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence. When he heard how Huang Xiaolong addressed the old ancestor, he nearly jumped in fright. "Yes, Your Highness. The old ancestor sent me over, and you can call me Little Zhao." The person in charge of the Shilai Hotel in Hong Kong had status comparable to the patriarchs of the large families. But now, he had to lower himself in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Not too long after the cars arrived to pick the Huang family up, Hao Lu returned to the Hao family. "What? His Highness has arrived in Hong Kong." The patriarch of the Hao family trembled in shock when he heard the report from Hao Lu. "Yes, Lord Patriarch. That's not all. He brought his family along with him." "Is that true?" Hao Chengren, the patriarch of the Hao family, continued. "His arrival brings honor to our city." In his eyes, Huang Xiaolong's family was filled with gods. It was an incomparable honor for the members of the great families in Hong Kong to welcome them. "Actually, I met His Highness and his family in the Wang family manor." Hao Lu decided to speak of the matter that was troubling him. "Oh? Wang Tsuyang's manor." Hao Chengren's body trembled slightly. "Yes." Hao Lu explained everything that went down. Like Hao Lu, Hao Chengren's envy for Wang Tsuyang reached its peak when he heard that the Wang family patriarch was Huang Xiaolong's uncle. However, the more Hao Lu said, the uglier Hao Chengren's expression became. "His Highness was exceptionally pissed when that happened," Hao Lu said. "Patriarch, do you think that we should continue working with them?" "Bullshit. Cancel them. Cancel them all. Call off every single project we have with the Wang family. Call Wang Tsuyang right now and tell him it's an order from me," Hao Chengren snapped. "Yes, Patriarch," Hao Lu replied respectfully. However, Hao Chengren seemed to have thought of something and he continued, "Wait, I'll tell him myself." Wang Tsuyang was about to get people to summon Wang Sisi when his phone rang. His anger was at its peak, and he wanted to take the chance to properly lecture his daughter. But he couldn't help but pick up his phone when he saw that the call came from Hao Chengren. He greeted respectfully, "Patriarch Hao, I'm calling off all cooperation with your family." Before Wang Tsuyang could say anything, he continued, "Every single project that we started will be cancelled. As for those that we haven't, we won't be working on it together." Wang Tsuyang cried out, That, I got people to do the calculations. We will be able to earn more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones each if we complete the project." Hao Chengren used the same look Hao Lu had when he looked at Wang Tsuyang. Eventually deciding against explaining himself, he shook his head in disappointment before disconnecting. Several moments later, Wang Chong'an, a grand elder of the Wang family, brought Wang Sisi into the hall. They saw Wang Tsuyang staring blankly at his phone as he lay slumped on the sofa. They didn't know what could make Wang Tsuyang so dejected. "Patriarch, I have brought the young miss," Wang Chong'an said cautiously. However, Wang Tsuyang seemed to have not heard him. "Daddy!" Wang Sisi yelled when she saw that her father was still stuck in a daze. Finally snapping back to reality, he looked at the two of them. Even so, the look on his face didn't change. The confident look on his face was no longer there. "Daddy, what's going on?" Wang Sisi couldn't help but ask. Wang Chong'an couldn't shake the bad feeling in his heart when he saw the dejected Wang Tsuyang. "The patriarch of the Hao family just called me to cancel all the projects we were working on." "What?" Wang Chong'an yelled. "Could it all be because of Hao Lu?" Wang Chong'an yelled. "I'm afraid things are not that simple." Wang Tsuyang shook his head. "Patriarch, do you mean your nephew?" Wang Tsuyang nodded. "I'm afraid so. That is most probably why Hao Chengren chose to break all connections with our family. He cancelled all the cooperation we had." Wang Sisi and Wang Chong'an yelled in shock. "What?" Wang Chong'an muttered. "Wouldn't that mean that the Hao family will lose a lot too? They will have to pay a lot in compensation if they choose to stop everything now. A conservative estimate would put their compensation at nearly 500 million low-grade spirit stones." Wang Tsuyang sighed. He chose to do it anyway. Even if they had to pay more than 500 million low-grade spirit stones, They were willing to stop all connections. There is no way he chose to stop because of those bumpkins. Wang Cici interrupted. The Hao family is one of the top families in Hong Kong, and their foundation stretches back more than 100 years. Even a top-tier family from the mainland would be able to pressure them into breaking off all connections with us. Of course, that was everything Wang Cici thought. That's what I think too. There might be some other reason involved. Wang Chong'an added. Wang Ziyang muttered. His Highness, why do I feel that the way they address him is so familiar? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't put his finger on it. Hurry up with your investigation on my nephew. Yes, Lord Patriarch. There will be a report out by tomorrow, Wang Chong'an promised. All of a sudden, a ray of light emerged from the depths of the Wang family. A strong wave of qi filled the manor. Wang Ziyang and the others looked at each other as joy filled their eyes. It's the old master. They entered the nascent soul realm. Wang Chong'an yelled with joy. Wang Ziyang was excited as he got to his feet. This is great. My parents entered the nascent soul realm at the same time. This is amazing. Although the Wang family might not be focused on cultivation, their family standing would increase by quite a lot with two nascent soul realm experts at the helm. As soon as Wang Ziyang was done speaking, two figures spared into the skies as they stood above the manor. Wang Ziyang, Wang Chong'an, and the experts of the Wang family quickly ran towards the two figures. Father, mother, Wang Ziyang greeted. The members of the Wang family bowed respectfully. The two of them were Wang Ximing and Guoshui, Wang Ziyang's parents. As they descended from above, they scanned the crowd. It's our family's blessing for the two of you to enter the nascent soul realm. Ha ha ha. Our Wang family is blessed by the heavens. Wang Ziyang flattered. Wang Ximing roared with laughter. I will inform the family immediately. We will hold a massive banquet tomorrow to celebrate, and we shall invite the patriarchs of the various families in Hong Kong. Wang Ziyang continued. All right. Wang Ximing grinned. Now that he and his wife entered the nascent soul realm at the same time, it was something worth celebrating. Wang Ziyang quickly passed the order. Invitations were sent out to the patriarchs of the families in Hong Kong. Practically everyone important received a gold-branded invitation from the Wang family. In an instant, everyone in the city learned of their breakthrough. As the members of the Wang family were busy sending out invitations, Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Yuhan were staring out of the giant glass panels that surrounded their suite. They admired the view of Hong Kong from above. Your Highness, the patriarch of the Hao family has arrived at the lobby. He requests for an audience. Do you think? The person in charge of the Shilai Hotel, Zhao Hanwen, spoke cautiously. With his position, he knew how important the Hao family patriarch was. Even the high officials in the city would have to lower their heads when talking to him. Let him wait. Give me an hour before you bring him up. Huang Xiaolong spoke without turning his head. Opening his mouth slightly, Zhao Hanwen was stunned. An hour? Wouldn't that make it? Leave. Huang Xiaolong indicated for Zhao Hanwen to take his leave. Not daring to go against the order, Zhao Hanwen bowed before leaving the room. When he arrived at the lobby of the hotel, he saw Hao Chengren waiting in the center of the hall, and he made his way over quickly. Seeing Zhao Hanwen, Hao Chengren's eyes lit up and he asked, Brother Zhao, how did it go? Zhao Hanwen paused for a second. Seeing Zhao Hanwen's expression, Hao Chengren thought that Huang Xiaolong wasn't willing to meet him. His expression sank. I was too rash. I shouldn't have tried looking for His Highness without arranging a meeting. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Hanwen explained, Wait. His Highness told me to wait for an hour before bringing you up. Hao Chengren revealed a face full of joy. Is that true? He looked at Zhao Hanwen before grabbing his hand. Yes. Zhao Hanwen looked at Hao Chengren like he was looking at a weirdo. He felt that Hao Chengren's reaction was too exaggerated. Just a moment ago, he was afraid that Hao Chengren was going to fly into a rage. Hao Chengren didn't stop there. Hugging Zhao Hanwen, he thanked, Thank you so much. Not too long after Hao Chengren arrived, a white-browed old man wearing ancient robes entered the hall. Zhao Hanwen and Hao Chengren jumped in fright when they saw the old man. They ran over to greet him hastily. Elder Mu! Elder Mu! There were 3 elders and 2 ancients in Hong Kong, and they were the people with the highest seniority in the city. Even patriarchs of the Hao family could only be considered juniors in their eyes. Seeing as Hao Chengren was present, Elder Mu was slightly stunned. He nodded slightly and asked, "It seems like Patriarch Hao is also here to greet His Highness." Zhao Hanren felt his heart trembling in fear. Could Elder Mu also be there to meet His Highness? The 5 seniors hadn't appeared in the outside world for a long time. Even the leaders of the top families in the city might not be able to request an audience with them. Now, Elder Mu ran all the way over to meet Huang Xiaolong. Hao Chengren chuckled respectfully. "Elder Mu, you guessed correctly. Where is His Highness right now?" Elder Mu couldn't help but ask. As Hao Chengren turned to look at Zhao Hanwen, the latter explained, "His Highness is currently enjoying his time with his family. He told me to bring Patriarch Hao up after an hour. Since Elder Mu is also here, I will make a report to His Highness." He turned around as soon as he spoke. Grabbing Zhao Hanwen, Elder Mu waved his hands in panic. "No, no, no. There is no need to trouble His Highness. I'll wait here, and you can make the report when you bring Hao Chengren up later. If I allow you to disturb His Highness, I will be a sinner. Even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough for me to atone for my sins." Zhao Hanwen's jaws dropped in fright. Elder Mu didn't want him to make the report as he was afraid he would interrupt the other party's personal time. "Brother Zhao, you should listen to Elder Mu." Hao Chengren spoke all of a sudden. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Zhao Hanwen nodded. Even so, it didn't take long for someone else to arrive. The newcomer was clad in black robes, and he was extremely well-built. A fierce and strict aura surrounded him. When the black-robed man entered the hall, he was stunned to see Elder Mu, Hao Chengren, and Zhao Hanwen. It was especially so when he saw Elder Mu. "Elder Mu!" The black-robed man ran over and greeted respectfully. A smile formed on his face as he looked at Hao Chengren. "I didn't think that Patriarch Hao would be present." Elder Mu grinned. "Who would have thought that Patriarch Su would come? Are you here to greet His Highness too? Looks like your information network is pretty good." The Su family was ranked in the top 3 families of the city, and Su Zhonghong, the patriarch of the Su family, was a supreme expert in Hong Kong. In fact, he seemed to be a little more important than Hao Chengren. Su Zhonghong chuckled when he heard what Elder Mu said. "Seems like Elder Mu and Patriarch Hao are also here to greet His Highness. How am I well connected? The Wang family got news of His Highness' arrival, and I ran all the way here after hearing about it. Wang Zuyong got Wang Chong'an to look for news on Huang Xiaolong, and Wang Chong'an went to ask people he knew from the other families. That was also how everyone learned of the news." Elder Mu chuckled. "If the Wang family is asking around, we should be expecting a lot more people in a little bit." "Elder Mu, did you also come because of the Wang family's inquiry?" Su Zhonghong asked. Elder Mu nodded while laughing. Indeed, important people started to show up every few minutes. It seemed as though the patriarchs and old ancestors of the super families in Hong Kong had gathered in the Shilai Hotel. However, all of them came alone, and they didn't bring the experts of their families along with them. It was clear they were afraid to annoy Huang Xiaolong. Naturally, not everyone had the qualifications to meet Huang Xiaolong. In one short hour, 13 people arrived. Along with Su Zhonghong, Elder Mu, and Hao Chengren, there were 16 top-tier existences in the lobby. When Zhao Hangwen saw all of them standing in the lobby, he was shocked. He felt his legs going soft as any one of the 16 could cause the city to tremble with a single stomp. Now, all of them were waiting patiently in the lobby of the hotel to meet Huang Xiaolong. Zhao Hanwen didn't know who Huang Xiaolong actually was, but it seemed as though the patriarch of the Wharton family was also being respectful to him. When Zhao Hanwen's imaginations were running wild, a skinny old man who was clad in azure robes arrived. Lightning bolts flashed about his body, and when he entered the hall, everyone felt a wave of pressure slamming into them. Even Elder Mu was stunned at his arrival. After regaining their composure, Everyone ran over to greet the newcomer. Elder Yi. He was the leader of the 3 elders of Hong Kong, and he could be said to be standing at the top of the hierarchy in the city. His combat abilities were stronger than Elder Mu by quite a bit. When he saw everyone sitting in the hall, he snickered. "Looks like I'm the latest." Laughter filled the lobby. Elder Yi turned to Elder Mu and laughed. "Old Mu, you like to roam the world, and you're uncontactable most of the time. What a coincidence to see you here. Brother Yi has to be joking. If you wish to meet me, you can get the little brat from your family to contact me." The entire hall bustled with activities now that Elder Yi was here. However, none of them dared to speak loudly, and even when they joked around, they did so in hushed voices. Eventually, Zhao Hanwen brought Hao Chengren up after an hour and informed Huang Xiaolong of everyone who had come. "Bring them up," Huang Xiaolong replied. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhao Hanwen brought the various experts up to meet Huang Xiaolong. The night passed uneventfully. As for the Wang family, their banquet was extremely lively. The various families sent over experts to attend the banquet and to congratulate Wang Ximing and Guo Shui. However, Wang Ximing's expression wasn't great. No matter how he looked at it, everyone who arrived were from smaller families. Not a single patriarch or old ancestor from the great families were there. Wang Ximing called Wang Ziyang over and asked about it. Wang Ziyang was equally as surprised. He called Wang Chong'an over and ordered, "Go check out why the patriarch of the Shao family and the others aren't here." The Shao family and several other families were on pretty good terms with the Wang family, and it didn't make sense for them to be absent. Very quickly, Wang Chong'an returned with the report. "What?" The patriarchs of the Shao, Zhang, and the other families went to the Shilai Hotel. Wang Ximing stared at Wang Chong'an in shock. "Yes, old master," Wang Chong'an replied. "Do you know why they're there?" Wang Ximing frowned. He broke through to the nascent soul realm with his wife, and the patriarchs of the Shao and Zhang families should be waiting in line to congratulate them. Who would have thought that all of them would run over to the Shilai Hotel? Moreover, all of them went at the same time. What was weird was the fact that they didn't send a single expert over to send their congratulations. We haven't found out why," Wang Chong'an replied. "I will personally head over right now to look for the reason." "All right, go," Wang Ximing ordered. "Look into it properly." Wang Chong'an left the hall with haste. "Xuyang, what do you think this is all about?" I have no idea." Wang Ziyang shook his head. "Xuyang, you didn't improve much these few years. If you keep this up, you won't be able to enter the high-level Golden Core realm even after 30 years. Guo Shui berated him. "Even though the company is important, your individual strength should be placed before everything else. The lack of experts in our family is the reason we are unable to enter the upper echelons of Hong Kong. Look at them. Look at the number of nascent soul cultivators those superfamilies have." Guo Shui continued, "From tomorrow, you shall focus on your cultivation. Enter the high-level Golden Core realm in 3 years." Wang Ziyang chuckled in embarrassment. "Mother, it's not that easy to enter the high-level Golden Core realm." Wang Ximing interrupted him. "I know what you're thinking about. You think that as long as you have money, you will be able to hire nascent soul realm cultivators. However, you can't read their minds. What if they plan on betraying us?" As the 3 of them chatted with each other, they lost track of time. However, Wang Chong'an returned all of a sudden, and there was an extremely weird look on his face. Wang Ximing and the others were shocked when they saw his expression. "Did you find out what happened?" "Old master, all of them went over to visit a single person. One person. Who could that be? They call him His Highness." Wang Chong'an's expression became even more strange. Wang Ximing and the others stared at him in shock. However, Wang Ziyang yelled in shock. "What? His Highness? Could it be?" Wang Ximing and his wife looked at Wang Ziyang with a questioning look. "Ziyang, do you know who that is?" Wang Ximing asked. He tried racking his brains, but he couldn't come up with anything. Wang Ziyang opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Eventually, Wang Chong'an had to do the explanation for him. The person they are referring to is the third young lady, Wang Mylan's son. Mylan? The name was too foreign for either of them. Yes, father, if I didn't guess wrong, the youngster they are referring to should be Mylan's son. Wang Ziyang's tone turned serious. He quickly spoke of the matters that happened when Wang Mylan came to visit them. When they heard that Wang Sisi threw the members of the Huang family out of the Wang family manor, they fell silent for quite some time. In fact, the Xiao family patriarch and the Zhang family patriarch aren't the only ones there. The patriarch of the Su family is there too. Are you talking about Su Zhonghong? Wang Ximing yelled in shock. Did he go all the way there just to meet my grandson? Su Zhonghong was the patriarch of one of the strongest families in Hong Kong. The patriarchs of the Xiao and Zhang families couldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence as him. Yes, old master, more than 30 people went over to see him. After a short pause, Wang Chong'an continued. Even Elder Mu and Elder Yi went. Elder Mu and Elder Yi? Wang Ximing looked at Guoshui as shock filled their eyes. As they sat there with Wang Ziyang, they couldn't think of what to do. Wang Chong'an stood at the side quietly as he knew that the news was too shocking. The old ancestors and patriarchs of more than 10 superfamilies in Hong Kong, including Elder Mu and Elder Yi, personally went to visit a youngster in the Shilai Hotel. Have you found out anything about my nephew? Wang Ziyang broke the silence. I asked the grand elders of the other families, but when they heard who I was asking about, they refused to say anything about him. The three of them looked at each other in silence. Go to the Shilai Hotel right now and order Wang Mylan and her son to come over. Tell her that I summoned her. Guoshui snapped before turning to Wang Ximing. What's her son's name again? Wang Ximing shook his head slowly when he realized that he didn't know. The two of them had only seen Huang Xiaolong once, and it was when he was a 3-year-old kid. They didn't bother asking Wang Mylan for his name. I'm afraid she won't come. Wang Ziyang shook his head. Guoshui glared at him and snorted. I am her mother. Does she dare to defy my will? As my grandson, does he dare to not come when I order them to? A bitter smile formed on Wang Ziyang's face and he sighed. All right, I'll personally head over to invite them over. Wang Ximing muttered. All right. As such, Wang Ziyang got the car ready and he decided to bring his daughter along with him. When you arrive, you better show more respect when you meet your cousin. Am I clear? Wang Ziyang growled at her the moment they boarded the car. Wang Sisi snapped back at him. All right. I'll even kneel to apologize to that bastard. Are you happy now? Huang Xiaolong ordered for Elder Yi and the others to leave him when Zhao Hanwen came over bearing the news that Wang Ziyang and Wang Sisi were there to see him. Throw them out, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Just as Zhao Hanwen was about to carry out his order, Wang Mylan entered the room and snapped at him. Xiaolong? He's your uncle. Turning to Zhao Hanwen, she muttered. Bring them up here. Zhao Hanwen didn't dare to do anything without Huang Xiaolong's approval, and he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with a pleading expression. Huang Xiaolong eventually nodded his head and Zhao Hanwen went down to bring the two of them over to the suite. In the lift, Wang Sisi grumbled. Who does he think he is? Humph. You're paying him a personal visit and he dares to put on airs. She completely forgot the fact that not a single person from the Wang family went to the airport to pick them up. When Zhao Hanwen heard her disrespectful tone, a frosty look appeared in his eyes as he turned to glare at her. If he was allowed to, he would have killed her on the spot. Wang Ziyang didn't expect Zhao Hanwen to react so strongly to what his daughter said. He was the person in charge of the Shilai Hotel in Hong Kong, and his position was unshakable. He didn't expect Zhao Hanwen to know Huang Xiaolong. Even though he was shocked, he had to explain her actions to Zhao Hanwen. Mr. Zhao Hanwen, my daughter said it without much malice. Please forgive her. He snorted. That better be the case. He no longer glared at her and Wang Sisi realized that her back was drenched. When the father and daughter duo were stuck in a state of shock, they arrived. After getting them to wait at the door, Zhao Hanwen entered the room to notify Huang Xiaolong. He emerged after some time to summon them. They were brought to the main hall, and the supreme existences who came to pay Huang Xiaolong a visit turned to stare at them. Elder Mu, Elder Yi, and the old ancestors and patriarchs of the superfamily stood respectfully before Huang Xiaolong like a bunch of obedient students. When their gazes turned to Wang Cuyang and Wang Sisi, they felt as though a mountain was pressing down on them. They felt their legs going soft, as their hearts thumped in their chests. In the past, Wang Cuyang thought that they were only connected to the Huang family for their family interests. The current scene far exceeded his expectations. Even the most important person in Hong Kong, Elder Yi, didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Xiaolong. If he didn't personally witness the scene, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "What do you want?" Huang Xiaolong's voice came from the center of the hall. Wang Cuyang's face twitched uncontrollably as he forced a smile. He looked at Wang Mylin and said, Third sister, our parents came out of seclusion today, and they wish to meet you now that they learned that you have arrived in Hong Kong. I'm here to apologize on their behalf. Please come back to the Wang family manor." He dragged Wang Sisi to her knees. "Sisi, why aren't you apologizing to your aunt and your cousin?" Wang Mylin was delighted when she heard that her parents were thinking about her. She couldn't help but smile when she heard that Wang Cuyang came over to personally invite her back. "There's no need for your apology. Since they wish to meet my mother, why didn't they come here themselves?" Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the hall. Staring at him in stunned silence, Wang Cuyang didn't know how to respond. "When we left, I told your daughter that even if you kneeled before us for an entire year, we won't be going back." Wang Cuyang's face fell. "Xiaolong." Wang Mylin could no longer hold her emotions back and she cried, "Let's forget it." Sighing in his heart, Huang Xiaolong knew that his mother was too soft-hearted. Even after the Wang family neglected her, she still hoped to return. After all, the person begging her to return was her older brother, and Wang Ximing and Guo Shui were her parents. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Wang Cuyang. "If they really wish to meet my mother, they can personally come over to the Shilai Hotel. Whatever the case, we will not be stepping foot into your Wang family manor." Wang Mylin wanted to say something, but she eventually chose not to. "You can leave now." Huang Xiaolong didn't bother looking at Wang Cuyang or Wang Sisi as he ordered. With a pleading look, Wang Cuyang stared at Wang Mylin. However, Huang Xiaolong shook his head slightly when she looked at him with a final attempt to plead on their behalf. The father and daughter duo were eventually escorted out of the hotel. When they finally returned, Wang Ximing asked, "What happened?" Wang Cuyang shook his head as he looked at his parents. However, Wang Sisi roared in anger. "That little bastard said that even if my father kneeled for a year, he won't step into our Wang family manor." Wang Ximing flew into a fit of rage when he heard what she said. He smashed the cup in his hands. "Did that little Huang bastard really say that?" Guo Shui asked. "That's not all. He said that if you wish to see them, you can personally head over to the hotel to beg." Guo Shui snapped. "Who do they think they are? He's just a mongrel son of a branch member of the Huang family. Does he not know that we're his grandparents? How dare he call us to go over?" Wang Ximing didn't say anything, but from the looks of it, he was angry at Huang Xiaolong too. However, Wang Cuyang thought of the scene where Elder Yi and the others acted subserviently in front of Huang Xiaolong and he muttered, "Actually, he might be a lot more important than we think he is. So what about it? Can he disrespect his elders because of a little bit of power? This is nonsense." Guo Shui snapped. Wang Ximing waved his hand and ordered, "Get Wang Chong'an to go over to tell that dog bastard that if he doesn't appear in front of me, he will no longer be welcome in my Wang family manor. Wang Mylin shall no longer be my daughter." Wang Cuyang wanted to persuade them, but he was shut down instantly by Wang Ximing. Enough! It didn't take long before Huang Xiaolong and the others received Wang Ximing's warning. When Wang Mylin heard what Wang Ximing said, the blood drained from her face. "Mom, you heard what they said." Huang Xiaolong sighed. The last ray of hope in her heart was extinguished and she left Huang Xiaolong's room in low spirits. Soon after, Zhang Yuhan entered to invite Huang Xiaolong out for dinner. "Shall we go out for some pancakes and ice cream?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Nodding slightly, a grin formed on Zhang Yuhan's face. "Will you accompany me?" Of course I will. Why wouldn't I go when a beauty is inviting me for dinner? The two of them invited Huang Wan and the others, but they were politely rejected as crafty smiles formed on the faces of the members of the Huang family. Other than Huang Jiwen and Wang Mylin, everyone else grinned mischievously when they saw that Huang Xiaolong was planning to go out with Zhang Yuhan. It didn't take long before they arrived at the night markets. When they alighted, Huang Xiaolong could see that the street was filled with vendors selling delicious food. I guess I'm going to enjoy myself tonight, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. When the two of them were enjoying each other's company as they strolled along the streets, a completely different scene was playing out in the Wang family manor. Wang Ximing, Wang Cuyong, and Guoshui sat in the main hall with dejected looks on their faces. They just got off one of the many phone calls they received through the night, and every single person who called them was the patriarch of the superfamilies in Hong Kong. There was no exception as they called off all cooperation with the Wang family. Every single major family in Hong Kong canceled their projects with the Wang family, and the Wang family's enterprises was crippled in an instant. When the investors learned of what happened, it wouldn't be long before their funds would be cut off too. What's going on? Wang Ximing muttered to himself. He couldn't believe the news. If the Mo family and Ma families cut their connections, the Wang family couldn't care less. However, the families that had great ties with the Wang family for the past hundreds of years, like the Zhang, Du, and Shao families, did the same. Moreover, the old ancestors of the various families came out to state their stands personally. The latest call came from the old ancestor of the Shao family, and he was told that they would never cooperate again in the future. He could recall the scorn and indifferent expressions on their faces when they broke the news to him. After spacing out for a second, the phone rang again. However, no one dared to pick it up. The shock that filled their hearts after all the calls they had a moment ago caused them to freeze in their seats. Eventually, Wang Cuyong chose to pick it up. As soon as the video call connected, Wang Chong'an's panicking face could be seen on the screen. Lord Patriarch, Citibank sent their men over to the company. Citibank? Wang Cuyong froze for a moment. They came over to say that we have to return the loans we took. The faces of Wang Cuyong, Wang Ximing, and Guoshui changed instantly. Our loan period shouldn't be up, right? Wang Cuyong's shaky voice sounded on the phone. They said that they no longer care about the interest. According to them, we will have to return all the money we borrowed. Wang Cuyong felt the world turning dark around him. The loans from the Wang family came primarily from Citibank. In total, they would have to repay more than 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. No matter how rich the Wang family was, they wouldn't be able to take out 10 billion low-grade spirit stones at once. It's him. He definitely had something to do with this. Wang Cuyong screamed in rage. Wang Ximing and Guoshui looked at their son in shock. Father, it's third sister's son. It has to be him. Wang Cuyong yelled in anger. That little bastard? Did he instruct the bank to retrieve their loans? Guoshui gasped in shock. That's not all. He probably instructed the various families to stop their cooperation with us. He has to be the one behind all this. Wang Cuyong yelled like a cornered beast. Wang Ximing looked at his son in shock. This isn't possible, right? He was extremely clear how strong Huang Jiwen was. After all, he did a detailed investigation in the past. No matter how talented Huang Jiwen's son was, he was a nobody in the eyes of the Wang family. No one thought that he had the ability to shake up the city. As for the bank, that should be even less of a possibility. Citibank was one of the largest banks in the world. It had great connections in both Western Europe and the East. The families that controlled Citibank stood at the peak of the world. You might not know what happened, but when I visited them in the hotel, Wang Cuyong explained everything from the time he stepped into the Shilai Hotel with Wang Sisi. When they heard that Elder Yi, Elder Mu, and the old ancestors of the various families were behaving subserviently in front of Huang Xiaolong, the couple looked at Wang Cuyong in shock. Why don't you go to the hotel personally? Wang Cuyong hesitated for a moment before asking. Wang Ximing's expression turned ugly. Are you asking me to go beg that kid? Definitely not. Guoshui's face was cold and she snapped. As night fell, Huang Xiaolong returned to the hotel with Zhang Yuhan. When they returned to their rooms, he retrieved the Pangu sword. The refinement process continued, and the night soon passed. As soon as dawn broke the next day, Zhao Hanwen entered Huang Xiaolong's room to report the arrival of the Wharton family's old ancestor. "Let him come in. I will be leaving in a bit, and he has 10 minutes if he wishes to meet me," Huang Xiaolong said. After all, he promised the members of the Huang family to bring them out in a little while. A look of joy formed on Zhao Hanwen's face, and he quickly left to bring old ancestor Wharton into the room. Several moments later, the old ancestor of the Wharton family left happily. The members of the Huang family slowly entered the room. "Are you ready?" Huang Xiaolong looked at Lin Kai and the others who were carrying tons of stuff, and he chuckled. "We're not going out for long. Why do you need so many things?" "Grandma told me to bring them." Huang Datu revealed a bitter smile. Wang Mylin glared at him and chided. "Why are you complaining? It's just several items. Do you have a problem with it?" "Of course not." Huang Datu shook his hands in a hurry. "Why would I have a problem with it?" Laughter filled the room. Several moments after Huang Xiaolong and the others left the hotel, Zhao Hanwen contacted him. He reported the arrival of Wang Cuyang, Wang Ximing, and Guo Shui. "Send them away," Huang Xiaolong growled. When the three of them were chased out of the hotel by Zhao Hanwen, rage nearly consumed them. Fire spewed from Wang Ximing's eyes. "We'll return. I refuse to believe that we won't be able to tide through this without the little mongrel bastard's help," Guo Shui screamed. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and the rest left Hong Kong, and they returned to the Blue Dragon Orchard. As for the things the top families in Hong Kong did, Huang Xiaolong turned a blind eye to it. There was no need for him to interfere with the small stuff. In fact, he didn't instruct them to make things difficult for the Wang family. If he wanted to exterminate them, he could flick his fingers to make the entire Wang family disappear off the face of the earth. The old ancestors of the various families made the decision to cut off the Wang family by themselves, and the old ancestor of the Wharton family was the person who instructed the bank to retrieve their loans. As the largest shareholder in Citibank, the old ancestor of the Wharton family could do as he wished. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't specifically tell them to stop. After all, the Wang family started the enmity first. He didn't care if the Wang family lived or died. On the second day after they returned to the Blue Dragon Orchard, "You're leaving again?" Huang Jiwen and Wang Mylin scowled when they heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted to head out. After all, he only returned for several days a while ago. "I'm only going to be gone for a few days," Huang Xiaolong explained. "I have to head over to the East Sea for a little bit." Of course, his goal was to enter the Kunlun secret region. After so many days, he had long since refined the Pangu sword. When the members of the Huang family heard that he was going to the East Sea, they heaved a sigh of relief. He left the Blue Dragon Orchard after bidding farewell to the others. Standing on the Pangu sword, he turned into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. The number of people who could use the Pangu sword as a flying sword could probably be counted on two hands. Naturally, the speed of an artifact like the Pangu sword was something modern planes couldn't catch up with. It took half a day for him to arrive. When he arrived, Huang Xiaolong circulated his true essence. Rays of light emerged from the sword. Under the illumination of the Pangu sword, a crack appeared in the space above him. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Lu Huang said that the Pangu sword could open a path to the Kunlun secret region, it hadn't been tested. As such, Huang Xiaolong was still a little apprehensive. Huang Xiaolong finally relaxed when he saw that it worked. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong entered the passage. After entering the Kunlun secret region, Huang Xiaolong discovered that it was covered in immortal qi. He was shocked. Wasn't immortal qi only supposed to exist in the immortal world? How could there be immortal qi in the Kunlun secret region? It was truly incredible. Of course, the immortal qi in the Kunlun secret region couldn't be compared to the immortal qi in the immortal world. As he used his Dao souls to observe the region, he utilized the sword qi in the Pangu sword to look for the whereabouts of the Pangu axe. Even though the Pangu sword would only react when it was a certain distance away from the axe, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid at all. After all, the Kunlun secret region wasn't infinitely large. He would be able to comb through the entire area in a matter of days. That was also the reason he could tell his parents that he would only be away for several days. Huang Xiaolong stood on the Pangu sword as he soared through the air. He went towards the largest landmass in the region. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong noticed a giant city. Without much fanfare, he dragged the strongest expert towards himself. From the man, Huang Xiaolong learned that he was standing over Xian City, and the strongest expert was the old ancestor of a certain family. He wasn't weak, and he was an expert in the Great Void Realm. One had to know that the strongest expert on Earth, Yuan Hui, was only in the Enlightenment Realm. The old ancestor of the family in Xian City was 3 large realms stronger than him. One had to enter the Spirit Severing and Soul Condensation Realm before one could see the gates of the Great Void Realm. The old ancestor felt his heart stop beating when he was grabbed by Huang Xiaolong. He was discussing some matters with the members of his family when he was dragged through the air. However, he didn't get the chance to open his mouth as Huang Xiaolong searched through his memories directly. After learning what he wanted, a look of joy formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. A treasure appeared in the Golden Dragon Mountain range? From the memories of the Great Void Realm expert he pulled, Huang Xiaolong learned that the Kunlun secret region wasn't as peaceful as it once was. A weird sight was seen in the Golden Dragon Mountain range several days ago, and everyone could guess that an absolute treasure was about to appear. There were various guesses made, and practically everyone concluded that an ancient treasure was about to appear. Could it be? Was the Pangu axe about to appear? Huang Xiaolong released the old ancestor and threw a jade bottle over. He tore through the air, and the old ancestor stared into the skies in shock. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong left, several hundred figures tore through the air. Old ancestor, Senior Zhou Yu. Those who arrived were those who were speaking to Zhou Yu just a moment ago. Senior Zhou Yu? Did anything happen? One of the patriarchs who was invited by Zhou Yu asked. Everyone in the hall was shocked when Zhou Yu disappeared. It's fine. Zhou Yu shook his head and sighed. He looked at the jade bottle in his hands, and curiosity made him open the cap. He saw countless spirit stones contained within, and it was an amount he couldn't imagine. Moreover, every single one of them emitted a faint amount of immortal qi. Zhou Yu's hand trembled slightly. Those were immortal spirit stones. Could that be the legendary immortal spirit stones of the legends? Even if one had the money, they wouldn't be able to buy a single one. When Zhou Yu was still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong started his journey to the Golden Dragon Mountain range. It was a little far from the city, and it was located in the snowy plains in the north of the region. With Huang Xiaolong's speed, he would be able to arrive after an entire day's worth of traveling. He wasn't slow at all, and in order to save time, Huang Xiaolong tore through the defenses of various factions to get there. His actions incurred the ire of many powers, but he didn't give half a shit as he sent them flying with a single slap. Those who were sent flying weren't weaklings and old ancestors of their factions in the Grand Completion, Tribulation, and Void Immortal Realm were sent flying. No matter who it was, they failed to stand up to the monstrous existence that was Huang Xiaolong. Their expressions turned ugly when they were trashed, but the fear soon filled their hearts. The more they thought about it, the worse it got. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong entered the central region of the Kunlun secret region. The central region was the territory of the strongest power in the region, the Kunlun Kingdom. The Kunlun Palace was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it stood tall in the middle of the region. After Huang Xiaolong entered the area, he frowned when he saw the giant structure. It would take quite some time if he wished to take a detour. After all, the palace was countless miles long. A massive army appeared all of a sudden and surrounded Huang Xiaolong. How dare you, intruder! Stop right there. This is the forbidden region of the Kunlun Kingdom, and will kill any trespassers. Huang Xiaolong pointed casually, and a golden beam of light sent the experts who came out flying. The ray of light didn't stop there as it continued to slam into the palace. A giant explosion rang through the skies, and the Kunlun Palace, which stood tall for countless years, trembled. A giant hole was blown through it, and it started to collapse on itself. The experts in the city raised their heads to look at a scene they would never forget as long as they lived. The rubble rained down on the lands, and Huang Xiaolong didn't stop there. He charged straight through the forbidden region. Chase him! Kill! Amidst countless roars, the experts of the Kunlun Palace charged into the skies in an attempt to hunt him down. Huang Xiaolong frowned slightly when he noticed the number of people chasing behind him. He stopped for a second, and he was surrounded instantly. Who are you? Why would you destroy my palace? Someone in the crowd growled. I smashed your palace because it was in my way. Huang Xiaolong muttered indifferently. In your way? The other party was shocked. He thought that Huang Xiaolong would come up a whole load of bullshit in order to justify himself. Now, he casually brushed them off with a stupid reason. The experts of the Kunlun Kingdom glared at Huang Xiaolong. As the strongest power in the Kunlun secret region, when had they ever suffered such disrespect? Now, someone came along and razed the Kunlun Palace to the ground. That wasn't simply being disrespectful. Do you know what's the crime of destroying my Kunlun Palace? You'll have to die 1,000 deaths to atone for your sins. The expert who spoke earlier glared at Huang Xiaolong angrily. Huang Xiaolong stared at them coldly before snorting casually. You're not strong enough to punish me. One had to know that the Kunlun Kingdom was the strongest power in the region. There were several dozen void immortals among the experts present, and there were more than 300 Tribulation Realm experts. They roared in anger when they saw that Huang Xiaolong was looking down on them. Are you ready? Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he noticed the anger in their eyes. They stared at him in stunned silence. I only need a single move. One move. It was then that the experts of the Kunlun Kingdom realized what he meant. Their expressions turned ugly. Sword chi started to gather around Huang Xiaolong's body, and he was like a peacock spreading his feathers. When the experts of the Kunlun Kingdom felt the power surrounding Huang Xiaolong, they gasped in shock. The sword chi around Huang Xiaolong was unbelievably strong. Retreat! The person who was screaming at Huang Xiaolong was the first to order. He summoned his special immortal armor, and everyone did the same. They retreated in fright, and all of them started to use their weapons to stop the sword chi from assaulting them. It was useless. Huang Xiaolong's sword chi tore through their defenses like paper. Holes were blown through the armors. Their bodies were like beehives, riddled with holes. Blood filled the skies, and not a single person managed to escape unscathed. Even though he didn't kill anyone, they no longer had the ability to chase him. The structures below crumbled, and Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with the survivors who chose not to confront him previously. Turning around, he left. This time, not a single person dared to stop him. The army that was stationed around the city looked at Huang Xiaolong's disappearing figure, and none of them dared to breathe loudly. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the members of the Kunlun Kingdom. Even though he spared their lives, they wouldn't be able to recover in a short amount of time. They looked at each other and thought to themselves, when did such an expert appear in the Kunlun's secret region? Is he a 9th-level void immortal? A 5th-level void immortal gasped. No, someone else gasped. He might not be a match for our great emperor, but he's definitely close. The experts of the Kunlun secret region trembled in fear. The Kunlun emperor was the strongest person in the Kunlun secret region. He single-handedly built the Kunlun kingdom, and he was a revered existence. Now that someone comparable to him in strength had appeared, they were flustered. Hurry up and report this to the great emperor. The 6th-level void immortal stood out and ordered. The Kunlun emperor wasn't in the kingdom, and he had left for the Golden Dragon Mountain range more than a month ago. After he heard the news of the appearance of the treasure, he brought many experts over. As such, there weren't too many experts capable of stopping Huang Xiaolong. Or so they thought. After the experts made the report, someone muttered softly, "Can he be going to the Golden Dragon Mountain range?" They stared at each other in shock. Looking at the direction he's headed, he might be. The news of Huang Xiaolong defeating the members of the Kunlun Kingdom shook the region not too long after he left. Who in the world is that guy? He's too damn arrogant. He dares to destroy the Kunlun Palace, and from what we've seen, it can't be fixed. What about the experts stationed in the palace? What happened to the Kunlun army? Chen Yuqing, Chen Rui, and several hundred others were sent flying with a single strike. They suffered serious injuries, and the army didn't dare to hold the outsider back. Gasps of shock could be heard. Chen Yuqing was a 6th-level Void Immortal. Chen Rui was a 5th-level Void Immortal, and one could only imagine how strong the assailant was if he could send everyone flying. When everyone was speculating about Huang Xiaolong's identity, many people deduced that he was heading towards the Golden Dragon Mountain Range. The Golden Dragon Mountain Range gave birth to an absolute treasure. The Kunlun Kingdom, Heartless Valley, Wind Dragon Valley, 100 Extinction Immortal Gate, and 9 Nether Immortal Gate sent their men over. No one dares to enter the area now, and it's clear that he's there for the ancient treasure. We're in for a good show this time. Many powers were celebrating happily. As the powers sealed off the mountain range the moment news of the treasure was heard, the powers in the Kunlun secret region could only swallow their rage. Of course, the members of the Kunlun kingdom received the news of Huang Xiaolong's actions. The Kunlun emperor swept his gaze across those present and asked, "What do you think about this newcomer? His background is mysterious, and he shouldn't be someone from our Kunlun secret region. Elder Li, do you think he's an outsider? The entrance to our Kunlun secret region isn't open yet. How did he enter?" The Kunlun emperor stood up all of a sudden and approached the cliff before him. As the wind blew against his dragon robes, the power of an absolute monarch filled the lands. "I will personally welcome him. Let's see if he's as strong as Chen Yuqing says." The experts of the kingdom bowed. "Your Majesty is almighty." The Kunlun emperor had reigned supreme for countless years, and he hadn't met an opponent worthy of being his match. That was the solitude the strongest had to endure. Half a day later, a streak of light tore through the skies and the snow parted to make way for him. The sword light stopped before the Golden Dragon Mountain Range. A smile could be seen on Huang Xiaolong's face the moment he arrived. From the buzzing of the Pangu sword below him, it was clear the Pangu axe was near. He could feel that there was a terrifying power sealed beneath the mountain range. There was only one item in the Pangu world that could possess such power. As it turned out, the Pangu axe was hidden below the mountain range. However, the experts of the various factions charged towards him the moment he arrived. Now that the ancient weapon was about to appear, the various experts of the strongest factions moved out en masse in order to seal off the area. There were more than 300 high-level Void Immortal Realm experts among them. Counting the Grand Elders and Elders, there were more than 10,000 of them present. 10,000 experts in the Grand Completion Realm and above was a terrifying power. If they joined forces, they would be able to level the entire region if they wished. As the Kunlun Emperor emerged from the crowd, his robes fluttered in the wind. He glared at Huang Xiaolong as he roared, "Were you the one who leveled my Kunlun palace?" Huang Xiaolong could feel that the Pangu axe was about to appear any minute now, and he couldn't be bothered with them. "If you have something to say, speak up now. Otherwise, I'll give you 1 minute to fuck off." The experts of the various superpowers stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Laughing in anger, the Kunlun Emperor sneered, "You'll give us 1 minute to fuck off? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths for insulting His Majesty." One of the 9th-level Void Immortals behind the Kunlun Emperor raged. The halberd in his hand shot towards Huang Xiaolong the moment he spoke. The halberd tore through space and appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Just as they thought that the halberd would blow a hole through Huang Xiaolong, he stretched out a single hand to grab it. With his hand clamping down on the halberd, the 9th-level Void Immortal was unable to move it a single inch. Everyone around stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, as a burst of light emerged from his palm. The expert holding the halberd felt a sharp pain shooting through his arm. He could only beat a hasty retreat. Casually tossing the halberd away, it pierced straight through the man's chest. It pinned him to the cliff face on the other side as blood dripped from the tip of the weapon. The expert from the Kunlun Kingdom didn't die, but no matter how hard he tried, he failed to free himself. Those standing around looked at him in shock. that included the Kunlun Emperor and the leaders of the other factions. The 6 of them were peak existences in the Kunlun secret region, and all of them were at the peak of the late 9th level Void Immortal realm. They were surprised to see that a 9th level Void Immortal was easily dealt with by Huang Xiaolong. When the Kunlun Emperor thought about what he said to Huang Xiaolong earlier, he felt his heart trembling. It was as though a knife was stabbed through his heart. He was enraged when Huang Xiaolong told them to leave earlier. But now, the killing intent in his heart had disappeared. "You have 30 seconds left," Huang Xiaolong muttered. 30 seconds. The experts of the other factions looked at each other and their expressions were ugly. "You're too overbearing," the Valley Master of the Heartless Valley growled. "You might be strong, but you're alone. We have more than 10,000 experts here. And if we join forces, you won't be leaving here alive today." "Oh, what about it?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the Valley Master in amusement. "Our factions discovered the treasure first, and it belongs to us," the Valley Master continued. "If you leave right now, we can pretend that you weren't here. Are you sure you were the ones who discovered the birth of the treasure in the Golden Dragon Mountain Range?" Huang Xiaolong snickered. One of the factions around the mountain range had discovered the birth of the treasure, but the 6 super factions arrived to force them away before sealing the mountain range. The Valley Master stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, and he didn't know how to respond. 30 seconds. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air once again. The Kunlun Emperor finally stood out from the crowd, and he snapped, "Are you really planning to challenge all of us at once? You'll regret your actions if you refuse to listen to us." After he spoke, he released his aura completely. Multicolored light surrounded his body. That was the 9 absolute immortal art he trained in. The 9 absolute immortal art was something created by 9 peak-level void immortals. When he unleashed it, it would feel as though 9 godly beings were attacking at once. It was publicly known as the strongest immortal art in the Kunlun secret region. The experts of the 6 factions couldn't help but stare at the Kunlun Emperor in awe. His aura continued to climb. "Time's up." Huang Xiaolong's voice rang in their minds. Just as the Kunlun Emperor showcased his full strength, Huang Xiaolong moved. As his figure blurred, he appeared in front of the Kunlun Emperor before anyone could react. A punch landed on the Emperor's chest, and the armor around his body shattered instantly. As the shard rained down on the land, Huang Xiaolong's fist exited from the Emperor's back. Like a shooting star, the Kunlun Emperor was sent flying, and he slammed heavily into one of the distant mountain ranges. As soon as he landed, the peak crumbled. Next, the Pangu sword hovering in the air released countless rays of sword light. As the light rained down on the lands, miserable shrieks could be heard. The experts of the 6 super factions started falling from the sky like bugs. Those who could remain standing in the air were dealt with by Huang Xiaolong with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, all 10,000 experts were lying pitifully on the ground. The experts of the other factions who were chased away by the 6 super factions looked at them in shock. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong dealt with the members of the 6 super factions, the mountain range started to rumble. They felt as though a giant beast was about to emerge from under the earth. Terrifying rays of light shot into the skies, and the experts of the 6 factions who were struck by it were vaporized. Yelling in shock, they tried to escape despite their serious injuries. The Golden Dragon Mountain range trembled violently, and the earth started to crack. The snow that built up on the lands for God knows how many years was swallowed by the valleys that formed in the earth. The pillars of light that stretched into the skies could sunder the heavens. Despite its power, Huang Xiaolong stood in his place as a look of excitement formed on his face. He bathed in the light as though it was a comfortable shower. When they saw the comfortable look on Huang Xiaolong's face, they felt their legs going soft. Is he really human? Just a moment ago, there were 9th level void immortals who were turned into nothingness by the light. However, the powerful beam couldn't do a thing to Huang Xiaolong. They could only imagine how strong his physical body was. As the Golden Dragon Mountain range slowly crumbled, a giant axe appeared in the skies. The axe was so large that no one could describe how big it was. The Golden Dragon Mountain range spanned countless miles, and the axe was as big as it. No, the axe was even bigger than the mountain range as it was buried in the earth beneath it. The Golden Dragon mountain range seemed to be the dust and dirt accumulated on the axe. The Kunlun Emperor and the others couldn't see the end of the axe even after observing it for some time. After all, the axe was too damn big. Is this really an immortal artifact? One of the Void Immortals from the Kunlun Kingdom gasped. Initially, everyone thought that an ancient weapon would spawn, but from the looks of the axe, they thought wrong. They had long since witnessed the power of the axe. Just the light it emitted could destroy peak-level Void Immortals. Moreover, that was when no one actively used the axe. Not even ancient immortal artifacts had that kind of power. This is a supreme weapon, the Heartless Valley Master yelled. The eyes of everyone present started to burn as they realized what they could do with the axe. As long as they obtained the weapon, they would be able to suppress their opponent. They would be an invincible existence. Huang Xiaolong saw the look of greed in their eyes, and he chuckled. This is indeed a supreme weapon. You can take it away as long as you have the ability to. Go ahead and try. He knew that treasures created by a god of creation weren't something these mortals could obtain. There wasn't a need to talk about people like the Kunlun Emperor. Even in the immortal world, the number of people who could obtain the Pangu axe could probably be counted on one hand. Are you serious? The Kunlun Emperor sucked in a cold breath, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong in doubt. Of course. Hesitating for a moment, the Kunlun Emperor charged towards the axe. Light surrounded his body as he tried to protect himself from the light it emitted. A talisman emerged from his body to surround him in a ball of protective light. Ancient Immortal Talisman. That's the strongest talisman created by the 9 Arches Immortal in the past. Many experts yelled. The Ancient Immortal Talisman was said to make its user indestructible. No matter how strong the opponent was, the barrier of light would be able to fend them off. Huang Xiaolong raised a single eyebrow when he saw the talisman. He obviously didn't expect the Kunlun Emperor to possess such a special item, but that was about it. The person who refined the talisman was good at it, and the runes that were drawn on it drew on the power of the heavens and earth around the user to protect them from external attacks. The Kunlun Emperor revealed a smug smile when he saw the change in Huang Xiaolong's expression. It didn't take long for him to approach the axe. With a confident expression, he stepped into the area of light emitted by the Pangu axe. The moment he did, the smile on his face disappeared. The light barrier around him was shattered instantly, and the talisman burst into flames. No matter how strong the protective barrier was, it was an item used in the mortal world. There was no way the barrier could stand up to the power contained in the Pangu axe. With his expression changing, the Kunlun Emperor tried to retreat. It was too bad he wasn't fast enough. The light struck him, and he turned into dust before he could scream. The experts of the 6 factions stared at the spot the Kunlun Emperor once was. The strongest expert in the Kunlun secret region was killed just like that. Moreover, he wasn't killed by another supreme expert. He died to the residual aura of a random weapon that appeared from nowhere. That surpassed the understanding of everyone there. The death of the strongest expert in the Kunlun secret region was undeserved. Is there anyone else who wants to try? Huang Xiaolong asked. He knew what would happen the moment the Kunlun Emperor tried to obtain the Pangu axe. The protection given by the ancient immortal talisman was strong, but it wasn't strong enough to stop an artifact made by a god of creation. The Pangu axe wasn't an ancient artifact. It was the strongest creation artifact in the universe. The sharp edge of the axe was more than capable of tearing apart treasures several tiers stronger than the immortal talisman. Now, not a single person among the 10,000 experts dared to step out. Seeing as they had settled down, Huang Xiaolong finally approached the Pangu axe. He appeared in the middle of the giant artifact, and he sucked in a cold breath. Even at his level, he couldn't tell how Pangu refined the axe. However, the greatest doubt in Huang Xiaolong's mind was Pangu's whereabouts. Not only his father, Huang Long, didn't know, but even the oldest god of creation in the universe, the old dragon, had no idea. I might be able to learn what happened when I refine it, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Huang Xiaolong felt that he would gain a clue after refining the weapon Pangu left behind. Waving his arm, he laid down a giant formation before sitting down cross-legged. He started to refine the Pangu axe. Of course, the refinement process wasn't as easy as the Pangu sword. It took 6 days before Huang Xiaolong managed to gain basic control over the artifact. In the past few days, the experts of the Kunlun secret region tried to approach Huang Xiaolong. However, they were sent flying as soon as they arrived near the formation. After several tries, they could only give up reluctantly. Despite that, no one chose to leave. They stood outside as they watched Huang Xiaolong refine the Pangu axe. Getting to his feet 6 days later, Huang Xiaolong reached his hand out to grab the axe. It started to shrink. When it reached the size of several meters, it landed comfortably in his palm. The light that surrounded the tiny version of the Pangu axe was sharper than it was in the past. The light blinded those waiting outside. It was time for him to return. Heaving a sigh of relief, Huang Xiaolong could finally relax now that he obtained the Pangu axe. With the axe in hand, there was no reason for him to remain in the Kunlun secret region. He could refine the Pangu axe back in the Blue Dragon Orchard, and there was no need for him to let his parents worry for nothing. Huang Xiaolong kept the Pangu axe before teleporting away. There wasn't anyone in there capable of making him stay. As soon as he left, the experts of the 6 super factions charged into the Golden Dragon Mountain range. Other than the terrifying remnant aura of the Pangu axe, there was nothing left. Huang Xiaolong left the Kunlun secret region after a few days, and he left for the Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milin heaved a sigh of relief upon his return. After spending a day with them, Huang Xiaolong told them his intention to go into seclusion for a period of time. The sudden revelation shocked the members of the Huang family. Is there really a need to enter seclusion with your strength? Huang Qinfei asked. We should work hard too. As long as we enter the spirit-severing realm, we won't drag Xiaolong down, Huang Jiwen explained. Even though they knew that Huang Xiaolong was strong, they had no idea how strong he really was. In Huang Jiyuan's eyes, they would no longer be burdens as long as they broke through to the spirit-severing realm. All right, we'll work hard and surprise Xiaolong when we enter the spirit-severing realm, Huang Qinfei declared. The atmosphere of the Blue Dragon Orchard changed as they started to focus on their cultivation. The members of the Huang family made use of the Great Formation along with various herbs to increase their strength. Of course, the main reason they were able to progress so quickly was because of the techniques Huang Xiaolong imparted to them. Even combined Dao ancestors couldn't create techniques as intricate as Huang Xiaolong. However, the part that shocked the members of the Huang family was that Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion for several years. Did anything happen to Xiaolong? It's been 5 years since he emerged. Huang Wen looked at the palace where Huang Xiaolong was cultivating and frowned. We haven't run into anything like it, but according to Huang Shengen, it's nothing for experts above the spirit-severing realm to enter seclusion for years at a time. Wang Milin shook her head and explained, we should wait for a little more. If Xiaolong is unable to emerge after several years, we'll ask Huang Shengen to assist us in opening the door. In the palace, Huang Xiaolong refined the Pangu axe diligently and a phantom could be faintly seen above the axe. Dragons were swimming around the phantom, and the golden eyes on its face seemed to contain the power to pierce through the heavens. The more he refined the Pangu axe, the clearer the phantom became. Eventually, it seemed to come to life. 2 more years passed. With the phantom turning clearer than ever, it seemed to turn corporeal. It was the artifact spirit of the Pangu axe, and it was something Pangu cultivated when he refined the axe. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong stopped as he looked at the axe hovering in the air before him. His eyebrows were tightly locked together. After fully refining the Pangu axe, Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover that it wasn't completed. In the past, Pangu had a fierce battle with another god of creation, and the axe spirit was damaged. Now, the artifact was a semi-crippled item. Its power was half of what it was at its peak. In order to restore the Pangu axe to its former glory, Pangu needed to obtain several universe-level treasures. It was difficult, and he eventually chose to leave the Pangu axe on Earth. He used the spiritual qi on earth to slowly nurture the axe. From the axe spirit, Huang Xiaolong learned that the earth wasn't any ordinary structure. It was made entirely from a piece of blue spiritual stone. The spiritual energy on earth would be able to restore the axe eventually. Of course, it needed a lot of time for that to happen. Huang Xiaolong slowly kept the Pangu axe away. Even though it was semi-wasted, Huang Xiaolong still managed to obtain the Pangu world creation art after refining the axe. With the axe in hand, he could finally cultivate by refining the origin energy of the Pangu world. With the pills he obtained in the Pangu Immortal cave, Huang Xiaolong believed that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the limit of his third small world. Within 10 million years, he was confident of entering the God of Creation realm. As the third world in Huang Xiaolong started to circulate the Pangu world creation art, spiritual energy from the source of the Pangu world entered his body like a giant stream. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong emerged from his palace. When he left, he saw a giant group of people surrounding the entrance of his palace. Practically every single expert on Earth had arrived. They jumped in fright when they saw Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, did anything happen to you? Huang Qinfei asked. Why would anything happen to me? Huang Xiaolong glared at Huang Qinfei. He could easily guess what they were trying to do. After all, he ran into the same situation many times before. You brought all of them over in order to force the entrance of the palace open, right? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. You guys won't be able to open the door with my restrictions on it. Before he started the refinement process, Huang Xiaolong laid down formations around his palace to stop them from affecting his cultivation. Even the Grand Golden Immortal wouldn't be able to scratch his palace after attacking for 100 million years, much less these Enlightenment realm experts. An awkward expression formed on the faces of Huang Qinfei and the others. Since everyone had already arrived, Huang Xiaolong didn't chase them away. He asked them about the changes to Earth before distributing several bottles of pills. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong continued to circulate the Pangu world creation art. He devoured the spiritual energy from the origin of the world while refining the creation-level pills. His speed of improvement was astounding. In the past, time flowed differently on Earth and the rest of the universe. That was due to a grand formation laid down by Pangu before he left. Now that Huang Xiaolong had refined the Pangu axe, he gained control over the formation, and he synchronized the flow of time. Several hundred years passed. Huang Xiaolong accompanied the members of the Huang family around the nearby planets while cultivating. Traces of the Huang family could be seen around the galaxy. Everyone in the Huang family entered the void immortal realm after so many years, and Huang Qinfei was the quickest among them. He stood at the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm, and he would be able to enter the heavenly immortal realm soon. One fine day, a crack appeared in space as a giant army started to swarm into the Pangu world. The soldiers were clad in golden dragon armor. An army started to form up, and they formed a giant sea of experts. The weakest among them was a golden immortal, and one of them roared, "The spiritual energy in the Pangu world is different from that of our blazing dragon world. General Chun, should we attack their heavenly court?" One of the officers asked. Before they arrived, they did a detailed investigation of the Pangu world. The strongest power was the Pangu heavenly court, and their status in the world was equivalent to the true dragon celestial empire in the blazing dragon world. General Chun nodded his head. "Send the army out. Attack the Pangu heavenly court. The most important thing we have to do is to conquer their region. We cannot give them time to react. In the best-case scenario, we will take down their Jade Emperor immediately." "Yes, General Chun." Half a day later, the Jade Emperor was enjoying a game of chess with the Queen Mother of the West in the courtyard when his subordinate, Great White Golden Star, ran into the courtyard. "Your Majesty, we're in trouble." A frown formed on the Jade Emperor's face, and he placed down his chess piece. "What's going on? Why are you acting all flustered?" He was thinking about whether he should dismiss his subordinate from his position when he saw the anxious look on his face. "There's an army charging right at us. We... His chest heaved up and down in panic. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West stared at him in shock. "Army? What army are you talking about? Did the Devil World send their troops? It was no wonder the Jade Emperor would think that way. After all, the heavenless devil ancestor had once led a campaign against the immortal world. No, Your Majesty, they don't seem to come from our Pangu world. They claim to be members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, and we have to leave right now. They are almost upon us. True Dragon Celestial Empire? Their faces changed. Isn't the Pangu world covered in spatial storms? How did the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire enter? The two of them knew of the True Dragon Celestial Empire from the trips they had made to the Blazing Dragon world in the past. How many people came? The Jade Emperor leaped to his feet and asked. He retrieved the heavenly mirror and looked into it. I have no idea. The army is too damn large, and we can't make an estimate. As soon as the words left his lips, an image formed on the mirror. The Jade Emperor saw the chaotic scene where the army was charging straight at them, and from what he could see, there were easily 1 trillion troops. A chill ran down his spine. It didn't take long for the troops of the True Dragon Celestial Empire to occupy the heavenly court. They announced the fact to the immortal world and ordered every single expert in the Golden Immortal Realm or higher to pledge their allegiance. If they didn't surrender after a month, their factions would be exterminated. The immortal world broke into chaos in an instant. It didn't take long for another order to come from the True Dragon Celestial Empire. They set a bounty on the Jade Emperor's head, and they would reward anyone who could give them a lead on the Jade Emperor 1 Grand Tao spiritual vein. They summoned the 6 sages, but they failed to do a thing to Rulai, who was suppressed by Huang Xiaolong. Next, they started to search for the Pangu axe. The Pangu Emperor's Pangu axe? Could the axe be in our Pangu world? The members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire shouldn't lie. Aren't they afraid that other people would fight with them for the axe? The immortal world erupted instantly. Do you guys feel like ascending to the immortal world to take a look? Huang Xiaolong asked as he looked at the Huang family members. They nodded in unison. We heard from Patriarch Yi Xiaolong that the spiritual qi in the immortal world is extremely dense. We wish to take a look there. Huang Qinfei spoke. Xiaolong, what do you think? Looking at the fervent gaze in their eyes, Huang Xiaolong nodded. All right, get yourselves ready. I'll bring you guys to the immortal world tomorrow. However, you need to understand one thing. You won't be able to return once you ascend. Unless you reach the same level as me, you won't be able to travel across worlds freely. Of course, he referred to the God of Creation realm. Tao Venerables wouldn't be able to travel as they wished even if they reached the perfection stage. With their talent, Huang Xiaolong knew that there was no chance for any of them to reach the God of Creation realm. As such, they would never be able to return to the mortal world once they left. Hesitation appeared in their eyes. It was especially so for Zhang Yuhan, as she couldn't bear to leave the Zhang family behind. Actually, all of you will reach the peak of the late 9th level Void Immortal Realm soon. It won't be long till you need to ascend, Huang Xiaolong explained. However, he didn't force them to make a decision. At night, the members of the Huang family and Zhang Yuhan came to look for Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, we thought it through. Let's go to the immortal world, Huang Jiuan declared. He looked at every single one of them, and he saw the resolute look in their eyes. Without much fanfare, Huang Xiaolong brought them to the passage he opened up. With another punch, he tore a passage to the immortal world. However, he discovered that something was off the moment he returned to the immortal world. The True Dragon Celestial Empire conquered the heavenly court? Huang Xiaolong finally heard their name again. Yes, Your Highness, half a month ago. The army of the True Dragon Celestial Empire attacked our Pangu world. They didn't use much effort to take over the heavenly court, and the Jade Emperor is now a wanted criminal, Mu Shuihan explained. The entire world is trembling in their shoes, and according to them, any expert above the Golden Immortal Realm will have to report to the Heavenly Court to pledge their allegiance to the True Dragon Celestial Empire. Anyone who refuses will have their faction exterminated. I've heard that the True Dragon Celestial Empire is the strongest power in our universe. Their old ancestor is the strongest expert in the universe. and everyone who refuses to submit will die a horrible death. Huang Xiaolong sneered. They definitely added the last part themselves. Mu Shuihan revealed an awkward expression, and he explained, Indeed, however, the 6 sages confirmed the news, and it should be real. Do you plan to submit? Huang Xiaolong looked at Mu Shuihan. Falling to his knees in panic, he yelled, I will only be loyal to your highness. The look on Huang Xiaolong's face finally started to ease up, and he explained, Let me enlighten you on the relationship between the true dragon Celestial Empire and myself. We won't rest till the other party is dead. Mu Shuihan gasped in shock. He didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be the enemy of such a terrifying existence. In a few days, I'll head over with you guys. Huang Xiaolong snorted. Soon, he notified Sun Wukong, Ingo, and the others. He told them to call the Heavenless Devil Ancestor and the Yin-Yang Devil Ancestor. Several dozen days passed. A month ago, an order came from the True Dragon Celestial Empire to force the experts of the Immortal world into submission. Now, there was only a single day left before the deadline. General Chun of the army listened to the reports of his subordinates. General Chun, 80% of the powers in the Saint World chose to submit. 90% of the experts in the Golden Immortal realm and above pledged allegiance to us, but there are a little more out there. One of the officers under General Chun reported. Oh? Who are those who haven't submitted? In the Dongshang God continent, there's Sun Wukong, Ingo, and the Holy Phoenix. He added several other names. Next, he reported the experts from other continents. General Chun, what do you think we should do to them? A frosty light flashed in General Chen's eyes, and he sneered. After today, we'll do what we said. Kill their entire race and exterminate their faction. For people like Mu Shuihan, kill everyone in his faction, down to the last dog. Start from the Dongsheng God continent. In fact, start with the Shushan Immortal Gate. Next, you can go to the Fruits and Flower Mountain before killing your way to the other continents. General Chun snorted. We'll kill to our heart's content. The Pangu world will tremble in fear when they hear our name. No one will ever dare to go against us ever again. Yes, General. However, I've heard that Sun Wukong of the Fruits and Flower Mountain is a troublesome existence. When the Jade Emperor sent out various warriors to take him down, they returned defeated. The Pangu world is full of garbage. We're from the True Dragon Celestial Empire, and they cannot be compared to us. The Jade Emperor is like a fart compared to His Highness back in the True Dragon Palace. The deadline finally passed. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the land, the True Dragon army charged out from the Heavenly Court. They advanced towards the Dongsheng God continent, and a terrifying aura surrounded the immortal world. Father, it's good that we chose to submit. Song Xianxia chuckled happily when she saw the army heading towards the Shushan Immortal Gate. Song Jipeng revealed a haughty expression. I've heard that the Shushan Immortal Gate is the first on their list. They plan on killing everybody there. Anyone related to Mu Shuihan will face a miserable end. Song Qianxian jumped in joy. Are you for real? Song Jipeng nodded slowly. Yes, I heard it from an expert of the True Dragon Celestial Empire. His lips arched upwards and he snickered. It's too bad that little bastard Huang isn't here. I wonder how he will feel when he learns that the Shushan Immortal Gate is exterminated. Father, do you think that little bastard is as strong as His Highness from the True Dragon Celestial Empire? Song Qianxian asked. This time, a prince from the empire came. According to the news they heard, he could kill Dao ancestors like they were weaklings. His strength struck fear in the hearts of those from the immortal world. That little bastard doesn't even come close. Song Jipeng shook his head. You might not know this, but His Highness killed Dao ancestor Jin Peng with a single move. We were there when it happened, and it was terrifying. Dao ancestor Jin Peng? He was an existence comparable to Sun Wukong, and his name resounded far and wide in the past. He had countless disciples, and even the Jade Emperor had to be respectful before him. He was killed by the True Dragon Prince with a single move. When the true dragon army was swarming towards the Shushan Immortal Gate, Huang Xiaolong and the others were waiting in the skies. They planned to head towards the heavenly court after making a statement. It didn't take long before they saw the giant army charging towards them. "General, that's Mu Shuihan of the Shushan Immortal Gate." One of the experts who submitted to the True Dragon Celestial Empire pointed out. "Oh, that's Sun Wukong. Corpse King Ing Go. Holy Phoenix." He pointed at everyone around Huang Xiaolong. "Oh." The general who was leading the army was stunned to discover so many of his targets. "Who's that guy?" He pointed at Huang Xiaolong. "He's the one who suppressed Rulai under the Five-Finger Mountain," the expert of the immortal world explained. Rulai was one of the 6 sages, but he was defeated by that man. However, the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire didn't recognize him. Huang Xiaolong muttered when he noticed the general. "Are you here to exterminate the Shushan Immortal Gate?" A snort left the general's lips. "The universe might be large, but no one dares to defy an order from our True Dragon Celestial Empire. No matter who it is, we'll exterminate their faction. The Shushan Immortal Gate will not be an exception. Of course, you'll die too." However, before the general could complete his sentence, Huang Xiaolong pointed at him casually. He was sent crashing through his army, and a giant gap formed in their massive army. The general cried in pain before exploding into a million pieces. Song Jipeng and the others who wanted to gloat in the Shushan Immortal Gate's misfortune stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Ever since they invaded the heavenly court, that was the first time anyone dared to kill someone from the True Dragon army. You killed General Chen Jinfei." One of the officers stared at Huang Xiaolong and roared in rage. The person he killed was one of the 2 most important generals in the expedition this time. He was a great general, and more than half the officers present were his subordinates. "Look, I killed a general from the True Dragon Celestial Empire. What about it? What can you do to me?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. The faces of the officers present turned extremely ugly. "Our True Dragon Celestial Empire is the strongest power in the universe," an officer yelled. "Our old ancestor is the strongest god of creation in the universe. He stands undefeated, and no one dares to go against us. How dare you defy our order?" Before he could throw out more threats, Huang Xiaolong sent him to meet his maker. He shot straight into the heart of the army before bursting into a mist of blood. "You talk too much," Huang Xiaolong snorted. "All of you better get lost right now. Leave the Pangu world. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one of you. No one will be able to leave even if you want to. Kill them all. No one will be able to leave." The expats of the immortal world stared at each other in confusion. "Is that little bastard crazy?" Song Xianxia mumbled. It was one thing to go against the True Dragon Celestial Empire, and it was a completely different concept to kill a general of the True Dragon army. Moreover, he even threatened to kill every single member of the True Dragon Celestial Empire in the Pangu world. From what she could see, he was mad. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to challenge the prestige of the True Dragon Celestial Empire. Now, no one in the immortal world dared to go against the True Dragon army. Even the 6 sages chose to remain obedient. From what they knew, Hong Jun didn't dare to show his face around the True Dragon army. That could only mean that the strongest expert in the Pangu world was afraid of them. "Get out of the Pangu world?" One of the officers sneered. "You're too full of yourself. You're definitely going to die here today." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong and cursed. Naturally, he wasn't going to live for long after insulting an existence like Huang Xiaolong. A golden ray of light slammed into his chest and a giant area was blown apart. With a single punch, he got rid of nearly half the True Dragon army. Staring at them with a cold gaze, 100 dark figures appeared behind him. Vicious spirits. The experts of the True Dragon army finally started to panic when they recognized the monstrous presence behind Huang Xiaolong. The strongest among them was comparable to Tsang Sun, the leader of the 10 overlords back in the Huanglong world. "Devour all of them," Huang Xiaolong ordered. With his order, The spirits leaped at the members of the true dragon army. They were like wolves in a pack of sheep. Every single one of them grabbed a huge bunch of experts from the true dragon army before throwing them into their mouths. Swathes of soldiers were devoured every second. The skies above the Dongxing god continent turned into a scene of a massacre as blood and flesh rained down on the lands. Song Jipeng and the others stared at the mess falling from the skies and were met with the head of an expert of the true dragon army. His eyes were bulging, and the fear on his face couldn't be hidden. Chills ran through the bodies of the onlookers. In fact, the experts of the Dongxing god continent weren't the only ones who were shocked. Sun Wukong, Ingo, and the others were equally as stunned by the ferocious spirits. What the fuck are they? We can't even kill them. One of the experts from the Immortal world cried out in shock when they realized that the army wasn't damaging their opponents. Even though their bodies were blown apart by the true dragon army, they quickly gathered back together to restore the vicious spirit back to its peak state. It didn't pause for a second as it continued to massacre. As they were formed from the death chi of the universe, there was no way they could be slain by amateurs like the true dragon army. It didn't take long for the true dragon army to suffer massive losses. When the officers started to panic, they were easily dealt with by the heavenless devil ancestor and the others with a single punch. The army that covered the skies was whittled down bit by bit. After several hours of killing, there was only a single man left. He was the strongest officer left after the two were killed by Huang Xiaolong before the start of the battle. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, he roared, "Who the hell are you?" Huang Xiaolong. The members of the Pangu world had no idea what his name meant, but it was like a clap of thunder in the officer's mind. A look of terror appeared in his eyes as he took several steps back. "You're from the Blazing." Huang Xiaolong dealt with the officer before he could complete his sentence. The power of absolute poison at the grand perfection level turned the officer's body into nothingness. When they were done, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward and opened a spatial tunnel to the heavenly court. Sun Wukong and the others disappeared in an instant. A well-built youngster sat on the throne in the heavenly court, and one could easily see the power he wielded from the aura he emitted. He was someone Huang Xiaolong was extremely familiar with, the palace master of the mystery pavilion back in the Huanglong world. Huang Rong. The prince sent by the true dragon celestial empire was precisely Huang Rong, and a row of experts from the Pangu world stood obediently before him. Of course, those who could enter the hall were in the combined Dao ancestor realm. Anyone weaker could only stand outside. The person standing at the forefront was the grand golden immortal. "I greet Prince Huang Rong. The true dragon celestial empire will conquer the universe." The experts of the Pangu world fell to their knees in an instant. A smile hung on Huang Rong's face. "That's right. Now that my true dragon army has set off, we'll exterminate everyone who refuses to submit." Those in the hall sucked in a cold breath as they could picture the miserable end of those who refused to listen. Huang Rong allowed them to get to their feet, and he asked an expert of the empire beside him, "Is there news from Chen Jinfei's side?" Chen Jinfei was the first casualty when the army confronted Huang Xiaolong. He was killed before the battle began. "We should receive news soon. They should be arriving at the Shushan Immortal Gate as we speak," the expert replied. Huang Rong nodded his head happily. All of a sudden, a terrifying amount of death chi filled the skies. The experts from the True Dragon Celestial Empire, along with those from the Pangu world, were shocked. Those are vicious spirits," an expert from the Empire yelled. 100 jet-black figures tore through the skies as they charged at the main hall of the heavenly court. It was obvious that they were the source of the death chi. Jumping in fright, Huang Rong could see that those were no ordinary vicious spirits. Every single one of them was comparable to an expert with 4 or more elements at the perfection level. The strongest was comparable to someone who had 6 elements at the perfection level. That wasn't the largest problem he had on his hands. The problem was the person controlling the vicious spirits. When the members of the Pangu world observed the death chi coming from the spirits, they were shocked. "Kill the intruders!" a marshal from the True Dragon Celestial Empire yelled. 1,000 experts soared into the skies in an instant, and all of them wore high-grade Dao artifacts. Their weapons were of a comparable standard, and they were experts who had reached the grand completion stage in 4 elements or more. That was the strongest army Huang Rong brought along with him for the expedition. The weapons in their hands shot out and a frosty blue light covered the lands. Even the 5 continents in the immortal world could feel the power surrounding the heavenly court. That was the power of absolute frost at the grand completion stage. If a single expert unleashed that type of power, they might be able to take down ordinary Dao venerables. However, 1,000 of them unleashing the same level of power was enough to shake the heavens. The space around the spirits turned into ice, and they failed to advance a single inch. The power of absolute frost threatened to destroy the spirits, but right before they could freeze the spirits completely, a beam of light shot through the skies. It was like a knife that sliced through the world. The power of absolute frost was stopped dead in its tracks. 1,000 experts who attacked were forced backwards. Everyone stared at the sudden change in shock. Several figures emerged from the horizon. The bodies of the newcomers were too tiny compared to the 100 vicious spirits, but the eyes of those from the true dragon celestial empire widened when they saw the familiar face. It was especially so for Huang Rong. Equal parts of terror and shock swept through his heart, and he jumped in fright. Huang Xiaolong. The experts of the empire who didn't know what he looked like were enlightened by Huang Rong's yell, and their legs went soft. In the past, Fu Luosan of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire was a famous figure who struck fear in the hearts of many. He was the son of creation of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire. Even in existence at the level of the Nether Spirit Palace Master, an expert who had reached perfection level in 12 elements, would tremble in his boots when he heard Fu Luosan's name. Now, Huang Xiaolong's reputation had long since eclipsed Fu Luosan. In the younger generation, he was the strongest person in the universe. The greatest genius who ever lived, Huang Xiaolong. The experts of the Pengu world didn't expect Huang Rong and the others to recognize Huang Xiaolong, and it went without saying that they didn't expect the looks of fear on the faces of those from the empire. Isn't Huang Rong a prince of the true dragon celestial empire? How can he know Huang Xiaolong? Unless the crepe myrtle heavenly emperor questioned his entire existence, and many experts of the empire thought of the same thing. Complex emotions welled up in their hearts. As Huang Xiaolong casually strolled towards the palace, Mu Shuihan and the others walked behind him. The 100 spirits parted to form a path for Huang Xiaolong, and they locked down the entire area. 1,000 experts of Huang Rong's trump card army retreated hastily when Huang Xiaolong approached. Huang Xiaolong, this is a matter between our empire and the Pengu world. You better not. A marshal of the true dragon celestial empire stood out to speak. However, he didn't get to finish his sentence when Huang Xiaolong waved his arm casually to shatter the man into dust. Huang Rong and the others looked at him in shock. Wasn't the marshal an expert who reached the perfection level in 10 elements? How could he die just like that? Huang Xiaolong's strength had already surpassed their wildest imaginations. The members of the Pengu world fared even worse when faced with Huang Xiaolong's revelation. When Huang Rong killed several combined Dao ancestors before them, they thought that he was strong. Now, a marshal of the true dragon celestial empire suffered the same fate at Huang Xiaolong's hands. I'll only say this once. Bring everyone from your true dragon celestial empire and get out of the Pengu world. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you, Huang Xiaolong declared. However, a smile crossed his face, and he added, No, Huang Rong, you stay. Huang Rong's ugly expression turned a shade worse when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. How could he not understand what Huang Xiaolong planned to do? He was definitely not getting invited to some party hosted by Huang Xiaolong now that he was made to stay. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that we're afraid of you just because of your identity as the son of creation of the blazing dragon world? Our true dragon celestial empire will not hesitate to eliminate you once and for all. Another marshal of the true dragon celestial empire failed to suppress the rage in his heart, and he roared, Not even you master dares to mess with our old ancestor. Who the fuck do you think you are? Squeezing the air slightly, Huang Xiaolong popped the man like a bubble when he was done speaking. In my eyes, you're nothing more than garbage too. Huang Xiaolong sneered. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're still in the Pangu world by then, all of you will die. The experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire could only turn to Huang Rong. Time slowly passed, but no one dared to speak. Those from the Pangu world didn't dare to breathe loudly. Huang Xiaolong, are you sure you wish to go against my True Dragon Celestial Empire? Huang Rong finally sighed. You're wrong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Staring at him in shock, they thought that he would propose a ceasefire between the two behemoths in the universe. Your True Dragon Celestial Empire has been hell-bent on killing me. You're the ones who chose to go against my Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. When Huang Shang captured his father, Huang Long, and announced their ambitions to annex the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, there was no going back. Neither party would stop till they were dead. Huang Rong glared at Huang Xiaolong and snorted. Huang Xiaolong, your talent might surpass everyone in the universe, but you have to remember, you're no god of creation. Now that you declared war on us, do you think your master can protect you forever? Our old ancestor will surpass the god of creation realm soon. He will be the only supreme being in the universe. When that happens, you, your master, and everyone you love will die. Huang Xiaolong reached into the void and dragged Huang Rong towards him. Holding him by the neck, he growled, "Come back again when Huang Shang breaks through. Despite what you think, he won't be able to surpass the god of creation realm. That is because before he does, I'll kill him and devour his essence spirit." His voice rang in the minds of those present. It wasn't a threat he threw out in a fit of anger. Huang Shang was planning to devour Huang Long to surpass the god of creation realm, and since the enmity had been sown, Huang Xiaolong would devour him before he got the chance to kill his father. If Huang Shang had any hopes of surpassing the god of creation realm, Huang Xiaolong's chance would be infinitely greater if he devoured Huang Shang. The experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire stared at him like he was crazy. His threat was too childish. In fact, it was the greatest joke of all. Huang Xiaolong, you're a pitiful little man. Huang Rong mocked. Do you really think you can devour our old ancestor? There's no need for you to worry about it, Huang Xiaolong muttered. You won't live to see the day when that happens. After he spoke, a ball of flame started to eat away at Huang Rong's body. The Huang Long flame caused Huang Rong to scream in pain. Even with his Huang Long bloodline and indestructible physique, he failed to withstand the flame. He was like a rag that was set aflame. He might not burn fast, but no one could put the fire out. The experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire heard the heart-wrenching cries from Huang Rong, and their expressions changed. Fear, rage, hatred, and anger clouded their hearts as they glared at Huang Xiaolong. Leave. Go back and tell His Majesty to avenge me. Huang Rong roared. Attack. Save the sixth prince. If anyone dares to escape, I'll kill you personally. Die. The marshals and generals of the True Dragon Celestial Empire charged at Huang Xiaolong in unison. Members of the Pangu world, listen up. If you choose to remain idle, our old ancestor will kill you when he comes. Another marshal screamed. The crepe myrtle heavenly emperor and the others stared at him in shock, but they didn't know if they should advance. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face and the Pangu sword appeared. Several billion stands of sword chi filled the skies. The sword chi tore through the defenses of those from the empire. Blood filled the skies in an instant. Kill! The heavenless devil ancestor waved his hand and an endless amount of devil troops appeared. They charged at the army of the True Dragon Celestial Empire. Sun Wukong waved his arm to summon an army of monkeys, and the corpse chi around Go turned into an uncountable number of undead creatures. The Holy Phoenix returned to her true form, and the massacre started. With a frosty look in his eyes, the Pangu sword in Huang Xiaolong's hands soared through the skies. No one had the power to stop a monster like him. Everyone who was touched by the sword turned into ash. When the experts of the Pangu world witnessed the one-sided massacre, they were too shocked to speak. Was that really the true dragon army that had the power to sweep through the universe? Was that the true dragon army that conquered the heavenly court in a matter of days? The killing continued for 2 whole days, and the experts of the Pangu world would never forget what happened. A shade of crimson red filled the skies. Even the ocean ran red from all the killing. When the true dragon Celestial Empire realized that they didn't possess a single chance of winning, they discovered that the entire space had been locked down by Huang Xiaolong. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Huang Xiaolong, you will die a miserable death. Huang Rong's spirit looked at the corpses that were piled high, and he screamed, "Our celestial emperor and the old ancestor will never let you off." His body had long been destroyed by Huang Xiaolong. The only reason his Dao soul was still alive was because Huang Xiaolong chose to keep it there. Relax. Huang Dinghai and Huang Shang's end will make you feel like you got lucky. After he spoke, he threw Huang Rong into the sun-moon furnace. When he was done, he looked at the experts of the Pangu world. The crepe myrtle heavenly emperor and the others fell to their knees in an instant. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong chose to let them off. Leaving the heavenly court, he returned to the Shushan Immortal Gate. He left the very next day. He expected Huang Dinghai to learn about what happened in the Pangu world, and he knew that it was time to leave. Since he had already achieved his goal in the Pangu world, there was no need to linger. As Sun Wukong, Ingo, and the Holy Phoenix begged him to take them with him, the 3 of them went along with the Huang family when they left the Pangu world. After leaving, they stared at the boundless universe around them in awe. "So that's what the universe looks like," Huang Qinfei gasped. Huang Xiaolong grinned. That was also his reaction when he stepped into the vast universe for the first time. Regardless, he didn't bring them back to the blazing dragon world. He brought them to the world of departed souls. After refining the world of departed souls, he knew that even an expert at Huangsheng's level would be unable to break into it. Several years passed. Huang Xiaolong allowed them to settle down in the world of departed souls before setting off. His next destination was the blazing dragon world. When he returned, the old dragon nagged at him. "You little brat, why are you always stirring things up? Look at the mess you made in the Pangu world." It was clear the old dragon knew what happened to the true dragon Celestial Empire. "Anyway, you did great. Good stuff. I had long since wanted to knock them down a peg." The old dragon roared with laughter in the next moment. "Master, is there any reaction from Huang Shang's side?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "He has been focusing on breaking through. Unless the skies collapse, he won't leave the true dragon Celestial Empire. You can rest assured that he won't do anything crazy. Whatever the case, you have to be careful. Huang Dinghai and the others have been looking into Huang Shengdao's disappearance. He probably suspects something. You better keep yourself in check." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He knew how serious the matter was. If they managed to discover the truth, the blazing dragon Celestial Empire would have to face the wrath of 5 celestial empires. "As for Huang Rong, he sent someone over to get you. He wants me to hand you over to them, but I broke the man's legs before throwing him back to the true dragon Celestial Empire." The blazing dragon spoke a little more about the matters that happened in recent years, and Huang Xiaolong asked about Huang Long. "Have you found the Pangu axe?" A crafty smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he laughed. "Of course I did. He found it." The old dragon roared with laughter and his eyes lit up. "Nice. Little brat, you didn't let me down." He knew the importance of the Pangu axe when Huang Xiaolong had to face Huang Shang in the future. "Little brat, you got lucky." He had always been envious of Huang Xiaolong's luck. Chuckling in amusement, a tiny little axe appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands. The surface of the axe looked a little silvery, but it most definitely was not made of silver. He passed the axe to the old dragon. Caressing the axe in his hands, the old dragon sighed. "This is a good axe. It's an amazing weapon." However, a frown soon formed on his face. At his level, he could easily notice the problem with the Pangu axe. "This axe." Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong, the old dragon frowned. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Pangu fought with a god of creation in the past, and the weapon spirit was damaged. he left the axe on Earth in order to nurture it with the natural spiritual qi. Now, the axe only has half of its original power. The old dragon stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence. What the fuck? Who has the ability to damage the weapon spirit? With Pangu's strength, he can't be much weaker than me. Not even Huang Shang's dragon axe will be able to damage the Pangu axe. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I only managed to learn of the reason after the weapon spirit awakened. In order to learn of his identity, I will have to wait for the weapon spirit to fully recover. All I know is that the weapon spirit was damaged by a giant hammer. Giant hammer? After racking his brains, the old dragon had no idea who used a giant hammer. After some time, a look of pity appeared on the old dragon's face. Such a pity. The power of the Pangu axe might be shocking, but it was nothing it used to be. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to restore a weapon like that. If it was easy to restore the axe, Pangu wouldn't have left it on Earth. Do you know where Pangu is? The old dragon asked. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I have no idea. However, he left the Pangu world not too long after his battle. Not even the weapon spirit knows where he went. From what I think, the other god of creation should play a crucial part in Pangu's whereabouts. Do you mean to say that you'll be able to locate Pangu after you find the god of creation who battled with him? Yes. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. If he didn't learn of the battle, he might not know how to find Pangu. However, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would be able to understand everything once he found the unknown god of creation. I will use the power of the empire to look for him, the old dragon sighed. Master, do you think that the mysterious god of creation is the Tao Emperor? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. After all, the Tao Emperor has also been missing for quite some time. A light flashed in the old dragon's eyes for a moment, but a sigh soon followed. It can't be the Tao Emperor. He might be strong, but he won't be able to fight Pangu. Even without the axe, Pangu wouldn't lose to him. There's no way he could damage the Pangu axe. Turning to Huang Xiaolong, he continued, Are you planning to cultivate in the blazing dragon world? Or, thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong sighed, I'll head out for a bit. Even though the blazing dragon world was safe, he wanted to see if he could discover other miracles when exploring the universe. He might have obtained the Pangu axe and gained the ability to use the Pangu world origin, but the spiritual energy contained in the Pangu world was scarce. He pretty much devoured what he could in the years that he was there, and it was also the reason he left. Moreover, he used all the Pangu pills he obtained in the Pangu treasury. If he wished to increase his strength, he would need to look for more treasures. If he wanted to reach the limit of his third world in seclusion, he would probably need 100 million years. He couldn't afford to take that long. As such, he planned to scour the universe for more treasures. All right, you have incredible luck, and you might discover something when traveling the universe. The old dragon nodded happily. However, you will need to be careful of the true dragon celestial empire. Relax. I know what to do. Huang Xiaolong reassured the old dragon. Master, do you know of any other worlds like the world of departed souls? If he could find another world like it, it would be great. The spiritual qi contained in the world origin of a world that size would be more effective than 100 million creation-level pills. Staring at the brat in shock, the old dragon didn't expect him to ask about things like that. After pausing for a second, he shook his head. The only world at that level in the explored universe is the world of departed souls. Huang Xiaolong guessed as much, but a wave of disappointment filled him when he heard what the old dragon said. However, there might just be worlds like that in the universe. The old dragon laughed. You might be able to find one if you explore the universe. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. After staying for a day in the blazing dragon world, Huang Xiaolong left. He thought about the Shi Xiaofei and the others, and he planned on bringing them along with him. Even though the blazing dragon was there to protect them, he would only feel safe when they entered the world of departed souls. Moreover, they would be able to interact with the members of the Huang family. Of course, there were also the 10 overlords, Yuantiani, and the subordinates of the overlords. When he brought them over to the world of departed souls, he spent a year with them before leaving. With nothing else to hold him back, he could cultivate in peace. He wouldn't have to worry about their safety when roaming the universe. However, he went to the Dao Emperor world before he started to roam the universe. When Huang Shengdao obtained the Dao Emperor sword in the past, he didn't open the final seal in the Dao Emperor's treasury. Now, Huang Xiaolong planned to complete the final step. After all, it was the most important part of the Dao Emperor's treasury. No matter what, there should be several creation-level pills in there. As for the formations and traps laid down by the five powers, he couldn't care less. With his strength, he could deal with the experts stationed there without alerting anyone else. Several months later, it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to arrive in the Dao Emperor world. Stepping into the Dao Emperor world once again, Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of emotions washing over his heart. When he entered the Dao Emperor world with the sixth princess of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, he was nearly killed by Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao. Luckily for him, the old dragon had intervened and saved his life. Now that he was back, he summoned the Huang Long armor and the Huang Long cape. He hid in the cracks of space, and he started soaring through the void. With his comprehension of the power of space at the perfection stage, ordinary God of Creation realm experts might not be able to discover his presence when he used the two creation artifacts. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong approached the Dao Emperor treasury. Since the treasury belonged to the Dao Emperor, it went without saying that it was located in the Dao Emperor Palace. Initially, the Dao Emperor had laid down countless formations to hide his Dao Palace. However, Huang Shengdao had managed to open it with the Dao Emperor's sword, and the palace could no longer be hidden from the world. Despite the fact that it was no longer hidden, the energy contained in the palace was strong enough to stop most intruders. Releasing his Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong soon located the experts who were hidden around the palace. They really sent a lot of people over, Huang Xiaolong sneered. Even though it had already been a long time since the world of departed souls disappeared, the number of experts sent over by the five factions increased by the year. According to the old dragon's investigation in the past, there were 50,000 experts stationed around the Dao Emperor Palace. Now, there were 100,000 of them. The number of experts doubled. Out of the 100,000 present, there were more than 30 supreme beings who had comprehended all 13 elements to perfection level. Every single one of them could wield grand cosmos energy, and they possessed no less than 100 million units each. The strongest person there had already accumulated 1.2 billion units of grand cosmos energy. It was someone sent by the true dragon Celestial Empire, and the Huang Long bloodline in his body was extremely dense. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect there to be such a powerful expert in the true dragon Celestial Empire. With his strength, he could be said to be at the peak of the Dao Venerable Realm. With his power, he was stronger than Huang Dinghai, the Celestial Emperor of the true dragon Celestial Empire. One had to know that Huang Dinghai had only accumulated slightly more than 1.1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It seemed as though the true dragon Celestial Empire was hell-bent on capturing the culprit. They actually sent so many people out to the Dao Palace. Even so, Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to take action. Since the five powers were planning to capture him when he opened the final seal, he would ensure that none of them were left alive. As his body started to flash about in space, he started to lay down an innate dragon formation around the palace. Next, he threw down countless powerful formations around the palace. After setting down more than a dozen formations, he started to attract the attention of the expert of the true dragon Celestial Empire. "Who's there?" A voice boomed through the air, and the space around him started to crack. It was as though a god of creation had descended. His yell alerted the members of the five superpowers, and Huang Xiaolong eventually appeared before them. He held the Huang Long twin blades in his hands, and it was time for him to hunt. Huang Xiaolong. His appearance roused a whole new level of commotion. As his apprenticeship ceremony with the blazing dragon was too high-key, there were too many people who recognized him. The expert from the true dragon Celestial Empire appeared from the void, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong. As it turned out, it's the son of creation of the blazing dragon world. Why did your highness come all the way here? The experts of the 5 factions started to reveal themselves. They surrounded Huang Xiaolong, and there was no way for him to escape. With 100,000 of them there, the aura they released could scare an ordinary Dao venerable to death. Huang Xiaolong ignored the question completely as he continued. Who would have thought that the true Dragon Celestial Empire would possess an expert at your level? Regardless, all of you will be leaving your lives here today. The expert of the true Dragon Celestial Empire squinted at Huang Xiaolong before turning to stare at the space around them. You laid down a formation to seal off this space. A trace of doubt formed in his heart. Why didn't he notice anything? A frown formed on the face of an expert from the excessive darkness Celestial Empire. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a god of creation? His strength was slightly weaker than the expert from the true Dragon Celestial Empire. He was a cultivator with over 1.1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the person who spoke. You're stronger than the extreme bliss Celestial Emperor, but even without entering the god of creation realm, I can still kill you. You're nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Everyone stared at each other in shock. It was you! The expert from the true Dragon Celestial Empire roared. He locked on to Huang Xiaolong and released his aura completely. The power of someone about to break into the god of creation realm was revealed, and the skies started to tremble. The formations laid down by Huang Xiaolong released countless rays of light, and they vibrated a little. Huang Xiaolong disregarded the killing intent rolling off the man, and he chuckled. That's right. I killed the experts of your factions back in the world of departed souls. The Dao Emperor Sword appeared all of a sudden to revolve around Huang Xiaolong. Dao Emperor Sword. The faces of those present changed. Do it! The old ancestor said that he wants him alive. The experts of the 5 superpowers attacked instantly. The skies shattered and the earth crumbled. It was as though the world was coming to an end as they launched their attacks on Huang Xiaolong. Even the Grand Dao had to make way for the combined strike of 100,000 experts at their level. When the expert from the true Dragon Celestial Empire unleashed his attack, the power of reincarnation seemed to weaken. Life and death seemed to be under his complete control. With their combined strength, even Huang Dinghai and Di Zongtian would be blown to bits. Other than God of Creation realm experts, no one would be able to withstand the blast. Right before their attacks could slam into Huang Xiaolong, he finally responded. He no longer hid his strength, and grand cosmos energy filled the space around him. 100 million, 200 million. Eventually, it reached a shocking 1.2 billion units. The experts of the 5 factions were taken aback when they felt such power. When all of them thought that it would finally stop increasing, a beam of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. 1.3 billion. As soon as they felt the final addition, the expert of the true Dragon Celestial Empire gasped in shock. God of creation? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The faces of the other experts changed instantly. Impossible! How can he be a god of creation? The aura Huang Xiaolong released continued to climb. The amount of grand cosmos energy soon broke through the 1.4 billion mark. 1.5, 1.6, 1.7. It didn't stop there. When it crossed the 2 billion mark, it didn't show any signs of slowing down. Eventually, it stopped when he released 2.6 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's strength was comparable to a universe-level volcano that erupted suddenly. It had the power to turn the universe upside down, and the attacks that approached him were blown to bits. A single thought flashed through the minds of the experts of the 5 superpowers. He's invincible. Under the God of Creation realm, Huang Xiaolong was an unbeatable existence. They were sent flying under the sudden impact, and when they landed, they vomited mouthfuls of blood. Those who were a little weaker were completely crippled. Miserable cries filled the skies. You're no god of creation. How can you possess 2.6 billion units of grand cosmos energy? The expert of the true Dragon Celestial Empire stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous look. One could only cross the 1.3 billion mark after entering the God of Creation realm. However, Huang Xiaolong had double that. Lord Huangjia, Huang Xiaolong seems to possess 3 small worlds. An expert of the True Dragon Celestial Empire pointed out. His possession of 3 small worlds was no longer a secret. It was also the reason he was hailed as the most talented expert in the universe. The expressions of the others sank. If Huang Xiaolong reached the limit of all 3 worlds, he would possess 3.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy before he stepped into the God of Creation realm. The absurd number caused their hearts to run cold. One had to know that God of Creation realm experts would only possess 1.3 billion units of grand cosmos energy after they broke through. With Huang Xiaolong's strength, he would be comparable to a perfection-level God of Creation. Hurry up and run. Contact the old ancestor. Huangjia, the expert of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, roared. His body shook once, and he turned into his true form. His claws reached for the formation, trapping them in an attempt to tear it to shreds. If Huang Xiaolong only had 1.3 billion units of grand cosmos energy, he would be willing to give it a shot. However, any notion of fighting back disappeared once Huang Xiaolong revealed his strength. After all, not even God of Creation realm experts would be a match for him, much less those present. Seeing as the strongest cultivator present was planning to run, everyone else started to attack the formation around them. A sneer left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Since he chose to reveal his strength and the fact that he killed Huang Shengdao and the others, there was no way he would allow them to escape. The twin blades in his hands started to dance as blade light filled the space contained in the formation. The Tao Emperor sword also transformed into a giant dragon that swam in the air around him. Blood filled the skies. In less than 2 hours, the only ones left were Huangjia and 4 other experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire. Huang Xiaolong didn't kill them for a reason. Since Huang Sheng planned to devour Huang Long for his bloodline and essence energy to strengthen himself, Huang Xiaolong could devour the bloodline of the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire to enter the God of Creation realm. After all, their bloodlines came from the same source. He might not be able to progress by much if he devoured the bloodline of other experts, but it was a different story as they all had the Huang Long bloodline. It also went without saying that devouring experts of a certain level would be useful. Only experts who had crossed the 1.0 billion unit mark would be effective. Huang Xiaolong, I'm not Huang Shengdao. If anything happens to me, the old ancestor will definitely emerge to investigate the matter personally. Huang Jia roared. He will definitely discover that you're behind this. That's great. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Jia stared at him in shock. It might not be a good thing to draw Huang Sheng out of seclusion, but on the other hand, that would interrupt Huang Sheng's goal of devouring his father's bloodline. He wasn't afraid that Huang Sheng would be able to discover his presence. After all, he planned to wipe the entire area clean the moment he was done. He refused to believe that Huang Sheng could draw any conclusions with nothing to work with. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong sealed the energy in their bodies before throwing them into the sun-moon furnace. He planned to devour them when the time came. Opening the restrictions around the palace, he entered the main hall. With the assistance of the Tao Emperor sword, he approached the final seal. When he finally opened the seal, he discovered countless spiritual herbs and spiritual veins lining the space within. There were only 2 universe-level spiritual veins, but there were more than a dozen bottles of Tao Emperor pills. At least I didn't waste my time, Huang Xiaolong sighed. Soon after, he threw everything of value into his furnace. When it was done, he shattered the space around him with a single punch. He wiped away all traces of his presence, and he reformed the space around him before leaving. Even if Huang Sheng arrived, he wouldn't be able to restore the space to what it once was. With the Huang Long cape, he hid in the void before he took his leave. With that, there were no traces of him ever entering or leaving the Tao Emperor world. Several days later, a figure appeared in the space around the Tao Emperor palace. The man was clad in golden robes, and he was able to wield endless power. Huang Sheng had arrived. As soon as he did, killing intent rose in his heart. His expression was ugly as he looked at the space around him. The experts he sent to capture Huang Shengdao's killer were elite cultivators of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, and Huang Jia was an important figure in the upper echelons. Huang Jia had hopes of entering the God of Creation realm, but all of them were gone. Not a single expert remained. Huang Sheng waved his arm around as he tried to restore the space around him. However, his expression turned a shade darker when he realized that he couldn't do a thing. Entering the Dao Emperor Palace, he tried to look for traces of the assailant. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong eliminated any trace of his presence. You better not let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I'll torture you for eternity. Huang Shang's voice resounded through the Dao Emperor world. The news quickly started to spread, and the great worlds trembled when they realized that the experts of the 5 factions were killed by a mysterious expert. Huang Xiaolong didn't care too much about what happened as he stepped onto a random star in the vast space. He laid down countless restrictions around him before sitting down cross-legged. He started to devour the 5 experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire. As he devoured the 5 of them, Huang Xiaolong continued to train in the Pangu world creation art. The grand cosmos energy accumulated by the 5 became his gains. His seclusion lasted for more than 50,000 years. When he finally opened his eyes, he had long since converted all the grand cosmos energy. He also managed to refine both universe-level spiritual veins along with the bottles of pills. The grand cosmos energy accumulated in his 3rd world reached a staggering 230 million units. The grand cosmos energy he obtained from the 5 experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire didn't even make up a tenth of what he had now. Luckily for him, he had the 4 origin divine fires. He was able to devour all 5 of them quickly despite him not being in the God of Creation realm. Ensuring that there was no problem with his cultivation, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. A feeling of joy formed in his heart. He might not have reached the peak of his 3rd great world, but his speed of cultivation was several times greater than when he refined the world of departed souls. It's a pity. Only Huang Jia had accumulated more than 1.2 billion units. Huang Xiaolong sighed. If all 5 of them were at his level, Huang Xiaolong might be able to be twice as strong as he was. He eventually left the star he cultivated on. When he left, he started to roam about the universe. He looked for clues on creation-level herbs and universe-level spiritual veins, and he also got someone to look for the whereabouts of experts from the True Dragon Celestial Empire. In the next hundreds of thousands of years that followed, there were experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire disappearing left and right. Huang Dinghai was jumping in rage, but he failed to find the culprit no matter how hard he tried. Old ancestor, we lost contact with Huang Yu yesterday. Huang Dinghai kneeled before Huang Shang in one of the random spaces in the empire as beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was the 7th victim since Huang Xiaolong's killing spree started. The True Dragon Celestial Empire lost 7 experts with more than 100 million units of grand cosmos energy in the past hundreds of thousands of years. If that kept up, it would be a matter of time before all the noteworthy experts in the empire disappeared. When that happened, the True Dragon Celestial Empire would be an empire no more. The true experts the Celestial Empires had under their banner were those who had accumulated more than 100 million units of grand cosmos energy. Without them, Huang Dinghai would be a commander with no soldiers. Huang Shang glared at Huang Dinghai for a solid minute. The Celestial Emperor fell to his knees in fright. Under the gaze of a god of creation at the grand completion stage like Huang Shang, Huang Dinghai didn't dare to breathe loudly. You're useless, Huang Sheng growled. Yes, I'm useless, Huang Dinghai added. You can't even find out what happened in the world of departed souls after so many years. There's the matter of the Dao Emperor Palace too. Now, the experts of our empire are killed by a mysterious killer, and you can't even find out the man's identity, Huang Shang roared. If not for the fact that you made great contributions to the empire, I would cripple you right here and now. Huang Dinghai prostrated on the ground, and he didn't dare to quibble. He might be able to save himself if he kept quiet, but if he tried to quarrel with the old ancestor, he was bound to be a cripple. What about Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts? Have you found him yet? Huang Xing asked. Panicking, Huang Dinghai stuttered. Not yet. Ever since he killed our men in the Pangu world, he hasn't shown himself. Go look for him. Look for him right now. Report his whereabouts to me once you discover any traces of him. Huang Xing growled. Even if he appears in the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, you have to let me know. He felt that something was off about Huang Xiaolong. His intuition told him that everything that happened had something to do with the kid, but he refused to believe that a mere Huang Xiaolong had the ability to raise waves in the True Dragon Celestial Empire. As such, he would personally move against Huang Xiaolong the moment he appeared. Regardless of the price he had to pay, he knew that he had to kill Huang Xiaolong. Even if he had to fight with the old dragon, he would sacrifice everything to kill the threat that was growing larger by the day. After Huang Dinghai left, Huang Shang appeared beside Huang Long. The corners of Huang Long's mouth arched upwards. Who would have thought that the strongest individual in the universe would be flustered? Huang Long, you won't be here for long. Let me tell you right now. I plan on creating a world of my own. In my world, I will devour you. I might have needed 1 billion years to devour you previously, but once we're in my world, I will only need 500 million years. As for your son, he won't be living for much longer. Once I surpass the God of Creation realm, he won't be able to hide no matter how large the universe is. Huang Shang snorted. Huang Long's face changed. He didn't expect Huang Shang to establish a world of his own. If that were the case, the time Huang Shang needed to surpass the God of Creation realm would be cut in half. Once that happened, it was true that Huang Xiaolong would have no place to hide. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong was staring at a youngster in one of the random worlds in the universe. The other party was an expert with 300 million units of grand cosmos energy called Huang Yu. Huang Xiaolong, it's you. Huang Yu glared at Huang Xiaolong and roared in panic. Huang Xiaolong, you won't get away with this. Too lazy to talk to him, Huang Xiaolong sealed off Huang Yu's energy before devouring him. Several tens of thousands of years later, Huang Xiaolong left the small world in the universe and soared through the universe. In the years that followed, the experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire hid in the Blazing Dragon world. Huang Xiaolong didn't find any chances to make a move on them. When Huang Xiaolong was planning on sneaking into the True Dragon Celestial Empire to grab some experts, a piece of good news came from the old dragon. Discovered a natural large world like the world of departed souls? That was great news indeed. After he devoured the essence energy of the world that was discovered, Huang Xiaolong's third world had hopes of surpassing the 1.2 billion grand cosmos energy mark. He would be able to break into the God of Creation realm. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong appeared before the old dragon. Giving Huang Xiaolong all the details he knew, the old dragon sighed. Huang Shang has been keeping a close eye on me. I won't be able to head over with you, and you need to take care of yourself. The newly discovered world is located at the heart of the universe vortex, and it's a dangerous place, the old dragon reminded him. Master, relax. Huang Xiaolong spoke to the blazing dragon. After reminding Huang Xiaolong about some other things, the old dragon didn't stay for long. He quickly returned to the blazing dragon world. When the old dragon left, Huang Xiaolong headed towards the universe vortex. The universe vortex was extremely far away from the blazing dragon world, and even with Huang Xiaolong's speed, it took him dozens of years before arriving. The universe vortex was basically endless, and when it spun about in space, space and time would be brought along with the flow. A frightening buzz roared in space, and everyone in a billion-mile radius would be able to hear it. After examining the terrifying power coming from within the universe vortex, Huang Xiaolong's expression turned solemn. The destructive power far surpassed the strength of a god of creation who possessed 1.3 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Ordinary gods of creation would never be able to venture into the universe vortex. It was no wonder the old dragon reminded him time and time again to be careful. He was in no rush to enter the universe vortex. Instead, he examined it carefully. He discovered that the rotation of the universe vortex would slow down from time to time, and even though each interval was only several minutes long, it was more than enough for Huang Xiaolong to charge his way into the region. A mysterious force would emerge from the center of the vortex when the rotation slowed, and Huang Xiaolong noticed that the energy was similar to that of the world of departed souls. Even though he discovered the pattern of the universe vortex, Huang Xiaolong still chose to remain outside for some time. The restrictions around the vortex world were too damn strong. Even if he charged into the universe vortex, he wouldn't be able to enter the vortex world. He could only wait for the restrictions around the vortex world to disappear before making his way into it. The world of departed souls would release its restrictions every 100 million years, and the same had to be true for the vortex world. Huang Xiaolong laid down countless restrictions around the universe vortex and the space around him before sitting down in the middle of space. He released the 4 universe origin fires and started to cultivate. With the universe origin fires spinning around him, universe source qi flooded down from the void. It entered Huang Xiaolong's body endlessly. The wait lasted 100,000 years, and when Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, he realized that the restrictions around the vortex world showed no signs of weakening. When that went down, the old dragon received news that Huang Shang was planning to establish a great world of his own. More than 30 worlds trembled at the news. It was indeed something that could shake up the entire universe. Huang Shang had established his true dragon celestial empire in the blazing dragon world countless years ago, and now that he wished to establish a great world of his own, he would have to restart from scratch. Of course, there were benefits to creating his own world. The true dragon celestial empire would be able to advance without any obstructions there, and Huang Shang would be the only ruler of his world. He would no longer be restricted by the laws of the blazing dragon world. When Huang Xiaolong received the message from the old dragon, his heart sank. That wasn't good news for him. 500 million years. According to the old dragon, Huang Shang was probably planning to establish his great world after devouring Huang Long. As such, he would only have 500 million years left. In order to save his father, he would have to enter the large completion stage of the God of Creation realm. That was the only way for him to possess more than 10 billion units of grand cosmos energy to challenge Huang Shang. In the past, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he would be able to surpass Huang Shang with the time he had. The previous estimate was 1 billion years, and Huang Xiaolong was absolutely certain he could do it. Now he had half the time. Huang Xiaolong looked at the universe vortex spinning in front of him. Like 100,000 years ago, the restrictions remained as strong as ever. If he charged in with all his might, a light flashed in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong had 3 billion units of grand cosmos energy, and he had a powerful physique. With the Huang Long armor set, Pangu axe, and the Dao Emperor sword, he might really have a chance of charging his way in. However, there was also a possibility that he would suffer serious injuries from the backlash should he fail. The 3 worlds in his body might be seriously injured, and even if he did smash his way in, he might have to take some time to recuperate. It would definitely affect the time he took to refine the world. Should I do it? Huang Xiaolong started to hesitate. Just like that, 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Huang Xiaolong was planning to barge his way in no matter the cost, the universe vortex stopped spinning in an instant. The restrictions around the vortex world disappeared as though it was never there to begin with. Staring at the vortex world with his eyes wide open, joy filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. Pushing his speed to the limit, he appeared before the vortex world in the blink of an eye. The moment he appeared, the entrance to the world appeared. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate to fly straight into it. Sigh. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief when he finally entered the vortex world. The importance of the vortex world to Huang Xiaolong was something he couldn't describe. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Huang Xiaolong circulated the Pangu world creation art and started to suck in the universe source qi endlessly. He flew towards the direction where the qi was the most concentrated, and it was exactly what he did in the world of departed souls. As long as he found the land of origin, he would be able to refine the vortex world. When that happened, he would be able to absorb the source of the world. The vortex world was larger than Huang Xiaolong ever imagined. It might be even larger than the world of departed souls. He only managed to locate the origin holy world after several years. Looking at the origin, Huang Xiaolong felt the terrifying pulsations of universe-source qi, and he sucked in a cold breath. As it didn't hurt to be careful, Huang Xiaolong laid down countless restrictions around the origin holy world before he started the refinement process. The 4 universe origin fires appeared and a sea of flames surrounded Huang Xiaolong. 30 years passed quickly, and Huang Xiaolong finally managed to refine the vortex world. The entire process was much smoother than he imagined. Since he controlled the world, the only thing left to do was to absorb the universe spiritual qi it accumulated for countless years. Sitting in the heart of the world's origin land, the 4 universe origin fires revolved around Huang Xiaolong. The third world in his body started to emit rays of brilliant light as he circulated the Pangu world creation art. The universe source qi fell from the void like a heavenly river. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye 1,000,000 years had gone. The grand cosmos energy in Huang Xiaolong's third world rose endlessly. It didn't take long before it broke through the 500 million mark barrier. 600 million, 700 million. Rays of light covered Huang Xiaolong's body. The light illuminated the origin holy world as the sea of flames produced by the 4 universe origin fires fluctuated wildly. They looked to be extremely happy as Huang Xiaolong became even stronger. After 6 million years, the third world finally broke through the 1.0 billionth mark. If Huang Xiaolong went all out, he would be able to summon the power of 3.6 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Ordinary God of Creation realm experts would only possess 3 billion units of grand cosmos energy when they entered the grand completion stage. Even so, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop there. He continued to grow stronger. After 800,000 years, he reached the 1.1 billionth mark. 1 million years later, Huang Xiaolong finally stopped cultivating. What a shame, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. His third world failed to break past the 1.2 billionth mark, and he was stuck at the final step. No matter how reluctant he was to accept the result, that was the truth. Huang Xiaolong had no other way as he had already sucked the universe origin qi clean. Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong released his Tao souls to cover the entire world. He was overjoyed to discover 2 universe-level spiritual veins. They might not be a lot, but they were more than enough to push Huang Xiaolong through to the 1.2 billionth mark. After obtaining the 2 spiritual veins, Huang Xiaolong refined them instantly. He only left the vortex world after several hundreds of thousands of years. Since he broke through the 1.2 billionth mark, he was a small step away from finally reaching the 1.3 billion mark. A light flashed in his eyes. If he refined Huang Dinghai of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, he would definitely be able to break through. He turned into a streak of light as he returned to the blazing dragon world. Along the way, he met Zhang Yin once again. There were many experts of the extreme heaven celestial empire with her as they hunted down 2 massive universe beasts. The only thing that shocked Huang Xiaolong was the ability of the beasts to last such a long time. Their defenses were extremely sturdy, and not even the 6th princess could leave a mark on their skin. On closer inspection, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the 2 beasts were using secret arts related to the Pangu world. From how they acted, it seemed to be a combination of both the Pangu world creation art and the 9 revolution mysterious art. One had to know that both secret arts were created by Pangu. Huang Xiaolong felt his heartbeat accelerate. Could they be related to Pangu? All these years, the old dragon had been searching for Pangu's whereabouts. However, he failed to obtain any information at all. If the beasts were related to Pangu, they might know where he went. Since that was the case, Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated. He chose to make his move to save them from the members of the extreme heaven celestial empire. A flash of light fell from the void just as they were about to catch up to the beasts. As the light blinded them temporarily, Huang Xiaolong brought the beasts away before they could react. By the time they opened their eyes, the beasts were already gone. What? Hurry up and search. Zhang Yin's expression fell. The beasts were special, and they might have some relationship with Pangu. She had been tracking them for several years now. After searching for half a day, the experts of the extreme heaven celestial empire gathered back together, empty-handed. Your Highness, The two of them might have already been saved by someone, one of the experts reported. Unwilling to accept the fact, Zheng Yin sent them out to search once again. When that was happening, Huang Xiaolong stood in the skies above one of the random planets in the area. He looked at the beasts who were covered in a golden light. He didn't waste time as he looked through their memories directly. Huang Xiaolong was right. They definitely had something to do with Pangu. When Pangu was touring the universe, he met the two beasts, and they followed him for tens of thousands of years. According to their memories, Pangu was heading towards the Xianxia world. Xianxia world? Huang Xiaolong frowned. There were more than 30 worlds in the universe, and the Xianxia world was one of them that didn't amount to much. It was probably ranked in the middle of all the great worlds, and the god of creation who made the world, Xianxia, was equally as low-key. He might be a god of creation, but he wasn't someone who created huge waves. A weird light shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong charged straight towards the Xianxia world. Since they weren't too far away, he was tempted by the chance of finding Pangu. He planned to take a look at the Xianxia world, as he felt that Pangu's disappearance wasn't natural at all. Xianxia might know something about Pangu's disappearance. In fact, he might be responsible for it. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong arrived in the Xianxia world. He quickly found the celestial emperor of the Xianxia celestial empire, Xianfeng. Xianfeng looked at Huang Xiaolong with suspicion. "Are you looking for our old ancestor?" In any case, Huang Xiaolong had long since changed his appearance. Xianfeng would never discover his true appearance. "That's right," Huang Xiaolong muttered as he released his aura. Even so, he only displayed 1.5 billion units of grand cosmos energy. God of creation. Xianfeng's expression changed when he felt the aura coming off Huang Xiaolong. He got to his feet and bowed respectfully. "Is your old ancestor present?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Yes," Xianfeng replied respectfully. "Lord Creation, please wait for a moment while I make a report to the old ancestor." Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. Xianfeng returned as quickly as he left the hall. He invited Huang Xiaolong over to meet with Xianxia. After crossing God knows how many different separate spaces, they finally arrived above a giant sea. When Huang Xiaolong arrived, the entire sea started to tremble as it gathered to form a figure of an expert. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all. After all, Xianxia's original body was formed from a drop of water. It was an extremely special drop of water born in the universe. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia tried to guess the kid's identity. "It's my honor to host fellow cultivator." Xianxia suppressed the shock in his heart and cupped his fists towards Huang Xiaolong. "How can I help you? Did Pangu come to your Xianxia world in the past?" Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. Feeling his heart skip a beat, a frown formed on Xianxia's face. Even though Xianxia tried to hide his emotions, Huang Xiaolong still managed to catch something from his reaction. It seemed as though Pangu had not only ventured into the Xianxia world in the past, but Xianxia had definitely seen the man. "Are you here just to ask about this?" Xianxia muttered. "Pangu did appear in my Xianxia world, but he stayed for half a day before he left." "Do you know where he went?" Huang Xiaolong said while focusing on Xianxia's reaction. "I do not." Xianxia shook his head. "We don't even know each other that well. Why would he tell me where he plans to go?" "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong stared at him with a smirk on his face. "What do you mean by that?" Xianxia frowned and growled. "Pangu has been missing for many years, and I suspect that it has something to do with you." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. There was no point in beating about the bush any longer. A trace of panic flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Even though he tried to suppress it, Huang Xiaolong noticed it all the same. It was too bad Xianxia didn't give Huang Xiaolong a chance to react as he released his aura completely. He turned into streams of light that shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Every single strand of light had the ability to destroy a holy world. Not even Huang Dinghai would be able to resist touching a beam of light. Huang Xiaolong finally turned serious. That was the first time he was fighting a god of creation. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary god of creation. He had already entered the major completion stage. At the very least, he had 3 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless. He circulated all 3 creation arts at the same time. Grand cosmos energy poured out of his body. The moment he did, the space around them started to tremble. Unleashing his full strength of 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy, Huang Xiaolong's revelation caused Xianxia's expression to change. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to be so damn strong. 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy exceeded the scope at which he could fight back. He might be at the grand completion stage, but he barely crossed the 3.2 billion units mark. Boom! Huang Xiaolong sent 2 punches that slammed straight into the beam of light coming from Xianxia. They were shattered instantly. The separate space they were in started to crumble. Chaotic streams filled the space they were once in, and they swallowed everything around them. Xianxia was forced to retreat, and he tumbled through the air. As for Xianfang, he was killed by the shockwaves of the clash. Not even his Tao soul was left. Huang Xiaolong might not have entered the God of Creation realm, but his strength was comparable to a God of Creation at the major completion stage. There was no way someone like Xianfang would be able to resist the impact of the exchange. Who the hell are you? Xianxia glared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong might possess 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy, but Xianxia could feel that he wasn't a God of Creation. How in the world can someone possess 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy and not be in the God of Creation realm? He had no idea what was going on. Even after touring the universe, he had never seen anyone who could rival a God of Creation before entering said realm. Not even the most terrifying of geniuses in all the lands had the ability to do so. My identity isn't important, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Speak. Where did Pangu go? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Xianxia growled. You might have 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy, but you forget that you're in my Xianxia world. Moreover, you're no God of Creation. The difference between experts who had broken into the God of Creation realm and those who hadn't was large. After all, God of Creation realm experts could wield universe source energy. Universe source energy was something even stronger than grand cosmos energy. That was the reason behind a God of Creation's strength. A God of Creation who ascended would be able to beat an existence who had 1.2999 billion units of grand cosmos energy, even though there was barely any difference. You might be right that I'm not a God of Creation, but don't forget, I have 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy. You only have 3.2 billion. Huang Xiaolong responded calmly. The difference between them was more than 600 million units of grand cosmos energy. If the difference between them wasn't so large, Huang Xiaolong might accept the fact that he wasn't an opponent for the other party. Xianxia sneered as a spike appeared in his hand. The spike was several meters long, and it was completely white in color. It emitted a bone-chilling light. That is true, but I think you forgot the importance of creation artifacts. The spike in his hand stabbed at Huang Xiaolong after he spoke. Xianxia used everything he had in the strike. He even used the universe source energy of his Xianxia world. Rip! A terrifying white tear split the heavens in two. Just as the tip of the spike was about to stab into Huang Xiaolong's body, a sword appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand to deflect it. In his other hand, a giant axe appeared, and he hacked at Xianxia. Without any time to react, Xianxia could only twist the spike in his hand to block the axe. Bang! As Xianxia held on to the spike in his hand, he was sent smashing into the ground below. Explosions rang out again and again. After crashing through countless continents, he finally stopped. The battle between the two gods of creation at the major completion stage was terrifying, and the holy world contained in the great world trembled. Experts of various creeds started to flee for their lives as they felt the shockwaves of the battle. What? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he crawled to his feet. Pangu X. He thought that Huang Xiaolong was relying on his grand cosmos energy alone, and he didn't expect the man to possess the Tao Emperor Sword along with the #1 ranked creation artifact, the Pangu Axe. Buzz, turning into a streak of light, Xianxia disappeared from the face of the world. Huang Xiaolong summoned the Huanglong Cape and disappeared at the same time Xianxia did as he gave chase immediately. As a god of creation, Xianxia could use universe origin energy to supplement himself. His speed was extremely quick. He disappeared from the Xianxia world in the blink of an eye. However, Huang Xiaolong was just as quick with his 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy and the Huanglong Cape. Huang Xiaolong followed closely behind Xianxia. Noticing that Huang Xiaolong wasn't falling behind, Xianxia took a closer look at Huang Xiaolong. When he noticed the Huanglong Cape billowing behind Huang Xiaolong, he gasped, That's the Huanglong armor set. Are you Huang Xiaolong? He recognized Huang Xiaolong the instant he saw the cape. All these years, Huang Xiaolong had been hailed as the strongest genius in the universe. Many experts were paying attention to him. Xianxia definitely knew who he was too. So that was the case. After learning Huang Xiaolong's identity, fear filled his heart. He finally knew why Huang Xiaolong could possess 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy before entering the God of Creation realm. However, he still found it unbelievable. After all, Huang Xiaolong hadn't even reached the peak of the Tao Venerable realm 20 million years ago. Now, he managed to accumulate 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Suppressing the fright in his heart, he continued to flee. I need to escape as soon as possible. Huang Xiaolong didn't let up as he followed closely behind. Very quickly, half a year passed. The two of them played a game of cat and mouse for half a year straight, and God knows how many worlds they crossed while they were at it. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong wasn't letting up, humiliation and rage filled Xianxia's heart. He was embarrassed by the fact that he was being hunted down by an existence he could kill with a slight stomp several million years ago. If anyone else were to see him in his sorry state, what would they think? Huang Xiaolong, are you really planning on chasing me down? Xianxia roared with rage. Where did Pangu go? Huang Xiaolong asked once again. What has he got to do with you? What the fuck is your problem? Xianxia raged. What do you think? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. With the Pangu axe and his cultivation of the Pangu world creation art, Huang Xiaolong could be said to be Pangu's inheritor. Also, Huang Xiaolong would only be able to enter the God of Creation realm thanks to the Pangu world creation art. As such, he was pretty thankful to the man. Of course, Huang Xiaolong couldn't deny that having Pangu's assistance when dealing with Huang Shang would make things much easier. Huang Shang wouldn't be afraid of the old dragon. But what would happen when they added Pangu to the mix? Even someone like Huang Shang would have to think twice. At the very least, he wouldn't dare to do anything if he failed to ascend past the God of Creation realm. Killing intent shot out of Xianxia's eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you better not piss me off. I might not be able to kill you, but I'll hunt down everyone you care about. I'll make them live a life worse than death. My master is the Blazing Dragon. You can go and look for me all you want. Blazing Dragon. Xianxia felt the world turning dark around him. Torturing the Blazing Dragon. Is that even possible for someone at his level? It was clear that Huang Xiaolong was messing with him. Just like that, the two of them soared through the air. After countless years of chasing, they lost track of how far they had gotten. Xianxia might not be Huang Xiaolong's opponent, but he was still a god of creation. He was slightly faster than Huang Xiaolong, and the only reason Huang Xiaolong was able to keep up was because of the Huanglong Cape. Huang Xiaolong frowned when he looked at the fleeing Xianxia. Keeping up the chase wasn't an option. He had to think of something else. When Huang Xiaolong was thinking of a way to force Xianxia to stop, Xianxia charged straight into one of the giant star fields in the sky. No one knew why, but Huang Xiaolong felt his heart thumping when he stared at the star field in his sights. After a short moment of hesitation, Huang Xiaolong charged in behind Xianxia. The moment he did, he realized that everything around him was gray and lifeless. The entire region seemed to be the birthplace of chaos and nothingness. Huang Xiaolong released his Tao souls, but he realized that something was obstructing him from feeling anything around him. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. However, he chose to continue the hunt. As he continued onwards, he felt the space around him turning more and more solid. The mysterious qi in the air caused him quite a lot of discomfort, despite his strength. Xianxia's aura started to fluctuate in the distance. Gritting his teeth, Huang Xiaolong continued the chase. After 1 entire month, he was surprised to discover that the area they were in didn't seem to have an end. His speed was nothing short of terrifying. It would take less than a day for him to cross a holy world. Now, he traveled for 1 entire month without seeing the end of the space before him. Was he trapped in an illusory space? No. He was sure that everything he was looking at was real. After several days, Huang Xiaolong felt a terrifying wave of devouring energy surrounding him, and he failed to react before he was thrown into a dark abyss. His body fell from the skies without control, and panic started to fill his heart. What in the world was going on? Trying to soar back up into the skies, Huang Xiaolong discovered that he couldn't move a single muscle in the dark abyss. After an entire day of falling, Huang Xiaolong felt his body grow lighter. He dropped out of the abyss as a blinding light filled his vision. He couldn't help but close one eye before trying to stabilize himself. Looking around, Huang Xiaolong could see that he was still in space. However, he discovered some slight differences. He was no longer in the universe he knew. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he was sure that he was no longer in the universe he knew. An absurd thought formed in his mind. Could there actually be a second universe? If there really was a second universe, why didn't his master, the Blazing Dragon, know anything about it? Also, Huang Xiaolong wondered if Xianxia led him over there on purpose. Could Xianxia have long since learned about the existence of a second universe? Huang Xiaolong thought about Pangu's disappearance, and his mind soon drifted to other gods of creation. His heart sank when he realized the endless possibilities. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he felt the 3 worlds in his body operating normally. Looking all around him, Huang Xiaolong took a single step and traveled in a random direction. He didn't see anything after several days, and it seemed as though he was stuck in a desolate region in space. After tens of days, Huang Xiaolong finally discovered the presence of a massive flying ship. A burst of joy filled Huang Xiaolong's heart when he saw the flying ship. He started moving towards it, but before he could get close, a group of guards left the ship to stop him. "Hold it right there. Explain your purpose for approaching us." Huang Xiaolong glanced at the guards. All of them weren't weak, and some of them were at the peak of the late 9th esteem Dao Venerable Realm. The strongest of them all had already started to comprehend the elements. If they were back in the Huanglong world, experts at their level would be considered top-tier experts. For those who could comprehend the elements, they would stand at the apex of the power chain there. Huang Xiaolong looked at them and said calmly, "I'm here to ask you a few questions." Just as the guard was about to chase Huang Xiaolong away, a voice echoed through the skies. "Do not disrespect him." A figure soon emerged from the flying ship. 2 giant figures followed closely behind, and it was clear that they were her guards. One of them was an expert who reached the large completion stage in the power of the absolute flame. "Young lady." The guard who approached Huang Xiaolong bowed respectfully when he saw her. After emerging from her flying ship, the young lady smiled at Huang Xiaolong and said, "If you're all right with it, please take a break on my ship." Huang Xiaolong didn't refuse her goodwill as he boarded the ship in a single step. "Please." The young lady was polite as she invited him into the main hall of the ship. The main hall was extremely well decorated, but every single material used was at the Grand Dao level. Those were extremely rare in ordinary holy worlds, but they were nothing to someone at Huang Xiaolong's level. After entering the main hall, Huang Xiaolong was incited to take a seat. "I am Li Wei of the Myriad Stars Palace. I wonder what questions you have. Which great world is your faction a part of?" Huang Xiaolong got straight to the point. "Great world." Li Wei and the guards behind her looked at Huang Xiaolong in shock. "My Myriad Stars Palace is a creed in the Black Flame Holy World of the Li world." She might have found it weird, but she replied nonetheless. "Young lady." One of the guards tried to interrupt her. "It's all right. He has no ill intentions." She knew what they were concerned about. Li world. Huang Xiaolong frowned. There were more than 30 great worlds in addition to the Blazing Dragon world, but none of them was called the Li world. Could he have left the universe he was familiar with? Was Xianxia a god of creation from this universe? Li Wei noticed the confused expression on Huang Xiaolong's face, and she asked, "Do you not know about the Shirley world?" Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. "That's right. I came from somewhere extremely far away and I'm not familiar with the area." Li Wei and her guards stared at him in shock. "So that's the case." Li Wei nodded in acknowledgement. It was the guards behind her who became a little suspicious. It was clear that they didn't believe him at all. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong's story was a little too far-fetched. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked Li Wei other questions. He asked about the number of great worlds in the universe, the number of gods of creation, and the number of holy worlds in the Shirley world. She didn't know much as the god of creation realm was too far for her at the moment. As for the number of holy worlds in the Shirley world, she had no idea how to answer his question either. The only thing she could recall was her father saying that there were more than 50 great worlds in the universe. 50 great worlds. Light sparkled in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. It seemed as though the number of God of Creation realm experts were more than he thought. "Sir, Li Wei has something to ask of you." After chatting with Huang Xiaolong for more than an hour, she couldn't help but change the topic. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I know that it might be a little too sudden, but this is too important to me," Li Wei said with an embarrassed expression hanging on her face. "It's all right. Please, speak your mind." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "The reason we left the Shirley world was to look for a type of spiritual herb called the dragon heartgrass. It's located in the dragon cave, and it's up ahead," Li Wei explained. "My father was seriously injured, and he needs the dragon heartgrass in order to recover. However, there's a group of dragonian beasts living in the cave. It's extremely dangerous, and we're not confident of grabbing the herb." Huang Xiaolong understood what she was asking of him immediately. "Are you so confident that I'll be able to deal with them?" An amused look appeared on his face. Li Wei's beauty might not be enough to topple a city, but she was a pretty lass nonetheless. There was a different vibe about her. Li Wei's face started to heat up after noticing Huang Xiaolong's gaze on her, and she squeaked, "I might not know of your origins, but I believe that you're definitely an expert. Even if everyone on my ship joined forces, they wouldn't be your match." She was right. The guards behind her stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief, and it was clear that they doubted her words. Huang Xiaolong fell silent for some time, and Li Wei started to panic the longer the silence lasted. "All right." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He had no idea how to return to the universe he knew, and he had no choice but to remain there for some time. After hearing his agreement, Li Wei jumped in joy. "Many thanks to fellow cultivator. Please rest assured that we will give you 1,000,000 Dao coins as compensation regardless of the success of our mission." 1,000,000 Dao coins was a massive fortune to most creeds. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips curled upwards. One had to know that, in order to buy a batch of Flower of Time back in the Blazing Dragon world, he used billions of Dao coins. Since we're fated to meet, there's no need for the formalities. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and refused to accept her payment. Soon, he asked some questions about the Dragon Cave. When he learned that the Dragon Cave was a tiny natural world, he was shocked. Li Wei's flying ship was quick, and it took 3 days for them to arrive. After chatting with Li Wei for 3 days, Huang Xiaolong gained a basic understanding of the new universe. "Sir, that's the Dragon Cave." Li Wei pointed at a giant hole in space as a serious expression formed on her face. The Dragon Cave was considered a forbidden region, and if not for the fact that she needed the dragon heartgrass, she would never venture to a location like that. "All right, let's head in." A relaxed expression could be seen on Huang Xiaolong's face as he declared. Li Wei nodded slightly, and she got her men to activate a formation on the flying ship before charging into the Dragon Cave. Huang Xiaolong laughed when he saw the anxious expression on her face. He could feel that there were several strong auras in the Dragon Cave, but they were merely ants in front of him. As long as he willed it, he could wipe them all out with a swing of his arm. Not too long after they entered, they were attacked by a group of dragonian beasts. The guards protecting the ship managed to hold them off, and the group managed to continue their journey. Initially, Li Wei's group was able to stop the Dragonian beasts as they weren't too strong. The deeper they got, the stronger the beasts became. Seeing as they were about to be wiped out, Huang Xiaolong finally moved. He didn't do too much, and he casually reached out to toss whatever beast surrounded the flying ship into the sun-moon furnace. No matter how many came, Huang Xiaolong dealt with them with a single move. When Li Wei saw how Huang Xiaolong finished one of them off with a single move, she was shocked. The shock she felt grew with the number of beasts Huang Xiaolong made disappear. One had to know that the Dragonian beasts were comparable to experts who had comprehended 3 elements to the perfection level. There were even some who were comparable to experts who comprehended 4 elements to the perfection level. She could tell that Huang Xiaolong was strong when they first met, but she didn't expect him to be that strong. The Dragonian beasts were like toys in his eyes. The guards behind her were equally as shocked. However, they were stronger than Li Wei, and they could tell that Huang Xiaolong's method of dealing with the beasts was incredible. Whenever he grabbed their neck, he would seal off all their strength. That was the terrifying part of his attack. Capturing them wasn't the scary part, but the truly terrifying part was subduing them by sealing off their strength. How strong did he have to be in order to accomplish that? They had no idea, but they knew that one definitely had to be countless times stronger than the other party before they could do that. With the strength of the Dragonian beasts, not even the palace master would be able to do that. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong looked at the silver-colored Dragonian beast that was attacking them, and he threw it into the sun-moon furnace all the same. That's the 38th one. Li Wei felt her throat going dry. In 2 short days, Huang Xiaolong had already captured 38 Dragonian beasts. They came in all shapes and sizes, and a single one of them would be priceless in the market. If he sold them all, how much money would he get? A weird expression formed on Li Wei's face. Sir, according to our reports, the dragon heartgrass is up ahead, Li Wei said carefully as she stood behind Huang Xiaolong. She no longer dared to speak to Huang Xiaolong like she did in the past. Even though she was respectful when she spoke to him several days ago, the reverence she had for him made her even more polite. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. How many Dragonian beasts are there? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden, shocking Li Wei and her guards. We're not sure about that, Li Wei muttered. However, the natural dragon chi in the dragon cave makes it the best cultivation spot for the Dragonian beasts. There shouldn't be less than 1,000 of them residing in the cave. 1,000, that was her roughest estimate. Of course, that was the lowest estimate. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. If there really were 1,000 Dragonian beasts, he would look extremely cool if he made them follow behind him. As Huang Xiaolong had the Huanglong bloodline, his true form was that of a golden dragon anyway. He found the Dragonian beasts somewhat to his liking. Is the dragon cave owned by anyone? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. Li Wei looked at her guards, and they replied respectfully. We heard the owner of the dragon cave possessed unfathomable strength. Several people said that they met the owner of the dragon cave, but no one knows if they're telling the truth. Oh? Unfathomable strength? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, not even we know how strong he is. I heard that the world master of the heavenly flame holy world exchanged blows with him in the past, but no one knows the outcome of the battle. The world master is an expert who comprehended all 13 elements to the perfection level. A sense of worship filled the two of them when they spoke about the world master of the heavenly flame holy world. To them, he was an existence akin to the gods. Even though they were in the Shirley world, the world master of the heavenly flame holy world was considered an expert who stood at the peak of the power pyramid. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but turn a little curious. An hour passed in the blink of an eye as they continued onwards. Dragon heartgrass. Li Wei saw a stalk of golden herb on the mountain range up ahead, and she yelled in shock. When Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the herb, he discovered an alluring golden stalk of the herb swaying in the wind. After exclaiming with joy, Li Wei leaped into the air with her guards and arrived before the herb. Just as she was about to grab the stalk, a giant claw descended from the void. By the time her guards saw the claw, they knew that it was too late to react. They might not know how strong the other party was, but they knew that it was the strongest dragonian beast they met since entering the dragon cave. If the claw were to land, they would definitely die a horrible death. As they made their preparations to say farewell to the world, the claw stopped in midair. It was as though it struck an invisible wall. The two of them sucked in a cold breath in shock. "Relax and collect your herb," a calm voice rang in their minds. It was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Snapping back to reality, they didn't dare to delay any further. Retrieving the dragon heartgrass, they returned to the ship. When they stepped onto the flying ship, they heaved a sigh of relief as they never felt so close to death before. Roar! Seeing as its treasure had been taken away, the dragonian beast raised its head and released a heaven-shaking roar that caused the earth below to shake. It revealed its true form immediately, and the experts on the flying ship gasped in fright. It was as large as a mountain. "How dare you!" With a shake of its body, the beast swiped its claws at the flying ship that was the size of an ant compared to itself. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother looking at the beast that was comparable to a Dao ancestor who comprehended 7 elements. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it flying into the mountain range below. Boom! The massive beast shattered countless peaks along the way as the heavens trembled under the horrifying pressure. Li Wei and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms behind his back and declared. Snapping back to reality, Li Wei nodded like a wooden chicken before ordering them to proceed onwards. In order to create the medicine, they needed 2 stalks of dragon heartgrass. They needed to locate one more. Before they left, Huang Xiaolong casually looked at a spot in the void in the distance. Sometime after Huang Xiaolong's group left, a group of experts emerged from the void. If Li Wei saw them, she would definitely recognize the armor they were wearing. When they emerged, they looked in the direction of the flying ship, and one of the young men in the group said, "He's pretty strong. How many elements do you think he has comprehended? 8? 9? 10? The person standing in the middle of the group, an absolute beauty, muttered, "He should have comprehended 10 elements. How? How is that possible? That's impossible. We didn't hear of anyone matching his description in the Shirley world." Those standing around her frowned. Ordinarily, one would be extremely famous in the Shirley world if one comprehended 10 elements. "He might not be from our world," the beauty muttered. "Who cares if he is? Even if he comprehended 10 elements, it doesn't matter. We're on the 4th princess order to find the Chaos Essence Dragon Phoenix egg. If he dares to ruin our plan, I'll chop him up with my axe." A tough-looking man in the group who had a beaded face growled. Those standing around chuckled, but the lady sighed in disappointment. "Stop acting so barbaric all the time." The bearded man could only smirk in amusement. A moment later, all 6 of them left. In the following days, Huang Xiaolong captured several more dragonian beasts. They might be strong, but they were nothing compared to the beast that was protecting the dragon heartgrass. They couldn't find the remaining stalk no matter how much they looked. Of course, herbs at that level would be rarely seen no matter how optimum the environment was for its growth. However, Li Wei started to panic. "Relax. As long as there are any dragon heartgrass left, we will definitely be able to find it," Huang Xiaolong muttered. "Yes," Li Wei replied hastily. As they continued onwards, Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of dragon qi as it became denser in the air around him. The dragon qi here is really pure. One could only imagine how high quality it was if Huang Xiaolong showed his appreciation for it. Li Wei giggled. "You're right. In the depths of the dragon cave where the cave master resides, it's said that the dragon qi in the air is so thick that crystals can be condensed from it. There have been experts who found many dragon spiritual stones there. One of them that was the size of a palm sold for 100 million Dao coins." "Oh, is that so?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Then we should really take a stroll in the depths of the dragon cave. Let's see if we can find a few of those." The Dao coins in the universe he was in were different from those in the blazing dragon world. As such, Huang Xiaolong's wealth was useless there. Of course, he had tons of treasures in the Sun Moon Furnace. He could easily sell away a few of them for an astronomical amount. Li Wei giggled. You're messing with me. With your strength, why will you be short of Dao coins? She realized that her compensation amount was like a joke in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Several more days passed. Other than meeting a dozen or so dragonian beasts, Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain several dragon-attributed spiritual herbs. Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain a huge portion of them after killing experts who were also there on adventure. There were many Dao artifacts among them, but other than the high-grade ones, he gave everything to Li Wei's group. The respect and awe they had for Huang Xiaolong grew by the day. Dragon Heart Grass. Li Wei pointed towards one of the mountain peaks ahead and yelled with joy. Turning to look at the mountain peak ahead, Huang Xiaolong saw the golden herb emitting dazzling radiance. Li Wei wasn't the only one who was surprised. Her guards were equally as stunned. They finally found the other stalk. The guards behind Li Wei became a lot more obedient this time. They didn't rush out like before. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger and a giant dragonian beast appeared. The beast had wings and a row of spikes growing out of its back. The aura it emitted was terrifying, and it was definitely stronger than the beast from before. Sword Dragon. Li Wei and the others gasped in unison. A sword dragon was one of the strongest types of dragonian beasts. It was faster and stronger than the beasts of the same level. Huang Xiaolong grabbed at the void, sealing the sword dragon off immediately. He tossed it into the sun-moon furnace like before. Even though it was comparable to an expert who had comprehended 9 elements, it was nothing more than a newborn chick compared to Huang Xiaolong. If he had to compare the beast to someone, it would definitely be stronger than Yuan Tianyi, who hunted him down in the past. Seeing as Li Wei and the others were still stuck in a daze, Huang Xiaolong could only remind them to pick the herb. After retrieving the herb, Huang Xiaolong got them to go even deeper. A month passed in a flash, and in the month that they had been in the dragon cave, Huang Xiaolong managed to collect more than 500 dragonian beasts. As they neared the depths of the cave, those he caught were comparable to experts who had comprehended 10 elements. He collected herbs and Dao artifacts along the way, and he even found several top-grade spiritual veins that were of the dragon attribute. Just those themselves were worth trillions. However, that was nothing but chump change to Huang Xiaolong. There wasn't a need to mention a trillion Dao coins when quadrillions were the units Huang Xiaolong used to classify pocket change. Li Wei and the others felt like they were in a dream when they saw the number of treasures he collected. Ha! Huang Xiaolong saw a massive secret region appearing in the distance all of a sudden. There were 2 massive eggs in it, and the color on the shells were exactly the same. Dragon Qi swirled around the eggs, but that wasn't all. There was a trace of Phoenix Qi and Chaos Essence Qi around the eggs. Those are Chaos Essence Dragon Phoenix eggs. Li Wei yelled. Oh, that was the first time Huang Xiaolong heard of those. Li Wei explained, the eggs are laid after a Chaos Essence True Dragon mates with a Chaos Essence Phoenix. The moment the eggs hatch, the baby would possess extreme talent. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. He knew about the dragon and the phoenix. If that was really the case, the eggs would definitely be a treasure that surpassed the worth of everything he obtained in the dragon cave thus far. 6 figures flew over when Huang Xiaolong decided to retrieve the eggs. Haha! The eggs are really here. There are even 2 of them. The 4th princess will definitely be overjoyed by our discovery this time. Amidst their laughter, they passed the flying ship while ignoring Huang Xiaolong's group completely. When Li Wei and the others saw the insignia on their robes, their faces changed instantly. Northern Court Celestial Empire. By the time their yells filled the air, the 6 of them had already arrived before the eggs. Right before they accomplished their mission of obtaining the eggs, a shockwave sent all 6 of them tumbling through the air. Setting with rage, all of them turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. What do you mean by this? They snapped in unison while glaring at Huang Xiaolong. What do I mean? Huang Xiaolong looked at them with an expression of mockery on his face. Do I have to remind you that I'm the one who found the treasure? The 6 of them stared at him in shock. They hadn't thought of that before. After all, Every expert in the area would clear out the moment they noticed members of the Northern Court Celestial Empire. No one would be crazy enough to fight with them over something. Are you sure you wish to fight with my Northern Court Celestial Empire for these eggs? The beauty among them snarled. Even though she was threatening Huang Xiaolong, her voice was pretty soothing to the ears. Sorry, I haven't heard of your Celestial Empire. Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms behind his back and smiled. You better get this straight though. Are you sure you wish to offend me in order to obtain the treasure? Huang Xiaolong couldn't care less if he had the eggs or not. However, their actions irritated him. First, they ignored the entire group when approaching the eggs, and now they were threatening him. Those annoying flies really irritated him. The faces of the 6 experts from the Northern Court Celestial Empire turned somber. Li Wei and the others felt panic rising in their hearts. Sir, those people are from the Northern Court Celestial Empire. Shouldn't we? Li Wei tried to dissuade Huang Xiaolong from going any further. That was the Northern Court Celestial Empire. There were only 2 of those in the Shirley world. World Masters of Holy Worlds were abundant in the Shirley world, and the Myriad Stars Palace was but a creed-level power. If the Northern Court Celestial Empire wanted to wipe them out, it was but a word away. Huang Xiaolong stopped Li Wei before she could complete her sentence. The rugged bearded man waved the axe in his hand, and he roared at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, do you really think you're special after comprehending 10 elements to the perfection level? Ha ha ha, our 4th princess requested us to bring back the eggs. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger and a ray of light struck the axe the man was so proud of. Crashing through countless mountain ranges, his axe crumbled into 1,000,000 pieces. The other 5 stared at him with their eyes wide open, and a seed of fear was planted in their hearts. The man who was sent flying had comprehended 9 elements to the perfection level, but he couldn't even stand up against a single strike. That wasn't all. They were surprised by the shattered axe. That was a high-grade Dao artifact they were talking about. Moreover, the bearded man had nurtured it for countless years with his blood essence. Don't you think you went too far? The beauty in the group snapped with a frosty expression. You won't be able to gain anything from this. Too far. Huang Xiaolong remained extremely calm. I already showed mercy by not killing him. In fact, you guys should be thanking me for my benevolence. Their expressions changed once again. She should be someone from our Shirley world. The lady looked at Li Wei and the flying ship they were on. You might not be afraid of us, but what about them? Their entire faction might be exterminated because of your actions. Her threat couldn't get any clearer. Indeed, fear appeared in the eyes of those from the Myriad Stars Palace. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. So we're resorting to threats now? Do you believe that I'll strip you naked right now and seal off your true chi? I'll leave you here as a gift for the beasts or anyone who passes by. Panic set in immediately as she took several steps back. Even though she didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong would do as he said, she wasn't willing to take the chance. If he followed through with his threat, wouldn't that mean, I am the Marshal of the Northern Court Celestial Empire, Lu Ting. How dare you? She roared angrily before releasing her aura. She was an expert who had comprehended 10 elements to the perfection level. Raising an eyebrow in amusement, Huang Xiaolong continued, Oh? Marshal of the Empire? This makes me even more inclined to try it out. You! The sword in her hands started to buzz as her face turned green with anger. Marshal will join hands to take him down. One of her subordinates stepped forward while glaring at Huang Xiaolong. Lu Ting's expression sank, but she managed to suppress her fury. We'll meet again. After she spoke, she brought the other 5 away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the vast space above. Before the bearded man left, he sent one last glare towards Huang Xiaolong. Watching them leave, a chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips before he turned to look at the eggs. Even though the eggs wouldn't be hatching anytime soon, Huang Xiaolong could feel the shocking amount of life force growing within. Even if he refined the eggs, he might be able to gain some benefits. Sir, about the Northern Court Celestial Empire, Li Wei squeaked. There's no need to worry. Huang Xiaolong laughed as he kept the eggs in the sun and moon furnace. Tell me more about them. Yes. Li Wei quickly told him everything she knew. However, the Northern Court Celestial Empire and the Myriad Stars Palace were existences on two different scales. She could only paint him a general outline. There were two celestial empires in the Shirley world. One of them was the Shirley Celestial Empire, and the other was the Northern Court Celestial Empire. The fourth princess of the Northern Court Celestial Empire was extremely favored by the Celestial Emperor, and she was an expert who comprehended the 12 elements. Her reputation in the Celestial Empire was like a sun in the sky, and she was ranked among the top 10 experts of the younger generation. Li Wei felt her heart pounding with fear after she explained the situation to Huang Xiaolong. There's nothing to worry about. If she moves against your Myriad Stars Palace, I'll deal with it. Thanking Huang Xiaolong profusely, Li Wei had no choice but to believe him. Traveling for another month, they closed in on the deepest part of the Dragon Cave. Sir, shouldn't we start heading out? Li Wei hesitated slightly before asking Huang Xiaolong. Dragon Qi filled the space before them, and everyone could feel a horrifying pressure coming from the deepest part of the Dragon Cave. After thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Wait for me here. I'll be back in 3 days." Laying down a formation to protect their flying ship, Huang Xiaolong flew deeper into the Dragon Cave alone. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the deepest part of the Dragon Cave. He took so long as he went around capturing more dragonian beasts. Of the dozens that he caught, all of them were comparable to experts who had comprehended 12 elements to the perfection level. There were even 2 that were comparable to experts who had comprehended all 13 elements to the perfection level. As for the strongest among them, he had already formed grand cosmos energy. In fact, the strongest of the beasts had accumulated 100 million units of grand cosmos energy. No matter which celestial empire Huang Xiaolong threw the beast into, it would be considered a peerless expert. Just as he approached, a heaven-shaking roar caused the space around them to tremble. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. With his abilities, he could see 2 experts fighting in the depths of space before him. Both of them were extremely close to entering the God of Creation realm. Either one of them could beat Huang Dinghai up into a pulp. In fact, they were even stronger than Huang Jia, who was devoured by Huang Xiaolong. That meant that they were stronger than experts who had 1.2 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls before proceeding towards the battlefield. Dragon Qi was rampaging around the depths of the Dragon Cave, and it was more than enough to tear an expert who had comprehended 13 elements to perfection level to shreds. Of course, that couldn't stop Huang Xiaolong. He strolled in like it was nothing. It didn't take long for him to arrive. He could see that one of the parties involved in the fight was a twin-headed dragon. It had 1 white head and 1 black head, and Huang Xiaolong was surprised to discover the existence of a beast like that. That was the first beast of its kind. Huang Xiaolong was sure that it was the only one in the universe. The twin-headed dragon released a dragon breath that was a combination of powers. The power of reincarnation, life and death, and yin and yang was contained in the blast. The dragon's opponent was a giant. From the looks of it, they were both existences who were created along with the universe. There was a deep blue glow in his eyes, and it held 6 different pseudo-creation artifacts in its 6 arms. There was a blade, a sword, a halberd, an axe, a spear, and a hammer. When he swung all 6 of them, it was as though the world itself was descending on his opponent. Moreover, the giant looked like he had 6 different ancient bloodlines. Huang Xiaolong had seen geniuses with 3 ancient bloodlines, but that was the first one he had seen with 6 of them. The giant had shattered the laws of the universe. It was somewhat like his creation of 3 worlds. It was a miracle that wasn't meant to happen. Of course, creating 3 worlds was of a much higher level than possessing 6 ancient bloodlines. Gu Yuan, the universe-level spiritual vein belongs to my dragon cave. Don't even think about it! The dragon roared with all his might. The giant snorted in contempt. Long E. If I can't get it, neither can you. Huang Xiaolong smiled when he heard their conversation. It seemed as though there was an actual treasure in the dragon cave. The things he lacked the most were universe-level spiritual veins and creation pills. As long as he had enough of it, he was sure that he could accumulate 1.2999 billion units of grand cosmos energy in his third world. Huang Xiaolong grinned, and the fluctuations revealed his location to the two who were locked in a bitter battle. Who? Roaring with rage, they released their aura completely. A horrifying shockwave traveled towards Huang Xiaolong and cracks started appearing in the void around them. They were existences who were infinitely close to the god of creation realm. No matter how casually they released their attacks, it was something that would crush a Tao venerable who had comprehended 13 elements. Revealing himself, Huang Xiaolong stood his ground as he looked at the two of them. Ha! They stared at him in fright. I wonder who fellow cultivator is, Gu Yuan asked while staring straight at Huang Xiaolong. Long Yi shifted his focus to Huang Xiaolong as the two of them realized the threat the newcomer posed. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about their reaction, and he chuckled, I'm Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Frowns formed on their faces. They hadn't heard of him before, but from the strength he displayed, he shouldn't be some nameless junior. I didn't think that the dragon cave would hold a universe-level spiritual vein. Killing intent surged through their hearts when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. He? The twin-headed dragon sneered. Brat, are you sure you're strong enough to set your sights on the spiritual vein? It licked its lips and continued. The bloodline in your body isn't any weaker than Gu Yuan. If I devour your blood essence, I'll probably be able to enter the god of creation realm. Gu Yuan and Long Yi had already reached the peak of the Tao Venerable realm. They were a mere step away from breaking through, and they were looking for all sorts of methods to enter the god of creation realm. They wouldn't pass up any chance of advancing. Gu Yuan stared at Huang Xiaolong with an equally greedy look in his eyes. Chuckling with amusement, Huang Xiaolong explained, You're right. My bloodline is one of a kind, and if you devour my bloodline, you'll definitely be able to enter the god of creation realm. However, are you sure you're my match? Gu Yuan and Long Yi stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. How is he so confident in himself? I, Gu Yuan, have traveled through countless worlds. I'm the strongest existence under the god of creation realm. I refuse to believe that you're better than me. It was no wonder he was so confident in himself. He had 6 ancient peerless bloodlines, and he was definitely unbeatable by experts who weren't gods of creation. If not for the dragon essence and dragon chi in the dragon cave, Long Yi wouldn't be his match either. Huang Xiaolong wasn't enraged when he heard the challenge. Instead, he laughed. All right, who's coming up first? Why don't you work together? Gu Yuan and Long Yi frowned while staring at Huang Xiaolong. A trace of rage filled Long Yi's heart. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and growled, We don't have to work together to kill someone like you. He appeared before Huang Xiaolong with a shake of his body. I, alone, am enough to kill you. His claws came crashing down towards Huang Xiaolong's head after the words left his lips. The power of nearly 2.1 billion units of grand cosmos energy descended from the void as it shattered the space around them. The cave started to rumble violently. As the master of the dragon cave, Long Yi's rage could shake the entire space. Seeing as Long Yi had already made his move, Gu Yuan chose to watch from the side. He wanted to watch how strong the arrogant kid was. Huang Xiaolong remained calm as he looked at the giant claws falling from the skies. Revolving the soaring dragon art, his first world started to rotate in his body. His fists flew out to welcome Long Yi's attack. A heaven-shaking explosion rang through the skies and Long Yi was sent flying into the mountain range below. He only stopped after landing countless miles away. Gu Yuan stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to be so strong. 1.2999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Gu Yuan gasped. Both Long Yi and himself were at that level. The number of people who could challenge them was close to none, and the only person Gu Yuan would admit as his opponent was Long Yi. Today he found another one. From the looks of it, Huang Xiaolong seemed to be a lot stronger than Long Yi. As the cave master of the dragon cave, Long Yi was a godlike existence. He was also the only black and white dragon in the universe, and his combat abilities were unparalleled. Even so, he was on the losing end when matched up against Huang Xiaolong. When Long Yi got to his feet, he felt his entire body hurting as his claws trembled in pain. He felt as though his claws slammed into an unbreakable creation artifact when they met Huang Xiaolong's fists earlier. Long Yi's surprise was on another level compared to Gu Yuan. He didn't expect anyone's fleshy body to be terrifying to such an extent. Even with his one-of-a-kind physique that was regarded as unparalleled under the heavens, the youngster standing before him was several times stronger. Long Yi widened his eyes as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. A trace of caution flashed through them. Of course, he was merely cautious. He could feel that Huang Xiaolong wasn't a god of creation. As such, he didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be able to do anything to him. Gu Yuan broke the silence. Your strength has surpassed my expectations. You're definitely stronger than both of us, but it won't be easy for you to obtain the spiritual vein. If we join hands, we'll be more than capable of defeating you. Is that so? What makes you think that I used my full strength earlier? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Indeed, he only used the power of his first world. If he used all 3 worlds, more than 3 billion units of grand cosmos energy would be released. Long Yi would have turned into mush. No matter how special Long Yi's existence was, it was useless against pure strength. Gu Yuan and Long Yi frowned instantly. How could he be holding back? The strength he revealed was terrifying enough, and there was no way he was still hiding his power. Earlier, he revealed 1.2999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Unless he was a god of creation, there was no way to be stronger, or so they thought. Since you're so sure, we shall work together. Gu Yuan nodded at Long Yi. What do you say? All right. Long Yi agreed without a shred of hesitation. No longer holding back, they released their aura completely. Long Yi's body emitted brilliant rays of light that lit up the dragon cave. It was the first time Huang Xiaolong experienced the true power of a unique existence like Long Yi. However, Gu Yuan's revelation was more shocking to Huang Xiaolong. All 6 ancient bloodlines in Gu Yuan's body were activated, and 6 heavenly rivers appeared above his head. It was as though he had turned into a true god capable of controlling the universe. They snorted once before charging towards Huang Xiaolong in unison. All 6 pseudo-creation artifacts in Gu Yuan's hand slashed at Huang Xiaolong, while Long Yi utilized the dragon chi in the depths of the dragon cave. 1,000 black and white dragons were created from the dragon chi. The combination of a soul-sucking darkness and a sea of endless white would bring despair to anyone who looked at them. They were also capable of attacking the soul. Huang Xiaolong remained impassive as he looked at the 2 of them. With the blazing dragon grand art and the soaring dragon art, 2 worlds started to spin in his body. A golden dragon appeared behind him, and the might of a creation-level beast tore through the void. Gu Yuan and Long Yu stared at the dragon behind Huang Xiaolong, and they screamed in terror. Golden dragon of creation! Huang Xiaolong didn't bother listening to their cries as he made his move. Of course, he didn't use the Huang Long armor set or the Pangu axe. He simply charged at them with his fleshy body. Bang! When he slammed into them, they felt as though they crashed straight into a massive holy world. The impact could only be imagined as they felt the bones in their body cracking. Shooting through the space, the 2 of them felt their bodies breaking down. Not even their Tao souls were spared. They spat out mouthfuls of blood when they finally landed on the ground, and they disregarded their injuries as they stared at Huang Xiaolong in fear. How can you possess 2.5 billion units of grand cosmos energy? Gu Yuan's heart was filled with terror as he asked. If they knew that he was hiding the strength of his 3rd world, they would probably feel a lot less amazed with his revelation. It was too bad they didn't. 2.5 billion? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Slowly circulating the Pangu world creation art, Huang Xiaolong decided to show off a little. Circulating 3 different types of creation-level arts, grand cosmos energy poured out of his body. Boom! Gu Yuan and Long Yu felt the world trembling around them. In the next moment, the entire area was isolated from the dragon cave. 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy came pouring out of Huang Xiaolong's body, and it crushed everything in its way. Everything felt a sense of grand oppression, and the two of them were forced to their knees. 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy were just too damn terrifying. The dragon cave was forced to the brink of destruction. The dragonian beasts in the cave were forced to the ground, and they growled in fright. 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Long Yu and Gu Yuan screamed in unison. The two of them had already been seriously injured by Huang Xiaolong, and with the additional pressure coming from the void, they felt as though their bodies were going to explode. Huang Xiaolong clasped his hand behind his back and walked towards both of them. Their bones started creaking heavily. The more he walked, the paler they became. Finally, they felt as though their Tao souls were about to scatter. Lord, please show mercy. We lost. They might be supreme experts in the Shirley world, but they were like flies before Huang Xiaolong. It wasn't embarrassing for them to admit defeat to someone so much stronger than them. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his grand cosmos energy and smiled. Half an hour later, Gu Yuan and Long Yi stood obediently before Huang Xiaolong as they replied to all his questions respectfully. The two of them submitted to Huang Xiaolong, and he spent the past half an hour healing their wounds. They were back to their peak state after Huang Xiaolong's assistance. How do you know about the golden dragon of creation? Huang Xiaolong asked. He realized that the two of them recognized the golden dragon the moment he summoned it. Could someone in their universe also have the Huang Long bloodline? Yes. The two of them looked at each other and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could Huang Xiaolong not know about the existence of Huang Muyang? Your Highness, the god of creation, Huang Muyang, of the Muyang world, has the Huang Long bloodline. Gu Yuan replied even though he was confused by Huang Xiaolong's question. Long Yi continued. Huang Muyang can be said to be my junior. He might have been born after me, but his talent was much better. He was much luckier too, which explains his speed of cultivation. He entered the large completion stage of the God of Creation realm not too long ago. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. However, Huang Muyang isn't some sort of good person. Gu Yuan shook his head and sighed. He formed an alliance with the old bastard Meng Tian and has been strutting about ever since. Anyone could feel the hatred Gu Yuan had for Huang Muyang. Meng Tian, Huang Xiaolong asked again. Your Highness, do you not know about Meng Tian? The two of them frowned in response. I came here from another universe. Huang Xiaolong didn't see the need to hide it from them. What? They yelled in fright. Other than the Meng Tian universe, are there other universes out there? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head before telling them about how Xianxia brought him over to the Meng Tian universe. Gu Yuan stared at Long Yi, and the two of them saw the look of amazement in each other's eyes. Huang Xiaolong frowned. The two of them didn't seem to know about the existence of other universes. Soon after, he asked several more questions about the Meng Tian universe. From the two of them, he learned that the strongest god of creation in the Meng Tian universe was called Meng Tian, and he had reached the peak of the grand completion stage of the god of creation realm. He had 9.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. However, they hadn't heard anything about a god of creation called Xianxia. Soon after, he asked about the universe-level spiritual vein in the dragon cave. The two of them looked extremely guilty when he asked about it. The spiritual vein is located in a separate space in the dragon cave. There are countless restrictions around it, and not even the two of us will be able to enter as we wish, Long Yi explained. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He didn't know that there was such a place in the dragon cave. Since it could stop the both of them, the restrictions around it definitely weren't weak. The three of them soon arrived at the space Long Yi was talking about. Even though they were already deep in the dragon cave, they had to travel another half a day before arriving at the entrance to the separate space. Your Highness, this is the place we're talking about. Long Yi pointed at the void before them, and all Huang Xiaolong could see was a vast space with tiny stars twinkling about. The stars in the space before him looked like massive jewels, and on closer examination, Huang Xiaolong realized that they were ores. They were extremely rarely seen dragon-attributed spiritual stones, and only God knew how old they were. There was nothing else other than the ores. Dragon chi filled the space before him, and they were so thick that they looked like massive dragons rolling about. The dragon essence here is really thick, Huang Xiaolong gasped. If an expert who had comprehended all 13 elements to the grand completion stage cultivated in the space, they would gain endless benefits. It was too bad it was useless for Huang Xiaolong. After asking about the location of the spiritual vein, Huang Xiaolong got them to wait where they were before he disappeared with a single stop. The separate dragon space was created during the formation of the universe, and the restrictions were pretty damn strong. Not even Huang Xiaolong dared to mess about. He released his Dao souls and traveled carefully. He found several flowers of time and void reincarnation thistle, and there were countless strands of dragon heartgrass. Of course, there were also many precious herbs. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong arrived before the spiritual vein. It was like a giant dragon that was coiled up in the space before him, and he couldn't see its end. It didn't take too long before Huang Xiaolong retrieved the spiritual vein. He tossed it into the sun-moon furnace, and it was larger than anything he had ever obtained. The furnace trembled violently in an attempt to contain it. Looks like I'll have to find a way to upgrade the furnace, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The sun-moon furnace was a pseudo-creation artifact like the purple lightning peak, but it seemed as though it was falling behind. After obtaining the spiritual vein, Huang Xiaolong didn't rush to leave. He continued looking around as he didn't know what he would be able to find in the vast space before him. Indeed, his hunch was right. There were many amazing treasures left in the depths of the space. He obtained a piece of dragon soul crystal that was several meters large. The crystal was extremely precious. It contained an innate dragon soul, and that was something vastly different from a dragon soul that was sealed in the crystal after. An innate dragon soul contained extremely pure universe source energy. It was extremely useful for anyone from the dragon race, and even Huang Xiaolong would be able to gain a lot from it. That wasn't all. Huang Xiaolong also obtained quite a lot of treasures. There were pieces of dragon smelting or dragon liquid, and even dragon essence. The dragon essence could only be obtained from pure dragons. It could be made into various pills. Huang Xiaolong even managed to obtain several pieces of universe-level dragon-attributed essence stones. This is good stuff. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he looked at the thick dragon spirit around the essence stones. If he could fuse the dragon essence stones into his Huanglong armor set, he would be able to improve it by several levels. It was said that only gods of creation could refine creation-level artifacts, but Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary Dao venerable. He had more grand cosmos energy than ordinary god of creation realm experts. Huang Xiaolong fell deep into thought. A day later, he saw a massive object glowing faintly in the distance. This is dragon marrow. Huang Xiaolong looked at the object's glittering gold before him. Dragon marrow. That was even more precious than everything he had found previously. It was one of the most important components for restoring the Pangu axe. Huang Xiaolong looked at the treasures before him in surprise. The more he looked at it, the happier he became. He didn't think that he would hit such a huge jackpot during his trip. Keeping the dragon marrow, Huang Xiaolong wanted to continue deeper into the void. However, he realized that it became tougher and tougher. Even with all his strength, he was no longer able to progress, and he could only turn around reluctantly. Huang Xiaolong decided that he would travel to the end of the Dragon Cave when his third world accumulated 1.2999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. He could also come back when he wanted to break through to the God of Creation realm. After all, it was a perfect place to break through. His speed on the way back was much faster than before. He left the separate space within half a day. Your Highness! Gu Yuan and Long Yi greeted Huang Xiaolong the moment he returned. Looking at the curious expressions on their faces, Huang Xiaolong knew that they wanted to know if he obtained the spiritual vein. He nodded slightly and chuckled. Yup, I got it. Congratulations, Your Highness. I only managed to obtain it because of your information. Other than this, I managed to obtain several other treasures. After he spoke, he took out the dragon liquid and the dragon essence. Dragon liquid and essence. The two of them yelled in shock. That's right. Huang Xiaolong chuckled before handing it to them. No, Your Highness, we've been stuck at our current level for too long. You should use it for yourself. Gu Yuan and Long Yi refused the treasures instantly. Just keep it. You definitely need it to break through after being stuck at the bottleneck for so long. Huang Xiaolong laughed. I have a little more, and there's no need to stand on ceremony. The two of them thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely before accepting the treasures. With the two of them following closely behind, they emerged from the separate space. Huang Xiaolong didn't meet with Li Wei and the others immediately after emerging. Instead, he went around to subdue the dragonian beasts. Did something happen to His Highness? One of the guards behind Li Wei asked. Li Wei was equally as worried. After all, Huang Xiaolong had said that he would be back in 3 days. It had already been 5 days since he left. They might trust Huang Xiaolong's strength, but they knew that things could always go wrong. Young lady, do you think that he met the cave master of the dragon cave? The worry in Li Wei's heart grew larger. If he really ran into the cave master, wouldn't that mean? She couldn't help but think of the scene where a giant dragon swallowed Huang Xiaolong. Young lady, we should take our leave. It's too dangerous to remain here, the guard behind Li Wei urged. A slap landed on the guard's face the moment the suggestion was brought up. Li Wei glared at her guard and snorted. If you say that again, I'll kill you. The guard fell to his knees and apologized profusely. Looks like I'm pretty good at judging people. A voice rang through the air as 3 figures appeared in the void above them. The person in the lead was obviously Huang Xiaolong. Li Wei and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Your Highness! Li Wei looked at Long Yi and Gu Yuan suspiciously as she noticed that they were different from the dragonian beasts he had subdued along the way. Gu Yuan had already shrunk his body down, and he was barely taller than a regular human. As for his arms, he hid 4 of them with some sort of illusory art. As for Long Yi, he was in his human form. Despite looking like a normal human, his body was split into 2 colors and it looked really odd. Huang Xiaolong introduced the 2 of them when he saw the look on Li Wei's face. You can call him Gu Yuan, and this is Long Yi. Gu Yuan was a hidden expert, and not many people knew that the cave master of the dragon cave was called Long Yi. As such, Li Wei's party didn't feel that anything was off when they heard the names. We greet fellow cultivators. Li Wei greeted respectfully. The 2 of them could see through Li Wei's strength instantly, but they didn't dare to put on airs. They nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong brought them all out of the dragon cave. Your Highness, we were afraid that you would run into the cave master of the dragon cave, Li Wei muttered. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise and he chucked in amusement. Are you afraid that the cave master would devour me? Li Wei laughed in embarrassment. Beside them, Long Yi felt his eyes twitching as an awkward smile hung on his face. Gu Yuan forced himself to hold back his laughter. Your flying ship is a little too slow. Let's use my purple lightning peak, Huang Xiaolong said as he retrieved his treasure. This is a pseudo-creation artifact. Li Wei gasped. Huang Xiaolong nodded casually and brought everyone on board. As they traveled much faster than before, they returned to the Shirley world in several months. By the time they entered the Black Flame Holy World, a year had passed. Your Highness, that's the Myriad Star Palace, Li Wei introduced. There were countless stars hanging in the space above, and there were many palaces situated on the dazzling stars. Myriad Star Palace. It's a pretty nice place, Huang Xiaolong praised. He could see that every single palace contained a mysterious formation that linked every single star together. As they borrowed the power of the heavenly bodies, they formed an extremely powerful formation. Li Wei chuckled. Your Highness is too kind. Soon after, she invited all of them into the Myriad Star Palace. When they entered, the various eminent elders and grand elders were waiting for them. Young lady, how did it go? Eminent Elder Chan Chao spoke the moment she returned. As she didn't tell them about their gains during the trip, Everyone wanted to know if they found the dragon heartgrass. Li Wei nodded her head and smiled. Eminent Elder Xianxia, please rest assured that we managed to find 2 stalks of dragon heartgrass. Everyone in the hall rejoiced. We only managed to obtain the dragon heartgrass because of His Highness, Li Wei explained before introducing them to Huang Xiaolong. Many of them thanked Huang Xiaolong, and Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly in response. However, Chun Chao asked Huang Xiaolong in suspicion. I wonder where young Master Huang is from. You're not related to us. Why did you help our myriad star palace? He couldn't believe that Huang Xiaolong would help them in return for nothing. Many people started to stare at Huang Xiaolong cautiously. Li Wei's expression changed instantly. Eminent Elder Chun Chao, stop right there. You're not qualified to question His Highness. Eminent Elder Chun Chao was slightly surprised, but he glared at Huang Xiaolong suspiciously. I helped you guys because it was along the way, Huang Xiaolong explained. Do you really think that I'm plotting against your myriad star palace? You're such a tiny faction. There's no need for me to move against you. Another eminent elder sneered in response. Tiny faction? Are you looking down on us? If you are, why did you help our young lady to obtain the dragon heartgrass? Li Wei yelled hastily. All of you, stop right now. Eminent Elder Chan Chao of the Myriad Star Palace shook his head in response. If young Master Huang does not reveal his background, we will not allow you to enter our Myriad Star Palace. Long Yi couldn't help but sneer when he saw their behavior. His snort was like a massive blast that rang in their ears, and they retreated several steps. When they stopped themselves, they realized that blood was trickling down the side of their faces. They stared at Long Yi in fear. Li Wei and her guards fell to their knees as they kowtowed respectfully. Your Highness, they didn't know better. Please forgive them. Your Highness, please show mercy. Her guards kowtowed in fear. Chun Chao and the others might not know how strong Huang Xiaolong was, but they were there when he revealed his strength. Seeing Li Wei's behavior, Chun Chao and the others were stunned. Everything they were seeing had exceeded their expectations. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Chun Chao and the other eminent elders as a trace of amusement flashed through his mind. Li Wei might not have told him what was going on in the Myriad Star Palace, but he could tell that Chun Chao, Jia Fengyuan, and several other eminent elders didn't respect Li Wei at all. They were looking for all sorts of reasons to undermine her authority. Chun Chao and the others didn't dare to look Huang Xiaolong in the eyes. Allowing Li Wei to get up, he followed her into the Myriad Star Palace. No one dared to stop him this time. Eminent Elder Chun Chao. This, Jia Fengyuan asked as he looked at Chun Chao. We'll think of something when we get back. A light flashed in Chun Chao's eyes as he looked at their leaving figure. After Li Wei brought them into the Myriad Star Palace, she arranged for their accommodation personally. What's going on with Chun Chao? Huang Xiaolong asked. After a slight hesitation, Li Wei explained. Your Highness, Chun Chao has always been lusting over the position of the palace master. Now that my father is heavily injured, there's no one to keep him in check. He has been acting more and more out of line, and he definitely hopes for me to die in the Dragon Cave. Too bad I came back safe and sound. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. He guessed as much. Chun Chao is an expert who has comprehended 4 elements to the perfection level. He has some sort of relationship with the Patriarch of the Heaven-Breaking Gate. Even when my father wasn't injured, he didn't dare to mess with Chun Chao. She then explained the strength of the Heaven-Breaking Gate. It was ranked among the top 10 powers in the Black Flame world. It was ranked 10th, but the Patriarch of the Heaven-Breaking Gate was an expert who comprehended 10 elements to the perfection level. Moreover, he was well connected to several caretakers in the Black Flame World Master Manor. You don't have to worry about Chun Chao. Just focus on treating your father's injury. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Li Wei thanked Huang Xiaolong before leaving the room. After she left, Long Yi laughed coldly. Oh, I've seen that guy before. He's called Shurpatian. That was the name of the heaven-breaking patriarch. Ha! Huang Xiaolong and Gu Yuan turned to look at Long Yi. The world masters of the Black Flame World, Heavenly Flame World, and several others came over to look for treasures in my dragon cave. They formed an alliance with Sherpodian and other experts who had comprehended 10 or more elements to perfection level to venture deep into the dragon cave. There were more than 100 of them, and I completely decimated them. Heh! I beat them half to death until they kneeled to beg for mercy. I was too lazy to kill them and let them all go. Of course, I got them to roll out of my dragon cave. Longy smirked. Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. So that's what happened. Li Wei's subordinate told me that the world master of the heavenly flame world fought with you in the past, but no one knows the outcome of the battle. Long Yi was stunned for a second before chuckling. They might have comprehended 13 elements to the perfection level, but they have barely 1.0 billion units of grand cosmos energy. I smashed his balls with a single slap in the past. They're probably too embarrassed to say that they lost, and they got everyone to guess the outcome of the battle. I wonder if he regenerated his balls. The next time I see him, I'll shatter it again. Huang Xiaolong and Gu Yuan roared with laughter. When they were talking about the world masters, Chen Chao and over a dozen eminent elders were discussing the matter in a grand hall somewhere in the Myriad Star Palace. Who would have thought that she would obtain the dragon heart grass? Jia Fengyuan frowned. I wonder where that bastard came from. It seems like the experts around him have comprehended 6 or more elements. Are we going to stop our plan now that he's here? Another doyen asked. Chen Chao glanced at the others before sighing. Follow me to the heaven-breaking gate tomorrow. We'll look for the heaven-breaking patriarch. All right, Jia Fengyuan and the others yelled. The very next day, Chen Chao and the others left. They traveled towards the heaven-breaking gate together. Chen Chao and the others didn't manage to meet Sherpodian. They only met with Sherpotian's disciple. After all, Chen Chao and the others weren't important enough to meet with Sherpodian directly. Even so, they were ecstatic to meet with his disciple. When they met Sherpotian's second disciple, Tang Yu, they were even happier. After all, he was the most talented disciple among the rest. He was also the strongest among them. He comprehended 7 elements to the grand competition stage. Chen Chao and the others handed over more than 100 million Dao coins and various precious herbs before speaking about the matter with Huang Xiaolong. Tang Yu waved his hand casually when he heard the story. Relax. I'll deal with the Huang bastard for you. However, I want the Myriad Star Cup after it's done. The faces of Chen Chao and the others changed. The Myriad Star Cup was the most important piece of treasure in the Myriad Star Palace. After all, it was used to gather the power of starlight, powering the grand formation of the Myriad Star Palace. Without the Myriad Star Cup, the future of the Myriad Star Palace could only be imagined. Lord Tang Yu, the Myriad Star Cup is the most important treasure in our faction. Tang Yu snorted in annoyance. If it wasn't an important treasure, why would I want it? Chen Chao and the others didn't dare to refute him. Go back and think about it. Is the Myriad Star Cup more important? Or is the position of the Myriad Star Palace Master better? As Chen Chao's expression sank, he looked at the various eminent elders who came along with him. All right, if Lord Tang you can deal with him and allow me to obtain the position of Palace Master, we are willing to hand over the Myriad Star Cup. Chen Chao growled after a short moment. Tang Yu grinned in response. You will definitely thank yourself for making this decision in the future. Let's drink. Tomorrow, I'll head over to the Myriad Star Palace with you. Many thanks to Lord Tang Yu. Chen Chao and the others bowed respectfully. The next day, Tang Yu brought along dozens of experts from the Heaven-Breaking Gate and went towards the Myriad Star Palace. All the experts he brought with him were powerhouses in the Breaking Heaven Palace. They were loyal to Tang Yu, and he wasn't afraid that they would leak the news. Get your men to keep an eye on that kid. Don't allow him to escape, Tang Yu instructed. If he manages to get away, I won't be held responsible. You'll still have to give me my reward. Lord Tang Yu, you can rest assured. I've long since gotten my men to watch the kid. In the past few days, they've been strolling about the Myriad Star Palace. They seem pretty carefree. In a few days, he'll be dead. Tang Yu chuckled. Chen Chao and the others roared with laughter. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong and the others were really enjoying life in the Myriad Star Palace. At night, Huang Xiaolong would revolve the Pangu world creation art in order to devour the universe-level spiritual vein. During the day, he would tour the place with Long Yi and Gu Yuan. He decided to leave the Myriad Star Palace after refining the spiritual vein. However, he didn't remain idle while doing so. He sent out more than 1,000 Dragonian beasts. He subdued to look for information on universe-level spiritual veins and creation-level herbs. He only left 10 of the strongest ones by his side in case he needed to deal with any trouble that he was too lazy to handle. There were times when Huang Xiaolong would suppress his strength to fight with Gu Yuan and Long Yi. Despite that, they weren't his match. Even though they were beaten every time, they learned a lot after sparring with Huang Xiaolong. It was especially so when Huang Xiaolong taught them the way of the Tao. Their understanding of how to reach the God of Creation realm became deeper. One fine day, Huang Xiaolong was discussing the Tao with the two when Li Wei barged into his palace. She didn't care that she was interrupting them, and she yelled hastily, "Your Highness? Qian Chao and the others left for the heaven-breaking gate several days ago. Right now, they're back with a ton of experts." Long Yi chuckled. "Did that brat, Sherpatian, come with them?" Li Wei shook her head. "No, his second disciple, Tang Yu, is here." Afraid that Huang Xiaolong and the others wouldn't take it seriously, she continued. "He's the most talented among all the disciples, and he comprehended 7 elements to the grand completion stage. He came along with a group of experts from the heaven-breaking gate, and there are several of them stronger than himself." She knew that Huang Xiaolong was strong enough to force a Grand Marshal of the Northern Court Celestial Empire back. But she still panicked when she heard that Tang Yu was here with eminent elders of the heaven-breaking gate. After all, the heaven-breaking gate was too famous in the area. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Even if Sherpatian came, Long Yi will be able to deal with it. Relax." Li Wei looked at Long Yi in shock. She couldn't believe that a mere follower would be able to defeat the heaven-breaking patriarch. After all, Sherpatian was the strongest person in the region. He comprehended 10 elements to the grand completion stage. If Long Yi could read her mind, he would probably smash his head into the wall to kill himself. "That person you call Tang Yu has already arrived." Huang Xiaolong discovered them in an instant. "Let's go take a look at the experts from the heaven-breaking gate." Huang Xiaolong laughed. Gu Yuan smiled. "We will deal with them for your highness." After he spoke, he turned to stare at Long Yi. In the past few days, they had been bullied badly by Huang Xiaolong. They had long since wanted to vent their frustration on someone else. Now, Tang Yu had conveniently delivered himself over to them. The 3 of them headed straight for Tang Yu's group. When Chun Chao and the others saw Huang Xiaolong's appearance, their eyes lit up. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Lord Tang Yu, that's them. He's the person we're talking about. And those are his subordinates. His subordinate is pretty strong. He's an expert who comprehended 6 elements to the perfection level." Chun Chao continued. 6? Not bad. Tang Yu sneered in response. He loved to battle experts who were slightly weaker than him. It wouldn't be fun to bully those who couldn't fight back, and he couldn't bully anyone stronger than him. As such, he loved looking for people slightly weaker than himself in order to show off his strength. Huang Xiaolong saw the look on Tang Yu's face when he sized Long Yi up and down. He nearly burst out laughing with Gu Yuan, but that would ruin all the fun. Long Yi glanced at Tang Yu before sneering. "Brother Gu, hand this brat over to me. I'll deal with him alone. You can do whatever you want to the others." "Hee, if you say so." Gu Yuan snickered. Chun Chao and the others were stunned when they heard the exchange between the two. Tang Yu could hear the mockery in Long Yi's voice, and his expression sank immediately. He glared at Huang Xiaolong before looking at the two. "In a bit, I'll make you wish you were dead. All of you will die a horrible death." Long Yi could no longer hold back his amusement. A snort left his lips, and he swiped at the air to drag Tang Yu over. "Horrible death? Brat, do you know that I won't even bother to deal with a fly like you if I ran into you along the street? Even your master is nothing but a fart in my eyes. With a tiny fart, I'll beat him half to death." Long Yi wasn't kidding. In the past, a single fart from him blew all of them away. It was a special skill cultivated by Long Yi, and not many people could stop his fart. Tang Yu stared at Long Yi with terror in his eyes. He tried to circulate his true qi, but he realized that he couldn't put up the slightest resistance. Chun Chao and the others were dumbstruck. "Who are you?" Qin Zitai, an eminent elder of the heaven-breaking gate, asked. "You're not qualified to ask for this daddy's identity," Long Yi sneered. "However, Shurpatian should know who I am. You can go ahead and ask him." "Oh, wait a minute. You won't be able to ask him." The experts of the heaven-breaking gate frowned. It seemed as though the other party knew their patriarch. "Tang Yu is the treasured disciple of our patriarch. On his behalf, please let him go," another eminent elder warned. "On Shurpotian's behalf. Didn't you hear what I just said? Shurpatian isn't worth a fart before me. Why should I give a damn about him?" Long Yi growled. "Eminent Elder Qin, this man went too far. He doesn't show respect to our patriarch at all. We should join hands to kill him," one of the grand elders roared. However, he was sent flying by Gu Yuan the moment the words left his lips. By the time he crashed into the ground, he was no longer breathing. Everyone stared at the grand elder in shock. "Is he dead?" Gu Yuan slowly walked towards the others and sneered. "Make your move. Give it everything you got. Bring out all your Dao artifacts and try to hit me." Qin Zitai roared with fury as he circulated his power to the limit. The blade in his hand slashed towards Gu Yuan. When he released his aura, everyone in the Myriad Star Palace was shocked. Even so, Gu Yuan simply stretched out his hand and slapped the giant blade that was formed by Qin Zitai's blade qi. It shattered instantly as the shards flew towards the experts of the heaven-breaking gate. When they were busy defending themselves from the blade qi, Gu Yuan sent a single punch flying towards Qin Zitai. Boom! Again, an explosion rang through the skies. Long Yi looked at Tang Yu, who was shivering with fear in his hand, and a sinister smile formed on his face. The haughty expression on Tang Yu's face was nowhere to be seen. "It's your turn." Before Tang Yu could say anything, Long Yi chopped at his neck with the side of his palm. A searing pain shot through his brain, and he was in so much pain he couldn't scream. Li Wei stood to the side with her eyes wide. She might have guessed that Huang Xiaolong's subordinates were strong, but they were far too powerful. Even an eminent elder from the heaven-breaking gate who had comprehended 8 elements to perfection level couldn't take a single blow from Gu Yuan. In the time it took for her to realize what was going on, Gu Yuan dealt with a huge half of his opponents. Chun Chao and the others were so frightened that they forgot to run. Very quickly, Gu Yuan and Long Yi dealt with all of them. Huang Xiaolong tossed the half-dead experts over to Li Wei and the others and got them to clean up the battlefield. Turning to look at Chun Chao and the rest, he raised an eyebrow casually. They had long since gotten to their knees, and they were begging for mercy. Initially, Huang Xiaolong wanted to deal with them personally. However, he lost interest when he saw their pathetic looks. Shaking his head, he got Long Yi to seal off their cultivation base before handing them over to Li Wei. Half a day later, the heaven-breaking gate learned what happened to Tang Yu and the others, causing Shurpatian to fly into a fit of rage. However, he fell into a daze after asking for details on the incident. Did he actually say that he could destroy me with his fart? Shurpatian frowned. The scene that played out countless years ago made him remember some unhappy memories. It was a humiliation that he would never forget as long as he lived. The eminent elder that made the report didn't notice the change in Shurpotian's expression, and he roared with rage. "That bastard deserves to die. In my opinion, you should skin him alive with his master, that bastard with the surname Huang. We'll throw them into the poison pool for 100 million years." When he was still going on about his ideas, a heavy slap landed on his face. He crashed into the wall behind, and he finally realized that Shurpatian was the one who struck him. "If you say another word, I'll extract your Dao soul and throw it into the poison pool." Shurpatian glared at him with a gaze that could kill. After discovering that Shurpatian wasn't kidding, the eminent elder fell to his knees. "Retrieve all the dragon liquid in the treasury right now." Shurpatian roared at his oldest disciple. "I'll make a trip over to the Myriad Star Palace. They thought that they had misheard, and the experts standing in the hall looked at each other in disbelief. If the patriarch was going to the Myriad Star Palace, why does he need to bring his treasures over? The dragon liquid was the most precious of treasures in their heaven-breaking gate. They kept it for God knows how many years, and not even Sherpadian was willing to use it for himself. No matter how hard they tried, they would never guess that Sherpadian wanted to use the treasures to seek forgiveness. After retrieving the dragon liquid from the treasury, Sherpadian kept it well before ordering everyone in the hall, "Wait for my news. If I fail to return, Wang Jun will be the new patriarch of the heaven-breaking gate." Wang Jun was precisely his oldest disciple. Everyone stared at him in shock. Is he actually laying down his will? They fell to their knees in unison and cried out in terror, "Patriarch, please reconsider. Master, we have more than 1 billion disciples in our heaven-breaking gate. Are we really unable to deal with 3 of them?" Wang Jun cried out. "Moreover, we have many allies out there. We can call for Zhu Molin, Tianigu, Jingu, and the rest." "That's right. Patriarch, please think this through," the eminent elders cried out in succession. Shaking his head, Sherpadian thought about what had happened in the past and sighed. "If that's who I think it is, it doesn't matter who I bring along. Not even the world master of the Black Flame world can do a thing." Everyone felt their jaws dropping in fright. The world master of the Black Flame world ranked among the strongest masters in the Shirley world. He comprehended 13 elements to perfection level, but from what Sherpadian said, that wasn't enough. In fact, there was something Sherpadian didn't tell them. If the Dragon Cave Master was really the one who did it, who in the world was the Dragon Cave Master's master? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like his legs were about to give out. The Dragon Cave Master was a supreme expert who reached the peak of the Tao Venerable realm. He was an inch away from breaking through to the God of Creation realm. Unless one was a god of creation, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. In the past, there were dozens of world masters present. 80 of them were experts who had comprehended 8 or more elements to the perfection level. As for the rest, they weren't exactly weaklings either. More than 100 experts joined hands, only to be beaten badly by the Dragon Cave Master. They couldn't even fight a single dragon. "I'm leaving," Sherpadian warned all of them solemnly. "No one is allowed to spread rumors regarding this. If the Lord gets angry, he might exterminate our entire heaven-breaking gate." The experts in the hall nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Jun wanted to ask about the identity of the Lord his master mentioned, but he eventually swallowed his words. Sherpadian tore through the air and headed for the Myriad Star Palace alone. Li Wei was refining the pill to save her father using the 2 stalks of dragon heartgrass when one of the Grand Elders made a report that Sherpadian had arrived. Jumping in fright, Li Wei cried out in shock, Sherpadian? Sherpadian. He was the strongest expert in the region. When her father met Sherpadian in the past, he had to act like a mouse before the man. "Yes, young lady, what should we do?" the Grand Elder squeaked in trepidation. "How many people came along with him?" Li Wei asked. He came alone." "Alone?" Li Wei was dumbfounded. In fact, everyone who heard the report couldn't believe their ears. "Yes, Patriarch Sherpadian is currently standing outside the Myriad Star Palace, and he says that he wishes to meet with Lord Dragon. He hopes that young lady can make the report to Lord Dragon." His expression turned weird all of a sudden. He also said that if Lord Dragon is unwilling to meet him, he'll kneel outside the Myriad Star Palace till he does. Li Wei stared at the Grand Elder in shock. Kneeling outside the Myriad Star Palace until Lord Dragon meets with him. "Are you sure that's what Patriarch Sherpadian said?" Li Wei asked in disbelief. The Grand Elder nodded his head. "I even asked him if he was referring to Lord Long Yi, and he said that he was." Staring at the Grand Elder silently, Li Wei realized that Long Yi might not be lying when he said that Sherpadian and the others couldn't even stand up to his fart. He wasn't kidding. "Young lady, this Patriarch Sherpadian is still waiting outside." Li Wei hesitated for a moment before running off to one of the palaces. I'll look for Lord Long Yi immediately." She felt that Long Yi was pretty strong, but she didn't expect Shurpatian would beg to meet him. It finally dawned on her that Long Yi's status was much more exalted than Shurpatian, and her heartbeat accelerated when she realized that she was going to talk to someone more important than the strongest expert in the region, not to mention the fact that there was Gu Yuan and Huang Xiaolong. A moment later, she arrived at Huang Xiaolong's palace. No longer barging in like before, she yelled outside the entrance, "Your Highness, Patriarch Shurpatian of the Heaven-Breaking Gate is here. He wishes to meet Lord Long Yi." After pausing for a moment, she continued, "He said that he'll kneel outside the Myriad Star Palace until Lord Long Yi agrees to see him." Huang Xiaolong and the others were sparring in the courtyard when her cries rang through the air. Long Yi was sent flying with a single punch by Huang Xiaolong, and he roared, "Ah!" Li Wei stared at the palace in fright. However, Gu Yuan's voice rang through the skies next. "Your Highness, you're too strong. Ouch! It's too painful." Li Wei's face flushed red as her thoughts went wild. From their yells, she couldn't help as dirty thoughts filled her mind. However, they didn't mention Shurpatian, and she didn't dare to repeat herself. She could only wait outside patiently. After more than an hour, she gnashed her teeth and reminded them, "Lord Long Yi, Patriarch Shurpatian requests to meet with you." A response came from Long Yi after several dozen breaths of time. "Fine. Call him to get in here. Tell him to roll his way in." Even though she was startled, she went out to relay his order. Outside the Myriad Star Palace, Li Wei repeated what Long Yi said word for word. She was afraid that Shurpatian would fly into a fit of rage, but the smile that appeared on his face confused her. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll go in there right now." It was as though it was his honor to meet Long Yi. She stared at him in amazement as he got to his belly and started rolling towards the Myriad Star Palace. He went all the way towards Huang Xiaolong's palace. Li Wei followed behind him, and when she obtained Huang Xiaolong's permission to enter the palace, she entered with Shurpatian. The moment they saw Huang Xiaolong, Long Yi, and Gu Yuan, Shurpatian fell to his knees and cried, "Shurpatian greets Lord Dragon. My disciple isn't aware of Lord Dragon's lofty status and offended you unknowingly. He didn't mean any disrespect. I am here to seek forgiveness on his behalf. Please, show mercy." He took out all the dragon liquid in the Breaking Heaven Gate and handed it over to Long Yi. Li Wei's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Long Yi turned to look at Huang Xiaolong and asked, "Your Highness, this. All right, we'll accept the apology." Long Yi quickly accepted the dragon liquid brought by Shurpatian, and Huang Xiaolong allowed Shurpatian to get to his feet. After all, Shurpatian didn't offend him in the slightest. There was no need to make things difficult for him. "In the future, you can remain behind as my subordinate," Huang Xiaolong muttered. "I'll remain in the Myriad Star Palace for some time. If you have any questions on cultivation, feel free to look for Long Yi." Shurpatian, who didn't know what to do, stared at Huang Xiaolong in bewilderment when he heard what he said. Before he came over, Shurpatian felt that staying alive would be a massive win for him. He was even prepared to be beaten to half an inch of his life by Long Yi. In his head, there were no other outcomes. He was ecstatic when he heard that he could serve under Huang Xiaolong. Falling to his knees, he thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. "Patian is more than willing to serve your highness." He kowtowed relentlessly. Even serving Long Yi was like a dream come true to him, much less Huang Xiaolong. He might not know about Huang Xiaolong's true identity, but for him to have Long Yi as his subordinate, one could only imagine how strong he was. Li Wei felt as though she was living a dream when she saw Shurpatian submitting to Huang Xiaolong. He swore to the heavens that he would never betray Huang Xiaolong before bowing respectfully to his new master. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste any time as he ordered Shurpatian to use the resources of the Heaven-Breaking Gate to look for news of universe-level spiritual veins or creation-level pills. Not too long after Shurpatian agreed to be Huang Xiaolong's subordinate, a conflicting scene played out in a palace in the Northern Court Celestial Empire. Lu Ting and the other 5 experts stood silently before a pretty lady. "Oh, Members of the Myriad Star Palace in the Black Flame World. The woman frowned. Ever since they returned from the Dragon Cave, Lu Ting and the others started to look into Huang Xiaolong's identity. They didn't forget Li Wei and the others. The Northern Court Celestial Empire might be strong, but the Shirley world was too damn large. They only managed to obtain the news after some time. Yes, Princess. Lu Ting continued. The woman is the daughter of the Myriad Star Palace Master. However, no one knows where that man came from. He shouldn't be from the Myriad Star Palace. After all, the strongest person in the Myriad Star Palace is their palace master, and he only comprehended 4 elements to the perfection level. A light flashed in the princess' eyes, and she muttered, shattering a high-grade Dao artifact with a single finger. Not even she was able to do something like that. At the very least, they were dealing with an expert who had comprehended all 13 elements to the perfection level. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't wish to anger an expert at that level. However, the eggs were too important to her. She needed them desperately. Princess, should we look for Lord Yang Han? Lu Ting suggested after a short hesitation. Yang Han was Princess Bei Shui's master, and he was also an existence who had comprehended all 13 elements to the perfection level. Moreover, he had already accumulated 1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Master! Bei Shui frowned. Yes, Your Highness, if Lord Yang Han makes a move, he will definitely be able to retrieve the eggs. Lu Ting explained. I can feel that the man is hiding a massive secret on him. Oh! Bei Shui stared at Lu Ting in silence. Yes, Princess? She then explained her guesses. Top-grade dragon bloodline? Bei Shui felt her heart trembling when she heard Lu Ting's guess. The reason she needed to obtain the eggs was because of the dragon and phoenix chi in them. If she could obtain a top-grade dragon bloodline, it would be a great bonus. All right, I will invite my master. A moment later, she made her decision. Naturally, it wouldn't be an easy matter to invite her master to make his move. Even so, she was confident that she could convince him. Several days later, a figure tore through the skies and headed straight for the Black Flame World. Li Ting of the Myriad Star Palace greets Your Highness. Li Ting greeted Huang Xiaolong respectfully in the main hall of the Myriad Star Palace. The experts of the Myriad Star Palace successfully refined the pill with the dragon heartgrass, and Li Ting's condition improved quickly. He learned about everything that happened in his absence, and he decided to thank Huang Xiaolong the moment he recovered. Helping Li Ting up, Huang Xiaolong pressed his palm on Li Ting's chest. Pressing down slightly, Li Ting was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Father! Palace Master! Li Wei and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong in confusion. Hold it! Getting to his feet, Li Ting bowed once again. Many thanks to Your Highness. After refining the pill they made, he recovered quite a bit. However, there were countless impurities left in his body, and his foundation was affected by the leftover injuries. Huang Xiaolong's palm cleared out everything, allowing him to return to his peak state. Huang Xiaolong then asked about the reason behind Li Ting's injury. Li Wei had told him about her father's injury in the past, but she didn't say a word about the reason behind it. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise after hearing the reason. Ice River. Li Ting's injury was due to a run-in with an ice beast in the Ice River. Gu Yuan interrupted. The Ice River is one of the most dangerous places in the Shirley world. It's comparable to the Dragon Cave. However, the number of ice beasts there is uncountable. There's an Ice King in the river whose strength is comparable to mine. Long Yi said all of a sudden. Oh! Huang Xiaolong's interest was definitely aroused. Are there any universe-level treasures in the Ice River? Huang Xiaolong asked Gu Yuan and Long Yi. If there was one, he might be tempted to make a trip over. There might be more treasures in the Ice River compared to the Dragon Cave. I once obtained a piece of black ice jade marrow. Black ice jade marrow? Huang Xiaolong smiled. The black ice jade marrow was a treasure equivalent to the dragon marrow. Could be used to restore the Pangu axe. However, the black ice jade marrow is pretty damn rare. I haven't seen one after so many trips there, but I managed to find several flowers of time and liquid of life. Long Yi added. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. Is there a universe-level spiritual vein in the ice river? Gu Yuan and Long Yi shook their heads in unison. Probably not. No one has ever seen one before. Huang Xiaolong wasn't disappointed at all. A universe-level spiritual vein was extremely rare, and it wasn't uncommon for there not to be one. Regardless, Huang Xiaolong decided to make a trip down to the ice river. If he could find a universe-level spiritual vein, it would be great. Otherwise, obtaining the black ice jade marrow would be fine. He had already placed the dragon marrow he found near the Pangu axe as he allowed it to devour the marrow slowly. When he was still asking about the ice river, Huang Xiaolong frowned all of a sudden. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and the others found it slightly weird, and they turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong in confusion. Looks like we have guests. Huang Xiaolong spoke as he turned to look into the distance. Gu Yuan and Long Yi were stunned, and they quickly sent their Dao souls out to look for the newcomer. 1 billion units of grand cosmos energy? Gu Yuan chuckled. Looks like a large fish from the Northern Court Celestial Empire came knocking. Li Ting and the others stared at him in shock. An expert from the Northern Court Celestial Empire with 1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. A figure approached the hall with extreme speed, and there weren't any fluctuations around him. The person who came was Yang Han, Bei Shui's master. Yang Han had no idea that Huang Xiaolong, Gu Yuan, and Long Yi had long since detected his presence. He didn't think too much about his disciples' request as he felt as though their strength had been exaggerated. With the number of treasures she promised, he decided to make the trip over. Easily breaking through the grand formation around the Myriad Star Palace, he entered the area. The formation might be strong, but it was nothing before an expert like him. The moment he entered the Myriad Star Palace, he felt all his hair standing on end. It was as though he had entered the most dangerous region of a forbidden area. Yang Han stopped dead in his tracks. Who? Circulating his grand cosmos energy, he got on high alert. As the word left his lips, several figures emerged from the main palace. With a look of suspicion in his eyes, he stared at Huang Xiaolong. According to Bei Shui's description, the youngster was his target. However, other than Huang Xiaolong's handsome appearance, he couldn't detect the slightest trace of strength coming from the kid. When he saw the two figures following behind Huang Xiaolong, his pupils constricted. The feeling he got from them was the same when he met with the Northern Court Celestial Emperor. No, it seemed as though they were even stronger than the Celestial Emperor. How is that possible? The Northern Court Celestial Emperor was an expert who had 1.2 billion units of grand cosmos energy. In fact, he had 1.26 billion units of grand cosmos energy. He completely ignored Li Ting and the others behind Long Yi and Gu Yuan. When Yang Han was thinking about the identities of Long Yi and Gu Yuan, Huang Xiaolong broke the silence. Are you the person the fourth princess invited over to obtain the eggs? Yang Han's expression sank when he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He didn't ask about the eggs. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. A frown formed on Yang Han's face. It was clear that he hadn't heard his name before, and he started to introduce himself. I am Yang Han of the Northern Court Celestial Empire. What? You're Lord Yang Han, the fourth princess master. Li Ting gasped in fright. Yang Han's reputation in the Celestial Empire was great. He was an expert who had comprehended 13 elements to the grand completion stage, and he had accumulated 1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. He was also the fourth princess master. Even though there were many experts in the Shirley world who were comparable to him in strength, they weren't as famous as him. Yang Han wasn't surprised by their reaction. However, his gaze didn't shift from Huang Xiaolong and he continued, Indeed, I'm here for the eggs. They are extremely important to Bei Shui, and if you're willing to give them to me, the Northern Court Celestial Empire will be eternally grateful to you. We will be willing to give you treasures in return. Oh? What can you offer me in return? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. How could Huang Xiaolong be unaware of Yang Han's intentions? He was definitely planning on snatching the eggs when he came. However, he changed his mind after seeing Gu Yuan and Long Yi. Yang Han stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, but he soon gave a reply. We'll give you 1,000,000,000 Dao coins in return. 1,000,000,000 Dao coins. The price might not be low, but it was definitely far from what the eggs were worth. Gu Yuan sneered. 1,000,000,000 Dao coins for 2 Chaos Essence Dragon Phoenix eggs. Brat, are you mentally challenged? Li Ting and the others felt their legs going soft when they heard what Gu Yuan said. That was Yang Han, a supreme expert of the Northern Court Celestial Empire with more than 1,000,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy. Strictly speaking, Long Yi and Gu Yuan were existences who were born during the creation of the universe. It wasn't wrong for them to address Yang Han as a brat. However, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes when he heard how they addressed him. Hee hee. Do you expect me to believe that you brought 1,000,000,000 Dao coins with you? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Yang Han shook his head. No. However, as long as I bring the eggs back, I'll get someone to bring the Dao coins over. Brat, Gu Yuan wasn't wrong when he said that you were mentally challenged. Long Yi snorted. Anger burned in Yang Han's heart, and he raged. What do you mean by this? Don't give me that shit. You were planning to snatch the eggs before you came. You only changed your mind when you met us? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Since you're not sincere at all, I'll leave right now, Yang Han muttered after glancing at Gu Yuan and Long Yi. It was too bad he couldn't move before a giant fist came crashing down on his head. As he tumbled through the air, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Turning to look at his assailant, he was shocked to discover that Long Yi had made the first move. Li Ting and the others were equally as shocked to see that Yang Han was sent flying with a single punch from Long Yi. Previously, they had guessed that Long Yi was an expert who had comprehended 13 elements to the grand completion stage when Shurpatian came. They felt that it would be slightly exaggerated to say that he was an expert who had accumulated 1,000,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy. Now, it was clear that they were mistaken. Is Long Yi an existence close to the god of creation realm? Who in the world are you? Yang Han roared. Long Yi's punch revealed his strength, and Yang Han realized that Long Yi was far stronger than the Northern Court Celestial Emperor. Who? Long Yi chuckled. However, he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong before he said anything else. After seeing the slight nod from Huang Xiaolong, a sinister grin appeared on Long Yi's face as he strolled over to Yang Han. It was as though he had finally found a good prey. Chills ran down Yang Han's spine. Tens of minutes later, Li Ting and the others saw that Yang Han was beaten up so badly that they nearly failed to recognize him. Huang Xiaolong slowly raised his hand, and he sent a ray of purple light into Yang Han's body. Several days later, in the Northern Court Celestial Empire, Bei Shui paced up and down as a solemn expression could be seen on her face. Lu Ting entered the hall, and Bei Shui asked, Have you received any news on my master? Since a few days ago, they had lost all contact with Yang Han. After a slight hesitation, Lu Ting replied, Lord Yang Han seems to have been captured by that man. Captured? Bei Shui exclaimed in fright. My master, who has 1,000,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy, was captured by the enemy. Can they be mistaken? Lord Yang Han seems to have submitted to the guy. Lu Ting whispered. That's not possible. Bei Shui cried out in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. My master will never betray the Northern Court Celestial Empire. Bei Shui yelled hysterically as she paced around the courtyard. Lu Ting opened her mouth to say something, but she eventually swallowed her words. She didn't want to believe the outcome of the investigation either, but it seemed as though it was true. Yang Han actually fell into the hands of the bastard they ran into in the Dragon Cave. She couldn't believe that Yang Han would submit to the other party. After all, Yang Han had served the Empire for countless years. He had fought through countless battles, and he was regarded highly by the Celestial Emperor himself. How could it be possible? When Bei Shui finally calmed herself, Lu Ting approached her and muttered, Princess, should we report this to His Majesty? At that moment, not even the Celestial Emperor knew about the matter. As a prominent figure in the Celestial Empire, Yang Han's defect to the other party side had to be reported to the Celestial Emperor. Bei Shui's expression fluctuated between anger and fear, but she nodded her head eventually. You shall follow me to look for Father Emperor. A moment later, Bei Shui and Lu Ting headed straight for the main hall of the Imperial Palace. At that moment, Bei Yenrui was currently discussing some matters with the various officials in the main hall. Has there been any news on the old ancestor? It's been some time since he left for the Ice River. Bei Yenrui asked one of the grand marshals in the hall. Your Majesty, the old ancestor entered the Ice Palace yesterday. Moreover, he entered the 10th space in the palace. The Ice Palace was located deep within the Ice River, and it was a land full of treasures. There were 1,000 separate spaces in total, and the treasures contained in each of them increased the deeper one went. However, no one had ever been able to enter the 1,000th space. Those who could enter the 900th space and above were few. It was said that even Meng Tian, the strongest existence in the universe, had been to the Ice River twice. He hadn't been able to enter the 1,000th space no matter how hard he tried. Your Majesty, please rest assured that the old ancestor will definitely be able to enter the 900th space. He will definitely locate the Heart of Ice. Another Grand Marshal reassured. Bei Yenrui nodded slowly. Bei Shui and Lu Ting barged into the hall all of a sudden. Frowning slightly, Bei Yenrui felt a little confused. His daughter hardly ever looked for him in the main hall. After they bowed to show their respect, he asked them about the reason behind their interruption. The two of them looked at each other and remained silent. Your Majesty, something happened to Lord Yang Han. Lu Ting broke the silence before Bei Yenrui could say anything. The experts in the hall stared at Lu Ting in shock. What happened to Yang Han? Bei Yenrui asked. He still had no idea what was going on. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ting gnashed. Several days ago, Lord Yang Han went to the Black Flame world and was captured by his enemy. What? Bei Yenrui leaped to his feet in shock. Everyone in the hall stared at Lu Ting, flabbergasted. All of them knew Yang Han's strength. How in the world did someone capture him? Who was it? Did the World Master of the Black Flame world do it? Bei Yenrui asked. The strongest individual in the Black Flame world was the World Master, however. He was probably barely as strong as Yang Han. It isn't the Black Flame World Master, Bei Shui sighed. Everyone turned to look at her. After a slight hesitation, she continued, It's a youngster with the surname Huang. Bei Yenrui frowned. Lu Ting also managed to find out that my master chose to submit to that youngster. Bei Shui's voice was low when she revealed the truth. Bei Yenrui felt his throat going dry when he looked at his daughter. What? How can Lord Yang Han betray the empire? Everyone in the hall went into an uproar. Sucking in a long breath, Bei Yenrui held his hand up to silence everyone before turning to ask Bei Shui. Tell me exactly what happened. Repeating everything that happened from the time Lu Ting and the others ran into Huang Xiaolong in the Dragon Cave. Bei Shui didn't dare to hide a thing from her father. She also mentioned the part where Yang Han headed to the Myriad Star Palace alone to look for Huang Xiaolong. Narrowing his eyes, Bei Yenrui growled, Someone with the surname Huang? From the Myriad Star Palace? Your Majesty, can he be related to Lord Huang Muyang? A Grand Marshal in the hall guessed. I have already made the necessary investigations. The man isn't related to Lord Huang Muyang at all. Lord Huang Muyang has 6 descendants who have comprehended all 13 elements to perfection level. But he isn't any one of them, Lu Ting explained. Father, I'm afraid that this isn't as simple as it seems, Bei Shui muttered. Bei Yenrui nodded his head and sighed. Of course, I'm not doubting Yang Han. I will get to the bottom of this. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years passed. One fine day, Huang Xiaolong emerged from his palace and looked at the starry skies above. He heaved a sigh of relief. After so long, he had finally refined the universe-level spiritual vein. It was time for him to leave the Myriad Star Palace. According to his estimations, he only needed 4 more spiritual veins at that level before his third world would reach the peak level under the God of Creation realm. Your Highness, the men from the Northern Court Celestial Empire are here again. Li Ting made a report. In the years that passed, countless experts of the Celestial Empire came over. However, they were easily dealt with by Gu Yuan and Long Yi. Initially, Huang Xiaolong thought that the old ancestor of the Northern Court Celestial Empire would personally appear, but that wasn't the case. From what he heard, the old ancestor went to the ice palace of the Ice River. Throw all of them out. Tell them that I'll head to the Ice River tomorrow and the Myriad Star Palace will be under my protection. If anything happens to you, I'll personally make a trip down to the Celestial Empire to look for Bei Yenrui. Your Highness, are you really going to the Ice River? Li Ting exclaimed. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. Everything has to come to an end. If we're fated to meet, we'll see each other again. Li Ting nodded his head in silence. The very next day, Huang Xiaolong, Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han left the Myriad Star Palace. The experts of the Myriad Star Palace sent them off, and Li Wei didn't budge even after the group had disappeared into the void. Li Ting shook his head when he saw his daughter's behavior. How could he be unaware of her thoughts? However, he knew that there was no way they could hold someone like Huang Xiaolong back. The Ice River wasn't close to the Myriad Star Palace at all, and Huang Xiaolong continued to discuss the way of the Tao with Gu Yuan and Long Yi on the way there. Yang Han stood to the side as he listened intently. A year later, they finally saw the Ice River deep in the void. Your Highness, I heard that the little brat, Bei Yenrui, has also come to the Ice River. Long Yi whispered. Oh! Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in shock. The old ancestor of the Northern Court Celestial Empire is about to emerge from the Ice Palace, and Bei Yenrui brought the experts of the Empire over to welcome the old ancestor. Gu Yuan continued. If we enter the Ice River in a few days, will we be able to run into them? Huang Xiaolong asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The old ancestor of the Northern Court Celestial Empire, Bei Ting, was a god of creation who had reached the peak of the small completion stage. He probably had nearly 3.0 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Long Yi roared with laughter. Bei Yenrui will definitely mention what happened to Bei Ting when he emerges from the Ice Palace. He will definitely ask the old ancestor to stand up for them to seek out your highness. Gu Yuan chuckled. Ha ha ha. It's not like his highness is afraid of Bei Ting. The two of them chuckled with amusement. Yang Han, who was standing behind them, laughed. I will have to trouble your highness to explain the situation to the god of creation, Bei Ting. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and laughed. There's nothing to explain. Don't worry about it. 2 days later, the group arrived above the Ice River, staring at the massive lake of ice hanging in the space before them. Not the slightest bit of imperfection could be seen in it. It was extremely pretty, but the river of ice behaved shockingly like water. It flowed through the space like a liquid. Huang Xiaolong's group foresaw groups of experts emerging, entering, and traveling across the Ice River world like a little trail of ants. They were experts from various worlds. Despite the danger residing in the Ice River, many people were there to try their luck in hopes of finding amazing treasures within. Naturally, everyone who could enter the Ice River world belonged to factions at the creed level. The weakest of those who entered were primal ancestors. Even if they were primal ancestors, they were close to the Tao Venerable Realm. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his purple lightning peak before descending towards a world of ice below them. Huang Xiaolong saw that everything around them was covered in ice. However, the ice glowed a variety of colors. There were even flames that burned in solid ice. It was a special existence called frozen flames, and it was extremely rarely seen in the universe. The Ice River world was truly a special existence. That was the name given to it by countless generations of experts who visited the Ice River. The Ice River world was even larger than the Dragon Cave, but not many people could venture to its extreme depths. Not even God of Creation realm experts could explore the entire area. When Huang Xiaolong's group was silently observing the various types of ice, an arrogant cry rang through the air. Get out of our way! The third young master is coming through. From what it seemed, the group who yelled at Huang Xiaolong's party of 4 had just entered the Ice River world. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong saw that there were quite a lot of people coming their way. Faint light surrounded their robes, and they looked extremely eye-catching. From their get-up, they were members of the floating light holy world manor. There were countless holy worlds in the Shirley world, but the floating light holy world ranked in the top 5. They were a monstrous existence in the Shirley world, and they were ranked right below the Shirley Celestial Empire and the Northern Court Celestial Empire. Blocking your way? Did you carve your name here or something? Huang Xiaolong sneered. The Ice River world was massive. Huang Xiaolong's group barely took up any space at all, and there was no reason the other party couldn't walk to the side. A sinister smile formed on Long Yi's face. Right now, His Highness claimed this path. Get the fuck away. If you don't, the experts of the floating light world couldn't believe what they were hearing. They didn't expect anyone to be more pretentious than them. A youngster who emitted an air of confidence stepped out of the group. It was clear that he was someone more important than any of those around him. Interesting. I, Gao Boyong, would like to see how qualified you are to claim this area for yourself. The youngster sneered. Gao Boyong was precisely the third son of the world master of the floating light world. He was extremely famous in the floating light world, and he was an expert who had comprehended 8 elements to the perfection level. He turned to order his subordinate beside him. Toss them out. I don't wish to see any of them. His meaning couldn't be more clear. Yes, third master. 4 experts stepped out from their ranks as soon as he gave the order. The 4 of them looked exactly the same. They were obviously quadruplets, and their skin was slightly green in color. They were experts from the green giant race. They moved in unison, and 4 palms shot towards Huang Xiaolong's group. Giant pillars of green light fell from the void and turned into a huge river that shot at Huang Xiaolong's party of 4. The green river moved extremely quickly, and the members of the floating light world couldn't react in time. It exploded before Huang Xiaolong's group. However, the green river turned into specks of light that swarmed towards the members of the floating light world, and miserable screams soon came from them. Gao Boyong and the others were shocked as they tried to distance themselves from the battlefield, afraid that they would also be affected by the specks of light. They stared at Huang Xiaolong's group with terror in their eyes. Third young master, these people are extremely powerful. We have no idea how strong they are. Why don't we take another path? Someone advised. The experts who acted earlier comprehended 4 elements to the perfection level. Even so, they were killed without much fanfare. It was obvious that the 2 parties weren't on the same level. They didn't even know which of the 4 before them made the move. In fact, Yang Han was the one who acted earlier. Huang Xiaolong and the other 2 were too lazy to bother. Regardless, Yang Han was an expert who had accumulated 1.0 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Killing the 4 green giants was as easy as breathing. With his expression sinking, Gao Boyong growled, I'll remember this. After he spoke, he brought the members of the floating light world away. Huang Xiaolong stopped Long Yi, who wanted to send them all to hell. Right now, locating the universe-level spiritual vein and the ice marrow outranks everything. Soon after, their group left. Not too long after they disappeared, Gao Boyong reappeared with a frosty look on his face. Look into their identities. Third young master, the middle-aged man, looks pretty familiar. I can't remember where I've seen him before. The person he was referring to was Yang Han. Of course, Gao Boyong didn't care too much about it. Instead, he sneered, My father will arrive in a few days. When he comes, we'll deal with that bunch of lowlives. Third young master, is there really a universe-level spiritual vein in the Ice Palace? A white-browed expert asked. Gao Boyong looked at the man before muttering, That's what we heard. No one knows if that's actually true. However, many world masters are here to try their luck. His father, the world master of the floating light world, was also there for the rumored universe-level spiritual vein. There are rumors that there are more than a single universe-level spiritual vein in the Ice Palace. Gao Boyong muttered. Everyone stared at him in shock. Third young master, what do you mean? It's said that the universe-level spiritual veins in there were formed at the same time. They seem to be related to each other, and if you find one, you'll be able to find the other, Gao Boyong explained. Twins. There should be a universe-level spiritual vein in the Dragon Cave too. How is that possible? Gao Boyong continued. Well, there might be one, but no one has been able to locate it. Only people with ungodly luck will be able to find treasures like a universe-level spiritual vein. Of course, he had no idea that Huang Xiaolong had not only obtained the universe-level spiritual vein, but had also refined it. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and the others saw a giant ice valley in the ground below. Your Highness, it looks like we came to the right place. Long Yi grinned. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. They had just learned about the presence of the Yin-Yang universe-level spiritual vein. Gu Yuan muttered, I heard that Lord Shi Li will be here too. His expression turned solemn. That was a god of creation, the strongest expert in the Shi Li world. He was a god of creation who had reached the large completion stage. Moreover, he wasn't any ordinary expert. He had entered the large completion stage a long time ago. How strong do you think Shi Li is? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. The three of them fell silent in an instant. There wasn't a good way to estimate Shi Li's strength. Probably 4 billion units of grand cosmos energy or more. Gu Yuan eventually replied. For billion, that was only Gu Yuan's initial estimate. Even if Shi Li didn't possess so much grand cosmos energy, he wouldn't be too much weaker. No one could be sure that Shi Li didn't run into some sort of fortuitous encounter in recent years. If he did, his strength would far surpass that level. For billion, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. At that moment, he was closing in on 3.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. He was willing to take the risk to battle Shi Li with the help of the Pangu axe. After devouring the dragon marrow he obtained in the Dragon Cave, the Pangu axe could be said to have recovered quite a bit of its strength. However, if he could obtain the heart of ice and the ice marrow, the Pangu axe would definitely grow even stronger. All right, we'll head into the ice palace. Huang Xiaolong tore through the air and soared straight for the ice palace. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han followed closely behind. The ice palace was located deep in the ice river, and even with their speed, they would need 3 months to arrive. When Huang Xiaolong and the others were rushing over, a huge group of experts from the Northern Court Celestial Empire had already gathered outside the ice palace. With Bei Yenrui in the lead, the various grand marshals of the empire stood behind him. There were countless generals behind them, and their party consisted of more than 10,000 people. Of course, everyone who could appear in the ice river was an expert who had comprehended the elements. The ice palace stood tall in the middle of the land, and it was millions of miles long. Mysterious runes swirled around the walls of the palace, and weird mirages could be seen from time to time. There were rumors that said that if one could understand the mysteries behind the runes, they would be able to enter the 1000th space. Even so, the ice palace had stood tall for countless years. No one had ever been able to understand the visions or runes. There was no need to mention comprehending the mysteries behind the runes. Not many people could understand 1/10,000th of it. Those who could uncover the mysteries behind a portion of the runes would be considered monstrous geniuses in the Shi Li world. Anyone who could comprehend 1/10 of the mysteries would be geniuses among geniuses. The experts who traveled to the ice palace stared at the experts of the Northern Court Celestial Empire in fright. Even though there were slightly more than 10,000 people in their entourage, they were more than enough to suppress countless holy worlds. Why did so many experts from the Northern Court Celestial Empire come? It's too exaggerated. Even if they are here to welcome Lord Bei Ting, did they deploy the entirety of their strength or something? The World Master of the Giant Sentry Holy World muttered. The Giant Sentry Holy Word was pretty famous in the Shi Li world. The World Master had comprehended 11 elements to perfection level, and he could rank in the top 100 experts in the Shi Li world. Don't you know? Something happened in the Northern Court Celestial Empire. Something big. The World Master of the Purple Smoke Holy World whispered. I heard that the other party is also here in the Ice River world, and that's the reason behind their mobilization. What in the world is going on? I emerged from seclusion not too long ago, and something so big happened. Who's crazy enough to challenge the Northern Court Celestial Empire? Zhu Bin, the giant Sentry World Master, gasped. I have no idea. The Empire is extremely strict in keeping the matter under wraps. After all, it's probably humiliating for them to reveal what happened. From what I've heard, Lord Yonghan seems to have fallen into the enemy's hands. The Celestial Empire sent many experts over to save him, but none of them succeeded. Wang Shang, the Purple Smoke World Master, said softly. Zhu Bin exclaimed in fright. What? Is Lord Yonghan currently held in captivity? Yonghan was the imperial teacher in the Northern Court Celestial Empire. He was the fourth Princess Master, and everyone knew that he had accumulated 1 billion units of Grand Cosmos energy. Wang Shang shook his head. No, he wasn't held captive. I heard that Lord Yonghan submitted to the other party after he was captured. Zhu Bin opened his mouth slightly, but no words came out of it. Yonghan actually betrayed the Celestial Empire. Who's the other party? Zhu Bin whimpered. We have no idea. We only know that the other party has the surname Huang. Zhu Bin felt his body trembling violently. Huang. Is he related to the Huang family in the Muyang world? Nope. A complicated expression appeared on Wang Shang's face. He shouldn't be related to Huang Muyuang, but he might be coming to the Ice Palace. Zhu Bin turned to look at the experts standing all around him. Guessing Zhu Bin's thoughts, Wang Shang continued, You're right. Everyone isn't here to enter the Ice Palace. They wish to see the guy who challenged the Northern Court Celestial Empire. 1 month later, the news of Lord Shi Li's arrival shook the Ice River world. Soon after, the news of Bei Ting's emergence from the Ice Palace spread through the lands. Huang Xiaolong, Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han soon received the news. There was also another piece of news that shook the Ice River world. The members of the Northern Court Celestial Empire weren't leaving. Bei Ting ordered Huang Xiaolong to bring Yang Han to the Ice Palace to meet him. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Looks like we're going to have to meet Bei Ting for sure. Even without the announcement from Bei Ting, he was headed for the Ice Palace. Gu Yuan laughed. The Ice River world is going crazy the moment he made the announcement. Everyone said that they hadn't seen Bei Ting take action for a long time. Indeed, any matter that would require a god of creation to appear personally would be a huge matter. The reason behind everyone pouring into the Ice River world was to see Bei Ting in action. It seemed as though their wishes were about to come true. Long Yi smiled. Actually, I haven't seen a god of creation make their move in a long time. A look of anticipation could be seen on his face. When we arrive at the Ice Palace, you and Gu Yuan can crush the experts of the Northern Court Celestial Empire. Bei Ting will definitely show off his strength by stopping you. Huang Xiaolong joked. Long Yi jumped in fright. What? The two of us won't be enough to fight Bei Ting. If we broke through to the God of Creation realm, we might be able to put up a fight. Whatever the case, we're too weak right now. Long Yi and Gu Yuan might possess terrifying physiques and bloodlines, but they knew that they were no match for an actual god of creation. They would barely be able to resist the attacks of a god of creation who had barely broken through. But Bei Ting was a seasoned expert. He had nearly 3 billion units of Grand Cosmos energy. Gu Yuan forced a laugh. Your Highness, you can't let us embarrass ourselves later. Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. How could he be unaware that the two of them wouldn't even be able to match up to Bei Ting's little pinky? 1 more month passed. The Ice Palace was finally within reach. It was located on endless ice plains, and Huang Xiaolong could see the faint blue glow around the structure even though they were still quite a fair distance away. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han had complicated expressions on their faces. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to hide their anxiety when they saw the Ice Palace. It's said that the Ice Palace is an extremely powerful creation artifact. To begin with, if anyone can enter the thousand space within, they would be able to control the artifact. Gu Yuan sighed. Long Yi shook his head silently. Those are just rumors. The Ice Palace fused with the Ice River a long time ago. No one will be able to take it away. Even if anyone arrives at the 1000 space within the palace, they can't control it. Regardless, the fact that there are countless treasures in there cannot be denied. The Yin-Yang universe-level spiritual vein should be located there too. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. 1,000th space? Others might not be able to enter, but Huang Xiaolong felt that he had a chance. After all, he had the 4 universe origin fires. They continued to make their way to the Ice Palace, but they were stopped by a group of experts. They were members of the Floating Light World Master Manor. "Father, that's him." Gao Boyong pointed at Huang Xiaolong. World Master Gao Chong stared at Huang Xiaolong silently. "Did you kill 4 experts from my Floating Light World?" Killing intent flashed in Gao Chong's eyes. "Nope." Gao Chong frowned at his response. One of the experts from the Floating Light World sneered. "Brat, are you finally willing to lower your head now that the World Master is here? Where did your arrogance go?" Everyone from the Floating Light World Master Manor roared with laughter. However, Yang Han stepped forward all of a sudden and declared, "I was the one who killed them." Staring suspiciously at Yang Han, Gao Chong felt that the person standing before him was somewhat familiar even though he had his head lowered. You're just a slave. Do you really think that my father will let you off because you take the blame for your master?" Gao Boyong sneered with contempt. However, Yang Han raised his head to stare straight at Gao Chong in the next instant. His action was like a giant sledgehammer that smashed into Gao Chong's chest. Everyone stared at him with incredulous looks on their faces. As the world master of the Floating Light World, he recognized Yang Han, the imperial teacher in the Northern Court Celestial Empire. In the past, he even received some pointers from the man. Lord Yang Han," Gao Chong stuttered. He thought of the news that was spreading through the ice river like wildfire, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong with fear in his eyes. Gao Boyong wanted to order Huang Xiaolong and the others to get to their knees, but his mind went blank when he heard what his father said. Lord Yang Han. He failed to make the connection, but the white-browed expert behind him roared in fright. That imperial teacher, Lord Yang Han. The experts of the Floating Light World couldn't believe their eyes. Seeing as they recognized him, Yang Han growled at Gao Chong and the rest. "Kneel!" Gao Chong and the others were at a loss for what to do, but Yang Han turned to kneel before Huang Xiaolong. "Your Highness, please spare his life." Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger, sending Gao Chong flying God knows how many miles away. He slammed straight into the entrance of the Ice Palace. The ground trembled and the blast rang through the air. Those standing around the Ice Palace turned to look at the figure who crashed into the Ice Palace, and they gasped in shock. That's Lord Gao Chong, the world master of the Floating Light World. Their gazes soon turned to Huang Xiaolong. The Huang bastard, Lu Ting, who was standing behind Celestial Emperor Bei Yenrui, yelled, "Bei Shui, Bei Yenrui," and the experts of the Northern Court Celestial Empire frowned. Bei Ting's gaze rested on Huang Xiaolong's figure instantly. In front of everyone, Huang Xiaolong started walking towards the Ice Palace. A tremendous pressure descended from the void as he made his way over, and Bei Ting's eyes slowly widened in shock. Huang Xiaolong's strength had surpassed his expectations. Before Huang Xiaolong arrived, many world masters said that they would take Huang Xiaolong down on the Northern Court Celestial Empire's behalf. However, none of them dared to make a peep when the Demon King was actually walking towards them. "Young man, you're pretty strong," Bei Ting muttered. "As long as you're willing to admit your mistakes and serve my Northern Court Celestial Empire, I'll forgive you." Everyone stared at Bei Ting in shock, including Bei Yenrui. "After you enter the Northern Court Celestial Empire, I'll allow you to follow by my side. You can ask me any questions on cultivation." Bei Ting continued, "You can ask me anything, including the way to enter the God of Creation realm." The world masters present sucked in a cold breath. They stared at Huang Xiaolong enviously. Every single one there wished to enter the God of Creation realm, but it was just too difficult. If they had the assistance of a God of Creation, breaking through would be much easier. Moreover, Bei Ting was an expert who had reached the peak of the small completion stage in the God of Creation realm. Not even the Celestial Emperor, Bei Yenrui, was allowed to follow at Bei Ting's side, much less Huang Xiaolong, a complete outsider. A trace of envy formed in Bei Yenrue's heart. When everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong would thank Bei Ting profusely, he muttered softly, "I never had the habit of submitting to anyone else." Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Did he just reject Lord Bei Ting? "I don't need your help to break through to the God of Creation realm." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. What a joke! Huang Xiaolong's master was the Blazing Dragon, a god of creation at the grand completion stage. The old dragon was in existence with 9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. And his father, Huang Long, was a god of creation who had 8 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Why the hell would he need a god of creation who hadn't broken through to the large completion stage to guide him? Bei Ting wasn't even as strong as him to begin with. Bei Ting couldn't even compare to Xianxia, who was beaten up so badly that he had to run away from Huang Xiaolong with all his might. A frown formed on Bei Ting's face when he heard the rejection. He didn't expect anyone to reject the teachings of a god of creation. There would be people dying to take his place. Staring at Huang Xiaolong, Bei Ting's tone grew colder. Are you sure? If you follow my teachings, your chances of entering the god of creation realm will grow by leaps and bounds. Do you really think that you can break into the god of creation realm anytime you wish? You might never be able to break through without my help. A flash of cold light crossed his eyes, and he continued, If you refuse my offer, do you really think that I'll let you leave after you killed so many experts of my empire? According to the rules I set, I'll execute you on the spot. Execute him. Killing intent filled the skies as soon as he made the declaration. Everyone felt their hearts turning cold. However, Huang Xiaolong chuckled nonchalantly. Excuse me? We'll see if you're capable of that. Bei Ting's expression sank to the freezing point. Old ancestor, please allow me to do battle. Bei Yenrue stood out all of a sudden to make his request. Everyone turned to stare at him in shock. Snorting coldly, Bei Ting agreed. All right. Since Huang Xiaolong wasn't a god of creation, he felt that Bei Yenrue wouldn't lose too badly no matter how strong he was. He really wanted to see the depths of Huang Xiaolong's strength. Slowly walking over to Huang Xiaolong, a pair of long swords appeared in Bei Yenrue's hands. A powerful aura filled the space around him the moment they appeared. Twin dragon swords. Various experts yelled in unison. The twin dragon swords weren't at the level of a creation artifact, but they were both pseudo-creation artifacts. When they were used together, their might could rival a creation artifact. When everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong would fight Bei Yenrue, Gu Yuan stepped out from behind Huang Xiaolong and bowed. Your Highness, please allow me. No, there's no need. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Even though Gu Yuan was more than capable of suppressing Bei Yenrue, Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to waste his time with them. Huang Xiaolong took a step forward and gestured for Bei Yenrue to start. Bring out your weapons. Bei Yenrue tutored. The twin dragon's swords in his hands rang incessantly as the dragon chi around his body started to fluctuate wildly. It was clear that he was dying to fight. There's no need for that either, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Everyone looked at him like they were looking at a madman. How can he be so arrogant? Jing Wenxiu, the world master of the Black Jade Holy World, growled. Jing Wenxiu was the strongest world master in the Shirley world. His strength was comparable to Bei Yenrue, and he was extremely discontent with Huang Xiaolong's attitude. When Bei Yenrue's swords tear through his skin, that kid's expression will be a sight to behold. Someone else sneered. Everyone there was more than happy to watch Huang Xiaolong embarrass himself. Bei Yenrue moved instantly. Sword chi filled the air and two giant dragons appeared behind Bei Yenrue. If anyone was struck by the dragons, they would be skewered by countless strands of sword chi. Seeing as the two dragons were about to turn Huang Xiaolong into a human kebab, he stretched a single hand out to grab the dragons by the neck. The sword chi that filled the air disappeared instantly. Bei Yenrue's figure appeared in front of everyone. Jing Wenxiu's eyes widened when he saw how easily Huang Xiaolong dealt with Bei Yenrue. He used his bare hands to counter the attack of an expert who was second to only God of Creation realm experts. When everyone was stuck in a daze, Huang Xiaolong's palm landed on Bei Yanrui's chest. Bang! A dull thud rang through the air as Bei Yanrui's armor was shattered completely. Huang Xiaolong's energy shot through Bei Yanrui's back, and the Celestial Emperor was sent flying. He was stopped by the Ice Palace, and the wall shook violently upon impact. The twin dragon swords stabbed straight into the ground below. Your Majesty! Celestial Emperor! The experts of the Northern Court Celestial Empire roared, and their expression changed instantly. All of them flew towards Bei Yanrui to render their assistance. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, Bei Yanrui ignored them all as he stared at Huang Xiaolong in trepidation. The palm strike that landed on him surpassed anything a Dao Venerable could do. Huang Xiaolong had long since surpassed their level. Bei Yanrui wasn't the only one who was stuck in a state of shock. The world's masters and everyone at their level were equally surprised. Bei Shui and Lu Ting finally understood how Yang Han fell into Huang Xiaolong's hands. Not even their celestial emperor could take a single strike from the man, much less Yang Han. However, they didn't know that Yang Han was taken down by Long Yi. Who knew what their reaction would be if they learned the truth? Huang Xiaolong ignored Bei Yanrui, and he started to walk towards Bei Ting. Close to 3 billion. It was perfect for him to warm up. When he fought with Xianxia in the past, Huang Xiaolong was unable to go all out. After all, Xianxia only knew how to run. Bei Ting slowly tensed his muscles when he saw Huang Xiaolong walking over. A trace of shock and excitement rose in his heart. That was the excitement when a hunter had found his prey. Who would have thought that anyone would be able to reach such a terrifying level of strength before entering the God of Creation realm? Bei Ting stared at Huang Xiaolong with a heated gaze. You're definitely the strongest individual under the God of Creation realm. Your strength should have far surpassed the Ice King. The Ice King would only be able to take you on if he had a clone of himself with the same level of strength. No wonder you're so confident. Bei Ting chuckled. Now, I'm curious about your bloodline. How can you be so strong? He started walking towards Huang Xiaolong, and he wasn't afraid that the youngster would be able to escape. After all, he was a god of creation and the other party was not. The various world masters jumped in fright when they heard Bei Ting's evaluation of Huang Xiaolong. The Ice King, Old Man Gu Yuan, and Dragon Cave Master Long Yi were the 3 strongest existences under the God of Creation realm. It was said that if they joined hands, they would be able to suppress a God of Creation who had just broken through. How strong was that? They could defeat a God of Creation even before breaking through. However, Bei Ting said that 2 Ice Kings would barely be able to fight Huang Xiaolong. How could they not be surprised? 2 Ice Kings. A sneer formed on Gu Yuan and Long Yi's lips. Even 20 Ice Kings would be stomped to death if they were to go up against the monster called Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong and Bei Ting were standing several hundred feet from each other, they stopped. Brat, hurry up and show me what you got. Even if you can fight 2 Ice Kings, you're not my opponent. Bei Ting shook his head and sighed. All right, I'll cut you a deal. I'll capture you and inspect all the secrets of your bloodline. As long as you agree to take control of the Northern Court Celestial Empire, I'll make you the Celestial Emperor. Everyone stared at Bei Ting in stunned silence. Bei Ting was actually offering Huang Xiaolong the position of the Northern Court Celestial Emperor. In the next moment, everyone turned to look at Bei Yanrui, who was vomiting blood in the crater he formed in the ground. His expression changed slightly, but he soon returned to his usual appearance. No one could tell what he was thinking. There's no need for that. You can make your move now. Huang Xiaolong sighed. What the F? Everyone thought they had misheard. Did Huang Xiaolong ask Bei Ting, a god of creation, to make the first move? A strange look could be seen on Bei Ting's face. What did you just say? Forget it. I'll do it. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in resignation. Circulating the Soaring Dragon art, Blazing Dragon Grand art, and Pengu World Creation art, the power of all 3 worlds was released. Boom! Along with the activation of his full strength, the Ice River world trembled uncontrollably. The billions of creatures in the region fell to their knees in terror. As fear filled the hearts of the experts around the Ice Palace, Huang Xiaolong made his move. He appeared before Bei-Ting in an instant as his fist shot out. Rays of light blinded everyone around him, and Bei-Ting finally realized that something was wrong. Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy seemed to be even stronger than his. With no time to think, a massive shield appeared in his hand. Countless dragon runes surrounded the shield, and it seemed to contain a myriad of godly dragons. They slowly rose into the skies to form a giant screen to defend Bei-Ting. Bang! Huang Xiaolong's fist landed on the massive screen of light, and Bei-Ting felt his entire arm going numb. Soon, he felt the bones in his arm shattering into pieces. A searing pain shot up his arm. He was unable to hold on to his dragon shield. It was sent flying into the air. He was forced to retreat under the frightening power contained in Huang Xiaolong's punch. He left deep footprints in the ground below, and he crashed into the wall of the ice palace behind. It trembled from the impact. After Huang Xiaolong's fist landed on the dragon shield, the leftover power swept through the surroundings. There were countless experts standing around who couldn't defend themselves in time, and they were sent tumbling through the air. Those who were a little weaker saw their divine armor shattering into tiny pieces. Even experts like Jing Wenxiu spat out mouthfuls of blood. Dao venerables who had only comprehended 3 to 4 elements to the grand completion stage exploded into a bloody mist instantly. That was merely the remnant energy from the exchange. Of course, it wasn't something they could resist. Those who wanted to see Huang Xiaolong getting his ass beaten crawled to their feet pitifully, and a strange look formed on their faces. What in the world did we just see? Lord Bei-Ting, a god of creation, was sent crashing into the ice palace. The amount of grand cosmos energy he had closed in on the 3 billion mark, but he couldn't stop the other party even after bringing out his creation artifact. What the fuck? When they turned to look at the dragon shield that was lying a fair distance away, not a trace of its former splendor could be seen. Did the dragon runes shatter completely? Bei Yanrui, Bei Shui, Lu Ting, and the experts of the Northern Court Celestial Empire stared at their old ancestor silently. The world started to crumble around them. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them and made his way over to Bei-Ting. He shook his head inwardly. Bei-Ting was far too weak compared to Xianxia. Even though Xianxia only had 200 million units of grand cosmos energy more than him, it was a number that separated them from the large completion stage. It seemed as though Bei-Ting wasn't enough for Huang Xiaolong to warm his muscles. How is this possible? How did you create 3 small worlds? Bei-Ting jumped to his feet and roared in fright. It seemed as though he had seen the most terrifying of monsters in all the land. Bei-Ting wasn't the only one in disbelief. Everyone else couldn't believe what they were seeing either. How did someone create 3 small worlds? There were more than 50 great worlds in the Mengtian universe, and there were trillions of creeds. Not a single person managed to create a second small world, much less a third. Do you really wish to know? Huang Xiaolong had noticed the burning gaze in Bei-Ting's eyes a long time ago. Huang Xiaolong sneered to himself. Even at this time, Bei-Ting was still thinking about obtaining Huang Xiaolong's secret. A sneer formed on his face. Standing with his back straight, Bei-Ting looked at Huang Xiaolong and grinned. Of course I would, if I managed to get my hands on such heaven-defying power. If he managed to create 2 more worlds, wouldn't he possess nearly 9 billion units of grand cosmos energy at his current level? He would close in on 9 billion units of grand cosmos energy before entering the large completion stage. He would be comparable to God of Creation realm experts at the grand completion stage. A third eye appeared on his forehead after he spoke. It was a dragon's eye that was filled with draconic runes. It was an innate ability he was born with, and he called it the mysterious dragon eye. It possessed extraordinary might. A blinding ray of light shot out from his third eye, and they were like mini dragons that filled the space around him. The beams of light seemed to tear through the fabric of time and space, and everyone present started to see weird mirages. All the evil thoughts they had in the past raced through their minds. As they tried their hardest to suppress their unease, they realized that it was useless. Not even Gu Yuan and Long Yi could control themselves. Huang Xiaolong stopped walking as a dazed look appeared on his face. Excitement filled Bei Ting's heart. Huang Xiaolong might possess more grand cosmos energy than him, but his mysterious dragon eye contained the power only a god of creation would possess. It had never failed him in the past, and he was confident that he could control Huang Xiaolong now. "What is your name?" Bei Ting asked. "Huang Xiaolong." Heaving a sigh of relief, Bei Ting felt as though Huang Xiaolong had finally fallen under his spell. Even so, he wanted to ask several more questions to confirm his guess. Huang Xiaolong replied obediently as the smile on Bei Ting's face grew wider. Thinking that it was time to search through Huang Xiaolong's memories and thoughts to find the secret behind the creation of his 3 small worlds, he waved his hand to form a dragon imprint that shot towards Huang Xiaolong. As long as it entered Huang Xiaolong's body, he would seal off the kid's strength. When that happened, Huang Xiaolong would be unable to resist his soul search. It entered Huang Xiaolong's body with ease, and happy laughter escaped Bei Ting's lips. As his laughter filled the skies, an axe appeared above his head and chopped downwards. The axe contained the power to shatter worlds, and not even Bei Ting could imagine the power contained within. When it came slashing downwards, Bei Ting yelped in fright before summoning all the strength he had to defend himself. Like a bubble, his defensive aura popped, and he raised his hands in a desperate attempt to stop the Pangu axe. Slicing straight through his body, Bei Ting felt his body turning stiff, and he lowered his head to stare at the bloody line running through him. A searing pain shot through his body, and it affected his Tao soul. Never in his life had he ever felt so much pain, especially after he broke through the god of creation realm. Life had been great. How can you be unaffected by my mysterious dragon eye? Bei Ting roared as his body twitched uncontrollably from the pain he felt. Too bad you missed the chance, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Initially, Huang Xiaolong was stuck under the effect of the mysterious dragon eye. However, Huang Xiaolong used the power of his 3 Tao souls to shatter the influence the mysterious dragon eye had on him. The moment he stopped the connection, the power of 3.8 billion units of grand cosmos energy broke the seal that went into his body. Bei Ting chuckled in resignation. Who would have thought that I would fall at the hands of an ant? After he spoke, light surrounded his body, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Huang Xiaolong slashed the Pangu axe into the void, and a miserable cry rang through the air. However, the sound quickly disappeared and a frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. It seemed as though Bei Ting managed to escape. As a god of creation, Bei Ting would definitely be able to outrun Huang Xiaolong as Xianxia did. With his expression changing slightly, Huang Xiaolong decided against giving chase. Even if he could catch up with Bei Ting, he would have a hard time killing the other guy. Even an ordinary god of creation at the large completion stage would find it hard to kill Bei Ting. It seemed as though he had to break through to the god of creation realm as soon as possible. If he was a god of creation, Bei Ting would never have been able to escape. When the members of the Northern Court Celestial Empire saw their old ancestor fleeing for his life, their expressions turned ashen. Huang Xiaolong looked at everyone around the ice palace and they fell to their knees in fright. His gaze eventually landed on Bei Yanrui, Bei Shui, and Lu Ting. Bei Yanrui lowered his head as he kneeled on the ground, and he didn't dare to look Huang Xiaolong in the eye. Bei Shui and the others were the same. None of them dared to breathe loudly. All of you can leave, Huang Xiaolong muttered when they were thinking about all the ways he might get back at them. Staring at him in shock, the members of the Northern Court Celestial Empire didn't believe their ears. I'll give you 1 minute. Anyone who remains here after a minute will be dealt with. Not wasting a single second, all of them fled immediately. Took a single breath of time for the entire space to clear out. The only people left were Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han. Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush to enter the ice palace. He stood above the palace as he observed the mysterious runes around the ice palace. The runes surrounding the ice palace were extremely profound. One would need an extremely long amount of time to comprehend a single one, not to mention the countless runes on the walls. Even staring at the walls would exhaust one's mental energy. Not even Gu Yuan and Long Yi could stare at the ice palace for long. They would need to take a break ever so often. There was no need to mention Yang Han. He couldn't last a single day. As Huang Xiaolong stared at the mysterious runes swirling around the ice palace, he felt a strange feeling forming in his heart. The runes were like mischievous children who were playing around. He also noticed that the 4 universe origin fires started to flutter in his body the more he looked at the runes. It was as though the 4 universe origin fires had met their long-lost friend. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Could the fires have seen the ice palace somewhere before? Huang Xiaolong was right. The universe origin fires had indeed come across the runes around the ice palace. The part that shocked Huang Xiaolong was that the runes were turning into streaks of light as they entered his body under the guidance of the fires. The number of runes around the ice palace decreased at an alarming rate. There were a total of 1 trillion runes around the palace, and they charged into Huang Xiaolong's body like an endless tide. In a single minute, he absorbed 100 million of them. According to his speed, he would be able to absorb the runes around the palace in less than 3 days. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Hai thought that Huang Xiaolong was comprehending the runes initially, but they were shocked to see the runes entering Huang Xiaolong's body. Was that even possible? They had seen gods of creation comprehending their first rune in a second, but that was the first time they had seen anyone absorbing the runes directly. The runes around the ice palace weren't something anyone could absorb as they wished. Is His Highness all right? Long Yi gasped. Probably. He should be fine. Gu Yuan frowned. He had no idea what was going on either. When Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the runes around the ice palace, the news of Bei Ting's escape and his defeat to a Dao Venerable shook the world. Very quickly, the great worlds around the Shirley world received the news. Not many people could believe what had happened, and everyone thought that those were baseless rumors. Only when Jing Wenxiu and the others returned and confirmed the news did the universe go wild. The young man who defeated Bei Ting is called Huang Xiaolong. It's said that he managed to create 3 small worlds, and he accumulated close to 3.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. 3 small worlds. It's a miracle that he managed to do it. He should be the first person in the history of the universe to do something like that. I heard that many God of Creation realm experts are rushing over to the Ice River. Even Lord Meng Tian emerged from seclusion to head over. 3 small worlds. Everyone hopes to get their hands on his secret. If Lord Meng Tian obtains the secret to creating 3 small worlds, he will immediately close in on 30 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Even if he hasn't entered the universe god realm, no one will be his opponent. That's right. It's too difficult to enter the universe god realm. If one manages to create 3 worlds, they would be even more terrifying than a universe god. Lord Meng Tian has already given the order. Anyone who captures Huang Xiaolong will be given a set of creation artifacts. A set. He isn't going to merely give away a single piece. One could only imagine how terrifying the secret of creating 3 worlds was. Even a god of creation at the level of Meng Tian was willing to give away a set of creation artifacts to obtain the secret. In the ice river, a middle-aged man stood on a rainbow-colored piece of ice as large as a continent. The ice river might be filled with ice, but there weren't many that had a rainbow glow, much less one that was the size of a continent. If there was any expert present, they would realize that the elusive ice jade spirit was hidden in the core of the ice continent. Even though the ice jade spirit was less precious than the heart of ice and the ice marrow, it was still an extremely precious treasure located in the ice river. The middle-aged man raised his hand and a terrifying aura filled the space around him. Not even the strongest of ice beasts dared to approach. He was the strongest person in the Shirley world, god of creation Shirley. 3 small worlds. Nearly 3.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. A trace of surprise and desire flashed through his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you are mine. When I create 3 worlds, not even Meng Tian will be my opponent. Shirley roared with laughter before turning into a streak of light that disappeared from the ice continent. He charged towards the ice palace at the quickest speed possible as he gave up on the ice jade spirit. With his speed, he would be able to arrive in less than 2 days. There was no doubt that he would be the first to arrive at the scene. The more he thought about the possibility of creating 3 worlds, the faster he traveled. He pushed himself to the limit in order to arrive a little bit faster. When that was going down, Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the runes along the ice palace. As they poured into Huang Xiaolong's body, they looked like a pillar of light that shot straight into Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han stopped the ice beasts that were trying to approach. About an hour after it started, the number of ice beasts increased by a huge amount. Due to their overwhelming strength, Gu Yuan and the others managed to fend off all the ice beasts. "Looks like the old ice bastard is trying to mess with us," Gu Yuan growled as he looked at the incoming beasts. He was obviously referring to the Ice King, as the beasts were only attacking due to his command. Is he tired of living or something? How dare he plot against His Highness? Long Yi roared with rage. "After His Highness is done, I'll personally beat his face in. We can save that for later. The number of beasts is growing by the second. Moreover, I heard that many other God of Creation realm experts are rushing here as we speak." A troubled expression formed on Gu Yuan's face. "We should be afraid of Shi Li. Isn't he already in the ice river?" Long Yi muttered. When they heard Shi Li's name, the faces of Gu Yuan and Yang Han sank. No matter how fast the other experts were rushing over, they would take some time. Shi Li was already in the ice river to begin with. How long would it take for him to come? The moment he arrived, the 3 of them would be squished with a mere thought by the man. The second day passed in a flash. As the corpses of ice beasts around the 3 piled up high into the mountains, the Ice King was nowhere to be seen. The only creatures who came to ambush Gu Yuan and the others from time to time were the great generals under the Ice King. Gu Yuan and the others were completely enraged by the Ice King's actions. Killing intent swept through the area, and the bloodlust in them had completely awakened due to the 2 days of the massacre. All of a sudden, the 3 of them stopped. They stared into the distance with a look of fear on their faces. "This?" Long Yi whimpered. "It's Shi Li. He's here." Gu Yuan felt his throat going dry as his heart palpitated with fear. A terrifying pressure that belonged to a god of creation filled the skies. Even though he was billions of miles away, the 3 of them were suffocated by the endless pressure. It was too damn strong. Shi Li, who was a god of creation at the large completion stage, was on a whole new level compared to Bei Ting. Staring at Huang Xiaolong, they saw that he was still absorbing the runes without a care in the world. "What do we do now?" Gu Yuan, one of the oldest existences among the 3, started to panic. No matter how many years he had lived through, the possibility of a god of creation bearing down on them was too hard to bear. Every single possibility that could happen flashed through their minds. When the 3 of them were still panicking, the pressure disappeared. A figure appeared in the air above them, and they were shocked to discover that Shi Li had already arrived. Gu Yuan and Long Yi returned to their true forms in order to be at their peak state in the event Shi Li attacked them the moment he appeared. When Shi Li noticed the 2 of them, he stared at them in stunned silence. "Old man Gu Yuan? Cave Master Long Yi?" Gu Yuan had existed for a nearly endless amount of time. His seniority outranked many god of creation realm experts. "Looks like it's the 2 of you?" Shi Li frowned after some time. "Since I recognize you, I'll give you a chance to run." Gu Yuan's expression turned solemn, and he shook his head resolutely. "No. Our lives belong to His Highness." "Indeed." Narrowing his eyes, Shi Li groaned. "Since that's the case, all 3 of you can go to hell." He struck the void before him, and a terrifying power crashed down towards the 3. They felt as though every single bone in their body was breaking and their organs were about to explode. Even their Tao souls were squeezed to the point of popping. When the 3 of them were about to be popped, a ray of inky blue light emerged from inside the ice palace. It shot towards Shi Li at a shocking speed. Gasping with shock, Shi Li no longer bothered with the 3 of them as he raised his hand to counter the inky blue light. Boom! The ice river trembled when the light collided with Shi Li. Retreating slightly, Shi Li's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. "It's you." From the looks of it, Huang Xiaolong managed to control the grand formation inside the ice palace to send out the attack. The Ice Palace was rumored to be a creation-level artifact, but no one could make the verification. In fact, the Ice Palace was a divine artifact created during the formation of the universe. It wasn't any weaker than the Pangu axe at its peak state, and after Huang Xiaolong absorbed a huge part of the runes around the Ice Palace, he could control a huge portion of the Grand Formation. Shirley's guess was right. Huang Xiaolong used the power of the Grand Formation against him. When Shirley was still stuck in a state of shock, Gu Yuan and the others ran over to Huang Xiaolong as the joy of staying alive overwhelmed them. Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb the runes along the Ice Palace as though nothing happened. Humph! You're just messing about. With a snort, an axe appeared in Shirley's hand. The axe was completely white in color, and a weird light danced upon it. That was Shirley's creation artifact, the Ice Axe. Raising the axe, the ice river seemed to lose its color. Rays of blinding light were emitted from the body of the axe. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han could feel the power contained in it. It had surpassed anything they knew about the frost attribute, and it contained energy countless times stronger than anything they could muster. It was energy only controllable by the gods of creation. Under their terrified gaze, the axe came crashing down towards them. The instant it did, the ice river trembled violently. A tear ripped through the space, leaving behind a scene Gu Yuan and the others would not forget as long as they lived. However, Huang Xiaolong's growl rocked the ice river while the axe was falling towards them. Scram! A giant axe emerged from his body and it smashed against the ice axe above. Bang! Shirley saw his axe exploding into countless fragments when it came into contact with the giant axe. The Pangu axe didn't slow down as it slashed into Shirley's body. A giant wound was sliced open in his chest. If not for the fact that Shirley used everything he had to defend himself, he would have been sliced in half. The Pangu axe returned to hover above Huang Xiaolong's head. With fear in his eyes, Shirley didn't dare to remain behind with his creation artifact destroyed. He grabbed the shards of the axe and disappeared into the void. Gu Yuan and the others looked at each other, dumbfounded. The situation changed too quickly. After Shirley escaped, the ice beasts that used to swarm them started to leave. Not a single one remained behind and the space around the ice palace became empty. Huang Xiaolong kept the Pangu axe, and he continued to absorb the runes quietly. When Gu Yuan and the others finally snapped back to reality, they went back to guarding the area around Huang Xiaolong. Even though Shirley had escaped, they didn't dare to let their guard down. The final day passed and Huang Xiaolong managed to absorb the final rune along the ice palace. Opening his eyes, a faint smile formed on his face. He didn't expect to receive such great benefits before coming. Initially, he was thinking about how he should comprehend the runes around the ice palace. He didn't think that the universe origin fires would assist him so perfectly. Now, the runes were imprinted on his Tao soul and the mysteries they contained filled his mind. Let's enter, Huang Xiaolong said before bringing them into the ice palace. The ice palace's gate was shut tightly and if one wanted to enter the first space contained in it, they would have to waste a lot of time and effort. However, Huang Xiaolong entered it without any difficulty, and he continued without stopping. In the blink of an eye, they crossed hundreds of spaces in the ice palace. Even though there were great treasures in every space within the ice palace, the precious treasures were hidden in the deeper spaces. Huang Xiaolong ignored the early spaces completely. They weren't useful to him in his current realm. He was looking for specific items such as the yin-yang universe-level spiritual veins, ice marrow, and the heart of ice. Any herbs at the creation level came after that. Gu Yuan and the others were overwhelmed by the speed at which they were flying through the ice palace. Huang Xiaolong only stopped when he arrived at the 900th space. That was where the precious treasures were. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of experts at the God of Creation realm hunting him down. Now that he was so deep in the ice palace, they wouldn't be able to catch him even if they wanted to. Not even Meng Tian could charge deep into the ice palace so quickly. He would need hundreds of years to arrive where Huang Xiaolong was currently, if not longer. Huang Xiaolong released his Tao souls after he stopped, and he started to look through every inch of the space he could. After absorbing the runes around the ice palace, Huang Xiaolong could control the grand formation within. He could feel everything more clearly with the help of the grand formation, and it was easy for him to notice everything in the space he was in. Unlike other people who were like blind mice in the ice palace, Huang Xiaolong was basically using cheats. However, every single space was massive. They were comparable to a giant holy world, and even with the help of the grand formation, Huang Xiaolong needed several days to look through the space he was in. As Huang Xiaolong looked through the spaces in the ice palace, the news of Shi Li being forced to retreat by Huang Xiaolong started to spread through the universe. It shocked many experts who were on their way over to capture Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, many experts felt like a bucket of cold water was thrown at them. Everyone knew that Shi Li was a god of creation at the large completion stage, and he had close to 4 billion units of grand cosmos energy. He was among the top 30 experts in the Meng Tian universe. Since someone like Shi Li was seriously injured by Huang Xiaolong, those weaker than him started to reconsider their options. Not long after Shi Li's escape started to spread, the news of Huang Xiaolong gaining control over the ice palace caused despair to fill the hearts of many experts who had hoped to capture him. With the ability of the ice palace, who would be able to capture him if he hid himself inside? Of course, there were still many people who were rushing over to the ice river after learning the news. That was because the secret of creating 3 worlds was too tempting. No one could stop themselves from thinking about it. A figure appeared outside the ice palace one fine day, and the ice chi around the ice palace froze completely. The figure was extremely massive, and it looked like a giant hill as he stood there. His eyes were jade green, and he had a long braid hanging down his shoulders. He was Hu Zhe, another god of creation. He was a god of creation who was the second closest to the ice river compared to Shi Li, and he was also at the large completion stage. He was slightly stronger with 4.1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. He was the next to arrive. Hu Zhe frowned when he looked at the ice palace standing before him. The runes around the structure had disappeared. It seemed as though the rumors were true. Huang Xiaolong had absorbed all the runes around it. A light flashed in his eyes as he contemplated if he should enter the ice palace. Eventually choosing against it, he waited outside the ice palace. A month quickly passed, and the number of gods of creation outside the palace increased to 6. There were 2 of them at the large completion stage, one of them was at the peak of the small completion stage, and another was at the small completion stage. The 2 remaining experts had just entered the god of creation realm. All of them chose to wait outside the ice palace. No one could blame them for their decision. Even if they entered the ice palace, they were basically screwed even if they ran into Huang Xiaolong. In the ice palace, Huang Xiaolong entered the 901st space. That's a piece of ice jade spirit. 9-colored ice lotus. It even has 13 petals. Gu Yuan and the others grabbed treasure after treasure as they followed behind Huang Xiaolong. The ice jade spirit they found was countless times better than the one Shi Li abandoned to look for Huang Xiaolong. The 9-colored ice lotus was in no way worse than the ice jade spirit. Those treasures were extremely useful to Gu Yuan and the others. As they were of limited use to him, Huang Xiaolong gave all of them to the 3. He was only interested in treasures of a higher grade. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong and the others swept the 901st space clean and went towards the 902nd. Through the grand formation, Huang Xiaolong saw the number of experts outside the ice palace, and a sneer formed on his lips. All of them couldn't see what was going on inside, but Huang Xiaolong could see the situation outside clearly. Meng Tian, the strongest expert in the Meng Tian universe, hadn't arrived. Despite that, Bei Ting, who was nearly chopped in half by Huang Xiaolong, came back. He wasn't alone. He came back with 2 other experts. Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of familiarity from one of them. It seemed as though the individual had the Huang Long bloodline too. Huang Muyang. There was no doubt about it. After all, Huang Muyang was a god of creation at the large completion stage. From the looks of it, Bei Ting formed an alliance with Huang Muyang. Could he have entered Meng Tian's camp? After all, Huang Muyang was Meng Tian's general. Snorting lightly, Huang Xiaolong continued to look through the 902nd space. A shocking aura filled the space outside the ice palace, and the aura surpassed even Huang Xiaolong's master, the blazing dragon. We greet Lord Meng Tian. The person who arrived was the god of creation Meng Tian, the strongest expert in the Meng Tian universe. He was at the peak of the grand completion stage of the god of creation realm. Is he still in there? Meng Tian asked Huang Muyang after he arrived. Yes, Lord Meng Tian. Huang Muyang replied respectfully. He hasn't emerged. Please rest assured that we have already sealed off the Ice River world. We placed restrictions everywhere, and will know the moment he reappears. Meng Tian shook his head and sighed. What if he remains in there for 100 million years? Are we going to waste our time waiting for him? This? Huang Muyang frowned. Meng Tian stared at the ice palace and a weird light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be able to peer through the countless spaces within the ice palace. I'll go in there to force him out, Meng Tian stated. There were more than 50 great worlds in the Meng Tian universe, and there were 72 gods of creation. However, there were only 23 of them who were in Meng Tian's faction. As such, the reaction of those outside was varied. Meng Tian swept his gaze across everyone present, and he didn't say a second word before entering the ice palace. Not too long after he did, a god of creation who was covered in golden flames did the same. He was the second strongest expert in the Meng Tian universe, Zhao Jinquan. Zhao Jinquan's strength was comparable to the Blazing Dragon, and like the Blazing Dragon universe, one mountain could only house a single tiger. Zhao Jinquan and Meng Tian were on bad terms with each other. If they were able to kill each other, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. The number of experts under Zhao Jinquan was more than Meng Tian's alliance, and there were 28 of them. As such, Zhao Jinquan had the ability to challenge the strongest existence in the Meng Tian universe. After the two of them entered, no one else moved. Everyone guarded the perimeter of the ice palace. After entering the first space within, a ray of light emerged from Meng Tian's eyes. It covered everything around him, and he could feel the slightest movement clearly. That was the creation art he cultivated. He could fuse with any space he was in. The moment he used that technique, he would be able to discover Huang Xiaolong as long as they were in the same space. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong planning on hiding in the ice palace? He would look through every single spot to dig him out. He refused to believe that he couldn't locate Huang Xiaolong. Now, the area outside the ice palace was sealed off. Huang Xiaolong would not be able to escape, and he could only hide in the ice palace. As long as Meng Tian looked through every single space, he would eventually capture Huang Xiaolong. The moment Meng Tian and Zhao Jinquan entered the ice palace, Huang Xiaolong detected their presence. A strange expression formed on the trio's faces when they saw that Huang Xiaolong had stopped. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong whispered, "Meng Tian is here." Meng Tian. The faces of the three changed instantly. That was an existence akin to God in the Meng Tian universe. Zhao Jinquan came with him. "Your Highness, did they join hands?" Long Yi whimpered. "Nope." Heaving a sigh of relief, the three of them shook their heads slowly. If Meng Tian were to join hands with Zhao Jinquan, there wasn't a single way out for Huang Xiaolong. Soon after, they entered the 903rd space. Huang Xiaolong didn't care too much about the two of them. Even though he wasn't their opponent, they would never be able to find him in the ice palace. That was because they couldn't enter the 1000th space. A month later, the four of them arrived in the 904th space. It took them a single month to scour through a single space. 8 years later, Huang Xiaolong's group stood before the entrance to the 1000th space. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han could feel the excitement bubbling in their hearts. No one had been able to enter the 1000th space, but now they were going to enter with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was equally as excited. Not long after, they entered the final space in the ice palace. The instant they did, they were blinded by a golden light that filled the area. When they finally opened their eyes, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the world before them was covered in gold. Not a single trace of impurity remained. Even the spiritual qi in the air was golden in color. Could this be the legendary golden ice spiritual liquid? Gu Yuan gasped. Golden ice. There were countless types of ice in the ice river, and there were those that had existed for countless years. The only exception was golden ice. Golden ice was the strangest and oldest type of ice created in the universe. It contained the power of a universe in its infant stage. Golden ice spiritual liquid was formed after the concentration of the spiritual qi emitted from the golden ice reached a certain degree. A single drop was as effective as a creation pill. Looking at the giant bubbles of golden liquid before them, no one knew how much there was. Long Yi and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath, and he suppressed the joy in his heart. He didn't think that there would be golden ice spiritual liquid in the 1000 space. Even without the universe-level spiritual veins, he would be able to reach the limit of a Tao Venerable. Huang Xiaolong slowly calmed himself down and started to search for the other treasures. Heart of Ice. Not too long after he started his exploration, he discovered a treasure that was pulsating like a heart. A smile blossomed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he slowly grabbed the Heart of Ice. He finally obtained the first piece in the 1000th space. Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain a single one from the 900 space. As such, there were nearly 100 of them in the Sun-Moon Furnace. Huang Xiaolong didn't believe that there would only be a single Heart of Ice in the 1000 space, and he continued to look. Soon after, he found a second piece. Not too far away from that, he discovered a ball of ice marrow. 1 month passed, and Huang Xiaolong realized that the 1000 space was too large. It was dozens of times larger than any space before it. After 1 month, they hadn't explored even a tenth of the space they were in. There are so many treasures here, Long Yi gasped. Since they entered, Huang Xiaolong obtained nearly 100 hearts of ice and several dozen clusters of ice marrow. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. No one has ever been in here before. It's not surprising that there are many treasures here. 1 year finally passed, and Huang Xiaolong arrived at the edge of the 1000 space. There were 2 giant golden river-like objects floating before him, and they emitted dense waves of spiritual qi. The 2 spiritual veins caused mirages to appear all over space, and Huang Xiaolong and the rest saw a bunch of ice marrows, hearts of ice, and many other treasures revolving around the spiritual veins. Long Yi couldn't help but yell in fright. What the fuck? Gu Yuan and Yang Han didn't know what to say. The number of treasures there dazzled them. In fact, they had no idea how many were floating about. 1,000? 10,000? Hundreds of thousands. Huang Xiaolong was equally as shocked. Along the way, he managed to obtain hundreds of sets of ice marrows, and close to 1,000 hearts of ice. He was more than satisfied with his finds, but now, they lost all their splendor and appeal before the godly amount of treasures. Huang Xiaolong took several deep breaths before he finally calmed himself down. A moment later, he appeared in the skies above the 2 spiritual veins. Their purity and size far surpassed anything Huang Xiaolong had seen before. We'll enter seclusion together, Huang Xiaolong declared. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han were dumbfounded. Your Highness will just guard the area while you enter seclusion. Gu Yuan shook his head in response. I know what you're worried about. Relax. Meng Tian and Zhao Jingquan will never be able to enter this space. There's no need to care about them. You can cultivate at ease here. This might be your only chance to enter the God of Creation realm. And if you miss it, you might never be able to in the future. Gu Yuan and Long Yi would be lying if they said that they weren't tempted. All right, it's decided. All of us will enter seclusion here. Yang Han, you too, Huang Xiaolong muttered. The serious look on his face made it impossible for any of the 3 to reject his decision. After considering that the energy fluctuations might disturb Huang Xiaolong's cultivation, Gu Yuan and Long Yi each left to a secluded corner to break through. After they chose their location, they laid down countless formations to reduce the energy waves to a minimum. Yang Han also chose a corner for himself. After seeing that the 3 of them had settled down, Huang Xiaolong sat above the 2 spiritual veins and closed his eyes. Calming his heart down, he circulated the Pangu world creation art. Swallowing the spiritual energy from the 2 universe-level spiritual veins, Huang Xiaolong released the 4 universe origin fires to protect himself. They were also helpful in absorbing the universe source qi around him. The universe source energy contained in the 2 spiritual veins poured into his body unceasingly, and they were quickly converted to grand cosmos energy. When Huang Xiaolong was devouring the spiritual veins, the Pangu axe hovered in the air above him to swallow the ice marrow and hearts of ice to restore itself. The spirit of the Pangu axe swallowed the treasures happily. As the axe started to recover, divine dragons started to appear around its edge. The divine dragons increased in number slowly, and there were eventually billions of them. The aura around Huang Xiaolong grew stronger and stronger as time passed, and the amount of grand cosmos energy contained in his 3rd world approached the 1.29999 billion mark. Several thousand years passed just like that. The space of the 932nd space trembled as huge blasts rang through the skies. Energy fluctuations rocked the entire space as Meng Tian bombarded his surroundings with everything he had. He had been trapped for nearly 100 years in the 932nd space, and he couldn't find a way forward. Exasperated, he could only smash everything around him in an attempt to break the grand formation supporting the ice palace. No matter how hard he tried, the grand formation didn't budge in the slightest. Eventually, Meng Tian chose to give up. He stared into the void with a gloomy expression, and he growled, "Huang Xiaolong, I refuse to believe that I can't find the exit to this space." After he spoke, an awl appeared in his hand. It was the creation artifact he had spent all his time nurturing, and it was extremely close to becoming a top-grade creation artifact. Several years later, Meng Tian finally entered the 932nd space. Several 100,000 years passed, and Huang Xiaolong finally opened his eyes. He finally managed to devour the 2 universe-level spiritual veins after such a long time, and his 3rd world reached the limit of 1.2999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. According to Huang Xiaolong's estimation, he would need 4 universe-level spiritual veins in order to do so. However, reality proved him wrong. Boiling with excitement, the only thing left to do now was to break into the God of Creation realm. All he needed to do was to take the final step. However, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to do so. Like Gu Yuan and Long Yi, they had been trapped at their current levels for countless years. The blazing dragon had once told him that the more anxious he was to enter the God of Creation realm, the harder it would be. His thoughts were interrupted by a massive blast that came from a distance away. Energy waves swept through the space, but it was contained by the restrictions laid down all around. The entire space trembled slightly. Releasing his Tao souls, a smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Gu Yuan finally broke through. The fluctuations came from Gu Yuan, who was cultivating in a corner of the 1000 space. Soon after, the next disturbance came. Long Yi entered the God of Creation realm. Seeing as Long Yi had also broken through, the smile on Huang Xiaolong's face became even wider. Even though the 2 of them were extremely close to entering the God of Creation realm in the past, they were still Tao venerables. Now, they could use the power of the universe and they would be able to stay alive even if Meng Tian came. After ensuring that the 2 of them were fine, Huang Xiaolong checked up on Meng Tian and Zhao Jinquan. He jumped in fright when he saw that the furthest someone had gone was the 984th space. Zhao Jinquan was a little slower than Meng Tian, but he had already entered the 980th space. They were extremely close to each other. Huang Xiaolong quickly regained his calm after noticing where Meng Tian was. Even if he reached the 999th space, he would never be able to enter the 1000 space where Huang Xiaolong was. The only way one could enter it was to comprehend all the runes on the Ice Palace. Since the runes had already been absorbed by Huang Xiaolong, no one would ever be able to comprehend them. Meng Tian lost before the battle even started. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips when he saw Meng Tian's desperate bombardment of the 984th space. If Meng Tian knew that he wouldn't be able to capture Huang Xiaolong despite his best efforts, who would know what he would think? He no longer bothered with the 2 of them. Closing his eyes, he calmed his mind and circulated the soaring dragon art, blazing dragon grand art, and the Pangu world creation art. He devoured the golden ice spiritual liquid in the surroundings. Every single mouthful he swallowed was more effective than a creation-level pill. Huang Xiaolong also discovered that he could increase the purity of his grand cosmos energy and strengthen his Tao soul if he used the golden ice spiritual liquid to temper them. The faster he circulated his creation arts, the faster the golden ice spiritual liquid surrounded him. The spiritual liquid clustered around him and he quickly refined it. A golden light surrounded his Tao souls the more he refined them, and his physique became even more perfect. The grand Tao laws in the three worlds he created started to grow even more intricate, and the three worlds themselves started to transform. If the three worlds he created were compared to immature children in the past, they were rapidly maturing now. By the time they transformed into that of a proper adult, he would enter the God of Creation realm for real. Huang Xiaolong seemed to have disappeared from the 1000 space completely. His Tao souls allowed him to feel different types of energy as they drifted into the universe. The energy was foreign, yet it felt familiar at the same time. They seemed to be the laws that govern the universe. Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled. Could that be the elusive universe energy my master told me about? Weren't God of Creation realm experts the only ones who could feel that? He had yet to enter the God of Creation realm, but he managed to feel it. A burst of joy filled his heart when he realized what was going on. If he managed to wield universe energy, he wouldn't be so helpless when they tried to escape from Meng Tian. Like Xianxia and Bei Ting, neither of them would be able to escape. Slowly, a trace of light that was slightly golden in color started to surround Huang Xiaolong. As time passed, clusters of golden ice spiritual liquid poured into Huang Xiaolong's body. Gu Yuan and Long Yi might have absorbed a little of the golden ice spiritual liquid to enter the God of Creation realm, but there were tons of it left. All of the liquid rushed towards Huang Xiaolong in an endless tide. In the end, they formed a giant sea around him. No one knew how long had passed, but when Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes again, Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han were staring at him with weird expressions on their faces. Looking at himself, Huang Xiaolong didn't understand why they were giving him the look. Your Highness, you have not entered the God of Creation realm, have you? Gu Yuan asked. Nope, Huang Xiaolong said before standing up. But the universe energy around you, Long Yi stuttered. Huang Xiaolong finally realized the concern they had. Of course, he knew why they were confused. After all, he hadn't entered the God of Creation realm. Yet, he was able to wield universe energy. I have no idea how I managed to control it. It probably has something to do with my three small worlds. Huang Xiaolong guessed. How long was my period of seclusion? Huang Xiaolong asked. A little more than 1,000,000 years have passed since we entered the Ice Palace. Long Yi replied. 1,000,000 years. Huang Xiaolong nearly jumped in fright. How has it been that long? He only took a little less than 200,000 years to refine the universe-level spiritual veins, but he used 800,000 years to comprehend the use of universe energy. Since so much time had passed, wouldn't that mean that Meng Tian and Zhao Jinkuan were? Huang Xiaolong quickly checked up on their progress. Very quickly, he found them both in the 990th space. Heaving a sigh of relief, Huang Xiaolong felt that his worries were unfounded. Meng Tian and Zhao Jinkuan wouldn't even be able to enter the 991st space. Looking at the situation outside the Ice Palace, he saw that Huang Muyang and the others were still waiting for him patiently. It seemed as though none of them were willing to give up. A snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips. He wondered if Meng Tian and Zhao Jinkuan thought that they could trap him in there just because they surrounded the area. After absorbing the runes around the Ice Palace, he not only gained the ability to enter the Ice Palace as he wished, but he could also leave the Ice River whenever he wanted. That was the reason he chose to enter the Ice Palace even after seeing so many people approach it. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his Tao souls. In the past, he could feel the universe around him, but there seemed to be a screen between his souls and the universe. Now the feeling was gone. Could it be because he had comprehended the use of universe energy? Looking at the Pangu axe, Huang Xiaolong saw that it was several times stronger than before. There was a never-before-seen glow around the body of the axe, and it seemed as though it had returned to its peak state. Huang Xiaolong reached out to grab the axe, and he felt the power contained in it. He believed that if Beiting was struck by it again, he would definitely be split in half. When Huang Xiaolong was admiring the axe spirit sent several snippets of memory to Huang Xiaolong. The mysterious expert battling Pangu before he disappeared finally appeared before Huang Xiaolong. The person who caused Pangu to disappear was Meng Tian. He was also the expert who damaged the Pangu axe. Huang Xiaolong's pupils constricted when he realized that he failed to properly estimate Meng Tian's strength. From the looks of it, Meng Tian was even stronger than Huang Shang. At the very least, Huang Shang would never be able to damage the Pangu axe. It was no wonder Meng Tian was able to bash his way into the 990th space. Regardless, it seemed as though Meng Tian would know of Pangu's whereabouts now that the truth had been revealed. A weird light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and it caused Gu Yuan and the others to stare at him with solemn expressions on their faces. "Let's go. We'll talk after we leave this place," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Before they could react, Huang Xiaolong had already pulled them out of the Ice River world. We're out. Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han gasped in unison. Meng Tian and Zhao Jinquan still think that we're hiding in the Ice Palace. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaolong chuckled with amusement. "Your Highness, what are we going to do now?" Yang Han asked. "We're going to the Meng Tian world." Since Pangu's disappearance was related to Meng Tian, Huang Xiaolong suspected that his fate was similar to Huang Long. Pangu might be captured by Meng Tian in some secret space. Now that Meng Tian was still playing around in the Ice Palace, it was Huang Xiaolong's best chance to rescue Pangu. Soon after, the group of four tore through space to race towards the Meng Tian world. In the Ice Palace, Huang Xiaolong reached the extreme peak of the Tao Venerable Realm. He also comprehended the way to control universe energy, and his speed was much faster than before. Even though Gu Yuan and Long Yi had broken through to the God of Creation realm, their speed wasn't even 1,000th of Huang Xiaolong's. Grabbing the three of them, Huang Xiaolong brought them along with him. As he thought, Meng Tian and the others didn't detect his departure from the Ice River world. When Huang Xiaolong arrived in the Meng Tian world several months later, Meng Tian and Zhao Jinquan were still furiously bombarding the Grand Formation in the 990th space. A trace of coldness flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he looked at the Meng Tian world. With a single step, they crossed the world barrier before teleporting continuously towards the Meng Tian Divine Palace. It didn't take long for them to arrive, even though the Meng Tian Divine Palace was located at the heart of the Meng Tian world. The Divine Palace was made up of a massive piece of universe dreamstone. It was a world of its own, and even though it wasn't larger than the Ice River world, it was comparable to a massive holy world. Who? The guards discovered Huang Xiaolong's group the moment they appeared, as none of them bothered concealing their auras. Countless guards rushed towards them. All of the guards in the Divine Palace were Tao Venerables who comprehended 10 or more elements to the Grand Completion stage. There were several dozen experts who accumulated 1.0 billion units of Grand Cosmos energy. Even Gu Yuan and Long Yi, who had broken into the God of Creation realm, would find it difficult to break into the Divine Palace. After all, the Grand Formation was laid down by Meng Tian himself. The guards that appeared were the weakest in the palace, and there were definitely strong experts deep in the palace. However, Huang Xiaolong simply waved his hand once in order to deal with all the guards. They were frozen in space, and Huang Xiaolong sent out countless rays of purple grand mist aura to control them. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to kill them, as he needed all of them to activate the Grand Formation around the Meng Tian Divine Palace. Not a single one of them could be missing when activating the formation. After controlling them, he ordered them to release the restrictions around the Divine Palace. Huang Xiaolong didn't bring Gu Yuan and the others in with him. Instead, he left them outside in case anything happened. When he flew towards the interior of the Divine Palace, he hid his presence, and he controlled countless guards as he made his way deeper and deeper. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong met countless experts who were loyal to the Meng Tian Celestial Empire. He either killed them with a single strike or he would control them before throwing them into the Sun-Moon Furnace. He tried to detect Pangu's aura along the way. After all, the Pangu axe would tell him if Pangu was in the palace. Flying all the way into the divine palace, Huang Xiaolong frowned all of a sudden. Ha! A trace of joy filled Huang Xiaolong's heart when he felt a type of energy similar to that of the Pangu axe. Pangu! He was right. Pangu was really located in the Meng Tian Divine Palace. Locking onto the space where Pangu was, Huang Xiaolong smashed the Pangu axe down on it instantly. Blinding light filled the space around him and countless restrictions were blown apart instantly. Huang Xiaolong retreated slightly, but a frown soon formed on his face. Even after using all his power, he only managed to break a tiny part of the restrictions that Meng Tian laid down. Someone barged into the palace. Listen to my order. Surround the intruder and kill them. Huang Xiaolong's strike alerted the leftover guards. He was surrounded in an instant. Ha! Meng Tian, who was blasting the 990th space with everything he had stopped, and a frown formed on his face. He could feel that someone shattered some formations around the space that trapped Pangu. Is someone there to save the man? Who could it be? Moreover, he could feel that the person who attacked the restrictions possessed the strength of a god of creation at the large completion stage. When Meng Tian was still stuck in a state of confusion, a snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips as he stood above the space that trapped Pangu. The Pangu axe in his hand slashed towards the restrictions once again. The palace trembled under the terrifying impact. Activate the grand formation and kill that man. Meng Han flew out of the main hall and roared with rage. The spear in his hand shot towards Huang Xiaolong's chest. Meng Han was a god of creation who was no weaker than Bei Ting. He had already reached the peak of the small completion stage. Huang Xiaolong stared at the tip of the spear, which was growing larger by the second, and a snort left his lips. The Pangu axe chopped down towards Meng Han and a miserable squeal ensued. He was cut in half, and the armor on his body shattered into a million pieces. The instant Meng Han was sliced in two, Meng Tian, who was trapped in the ice palace, roared with rage. Huang Xiaolong, I'll kill you, you motherfucking bastard. A ray of light shot through the various spaces that were contained in the ice palace, and it flew towards the Meng Tian world. Huang Muyang and the others who stood guard outside the ice palace stared at each other in shock. Huang Xiaolong, Lord Meng Tian, it's headed to the Meng Tian world. Something happened there. Huang Xiaolong is currently wreaking havoc in the Divine Palace. Hurry! To the Meng Tian world. Huang Muyang roared. Various figures shot through the air and flew towards the Meng Tian world. Huang Xiaolong didn't spare a second look at Meng Han as he continued to slash at the restrictions trapping Pangu. At the same time, he waved his arms around and every single expert who surrounded him was blasted to bits. No one knew how many times Huang Xiaolong's axe landed on the restrictions, but they started to weaken eventually. The glow that surrounded the space finally dimmed. When Meng Tian felt the restrictions weakening, he started to panic. Rage filled his heart, but he realized that there was nothing he could do. His eyes slowly started to turn bloodshot. In at most an hour, Huang Xiaolong would probably shatter the restrictions trapping Pangu. He wouldn't be able to return to the Meng Tian world even if he traveled at his fastest speed, much less the Meng Tian Divine Palace. Huang Xiaolong, I'll tear you limb from limb. I'll torture your soul for eternity. Meng Tian gnashed his teeth and spat. In the Meng Tian Divine Palace, the experts responsible for guarding the area swarmed Huang Xiaolong like an endless tide. As the strongest celestial empire in the Meng Tian universe, the number of troops they had was basically uncountable. Even after half a day of killing, their numbers didn't decrease in the slightest. Huang Xiaolong's expression turned frosty as he continued to slash at the restrictions trapping Pangu. Every time he waved his hand at the giant army surrounding him, blood rain would fill the skies as a large group of them would be turned to cosmic dust. After more than an hour, the Meng Tian Divine Palace started to shake as a blinding light filled the skies. The restrictions trapping Pangu were finally shattered by Huang Xiaolong. Heaving a sigh of relief, Huang Xiaolong finally shattered the restrictions. The space that trapped Pangu unraveled before Huang Xiaolong's eyes. It was filled with a jade-green liquid that surrounded a giant who was tens of thousands of feet tall. Veins were bulging from the giant's body, and they were like dragons coiled around him. His massive arms boasted terrifying strength that seemed to be able to split a world in two. Giant chains locked him up and they were attached to every limb. Pangu! Huang Xiaolong's figure shook, and he appeared before the giant instantly. Staring at the Pangu axe in Huang Xiaolong's hand, Pangu roared with laughter. Nice! My disciple, you're finally here. He naturally knew that Huang Xiaolong had obtained his inheritance after seeing the axe in the kid's hand. Master, I'll destroy the restrictions on you right now. The Pangu axe slashed towards the chains around Pangu as soon as Huang Xiaolong spoke. Clang! A crisp ringing sound filled the air when the Pangu axe landed on the chains. Huang Xiaolong was stunned to discover that he only managed to slightly damage the chains. Meng Tian used countless treasures in order to refine the runes and chains around me. You can only use a type of strength to destroy the restrictions, Pangu reminded him. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong slowly raised the Pangu axe again. Bang! It followed a mysterious path as it sliced open the runes binding Pangu. Shattering into a million pieces, the restriction lost all effect instantly, and Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. If he managed to destroy the restrictions in the space trapping Pangu and not the runes around the man himself, things would be awkward. It was lucky that the Pangu axe had fully recovered. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong would never be able to do what he did. Nice! Ha ha ha! Pangu roared with laughter, and he waved his hand in the air. A mysterious power gathered around him and an armor appeared around his body. Capture that bastard's son right now. Let's leave this wretched place. Pangu yelled. Capture that guy's son? Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned a little weird. Meng Tian laid down some restrictions in my body. I need his son's bloodline in order to neutralize it, Pangu explained. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape detection no matter where we run to. Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated, and he released his Dao souls to look for Meng Han. He had cleaved Meng Han in two previously, but Meng Han was a god of creation after all. He had managed to reform his body and escape after Huang Xiaolong ignored him. In order to save Pangu, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with Meng Han. If he fled the divine palace, it would be extremely difficult to capture him again. Huang Xiaolong panicked, and he tried desperately to locate Meng Han. Luckily for him, he found him very quickly. Master, he's at the entrance. Huang Xiaolong yelled before the two of them rushed towards the entrance of the Meng Tian Divine Palace. By the time they arrived, Meng Han had already left the palace. Huang Xiaolong couldn't care about anything else as he raced to catch up with Meng Han. As Meng Han tried to make his escape, he sent Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han flying with a single slap. Meng Han might be seriously injured by Huang Xiaolong, but he wasn't a pushover. Gu Yuan and Long Yi weren't strong enough to stop him. Feeling Huang Xiaolong's aura behind him, Meng Han no longer bothered with the three, and he yelled in desperation, "Stop them! Stop them right now!" Guards from the Meng Tian Divine Palace swarmed Huang Xiaolong and Pangu instantly. Activating the grand formation around the Meng Tian world, Meng Han tried to stop Huang Xiaolong and Pangu who were rapidly closing in on him. It didn't take long for him to be captured by the master and disciple duo. Let's go! Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Gu Yuan, Long Yi, and Yang Han as they left the Meng Tian world. We'll look for a safe place before destroying the restriction he left on me, Pangu said to Huang Xiaolong. All right. Summoning the purple lightning peak, he used his full strength to drive it forward, and they disappeared into the void. Half a day later, they arrived in a random world where they decided to deal with the restriction in Pangu's body. In order to do so, Pangu needed to use Meng Tian's bloodline. After Meng Han learned what Pangu planned to do, he screamed in desperation, "My father will never let you off." Pangu would definitely destroy Meng Han's bloodline during the process, and it would definitely affect Meng Han's progression to the large completion stage. "That's where you're wrong," Pangu snorted. "I won't let you off." He quickly used Meng Han's bloodline in order to neutralize the restriction in his body. Several days later, Pangu stood up and clenched his fists together. Feeling the power running through his body and Meng Tian's restrictions gone, he roared with laughter before clapping Huang Xiaolong's shoulders. If not for you, I would have been trapped by Meng Tian for eternity. A trace of embarrassment slowly filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. Looking at Meng Han, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper, Pangu grabbed him by the neck. I'll do to you 100 folds what your father did to me back then. Despair filled Meng Han's heart. When Meng Tian, Huang Muyang, Bei Ting, and the others returned to the Meng Tian world several months later, they were greeted with a tragic sight. The entire world had been turned upside down by Huang Xiaolong's actions. Along the way, they prepared themselves mentally for the damage Huang Xiaolong might have caused. From the looks of it, they had underestimated him. To put it more seriously, the Meng Tian Divine Palace was basically a pile of rubble at that point. Meng Tian didn't say a word as he glared at the shattered mess made by Huang Xiaolong. Killing intent gathered around him, and it became wilder by the moment. As the gods of creation around him felt the murderous intent leaking from his body, no one dared to say a word. None of them wished to incur Meng Tian's ire. Where is Meng Han? Meng Tian finally asked after a long time. A grand marshal of the Celestial Empire squeaked. Old ancestor? The emperor. He was taken away by Huang Xiaolong. Meng Tian's eyes turned bloodshot despite already expecting such a result. Huang Xiaolong, you'll die a miserable death. I'll personally crush your Dao soul. Pangu too. Meng Tian's voice echoed in the surroundings. Huang Muyang and the others looked at each other in silence. They knew that Meng Tian had trapped one of his enemies in a separate space in the Meng Tian world, but they never learned his name. Now they finally knew who it was. However, where in the world did Pangu come from? What relationship does Pangu share with Huang Xiaolong? Why would Huang Xiaolong save the man if they weren't related to one another? Search. Hunt them down even if you have to turn the entire universe upside down. Anyone who can give me a lead on them can raise any request. I'll fulfill it no matter what. Meng Tian roared with rage. The experts standing around gasped in shock. It was too tempting to be able to raise any request they had to Meng Tian. A favor from the strongest expert in the Meng Tian universe was more valuable than a set of creation artifacts. His order caused the entire universe to go crazy in an instant. Pangu chuckled with amusement when he heard Meng Tian's announcement in the world they were hiding in. This bastard is pretty arrogant. He'll grant any request. Master, were you also lured over here by Xianxia? Huang Xiaolong asked. In the past few months, Huang Xiaolong didn't find a chance to ask Pangu about the past. He was extremely curious as to why Pangu would appear in the Meng Tian universe. Nope. Pangu shook his head. No. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. He had always thought that Xianxia lured Pangu over, but as it turned out, he was wrong. Of course not. This has something to do with the mysteries of the universe. And I'll tell you when you enter the God of Creation realm in the future. Pangu sighed. Right now, you have to focus on breaking through. Huang Xiaolong chuckled bitterly. It's not that easy to break through. When he entered seclusion in the Ice Palace, Huang Xiaolong thought that breaking through to the God of Creation realm would be a piece of cake. He realized how wrong he was after exiting seclusion. Pangu frowned. There is a place in this universe that can assist in your breakthrough. Is that true? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in shock. Pangu nodded. Yes, it's called the Yin-Yang Road of Death. You can temper your Dao soul when training there, and you will be able to experience the cycle of life and death. Many experts broke through there. Yin-Yang Road of Death? Huang Xiaolong frowned. However, no one knows when the road will open. The entire region is shrouded by universe storms, and one will only be able to enter when the storms weaken, Pangu explained. When will the storms weaken next? Huang Xiaolong asked. No one knows when it will happen. After all, the universe storms come and go as they please. You can only wait patiently. There will be a period of 1,000,000 years when the storms weaken, and that is when experts will enter the Yin-Yang Road of Death. 1,000,000 years was enough for a breakthrough to the God of Creation realm. However, Huang Xiaolong's head started to hurt when he thought about when the Yin-Yang Road of Death would open. None of them chose to idle around as they continued to cultivate. Pangu's injuries were severe, and even with Meng Han's bloodline to shatter the restrictions, he had to recover slowly. He needed several hundred years to recover to his peak state. Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle either. He used the 4 universe origin fires to devour universe energy to strengthen himself. The Yin-Yang Road of Death was an option, but Huang Xiaolong wouldn't place all his hope on it. During his cultivation, Huang Xiaolong got the various draconian beasts he captured in the Dragon Cave to look for news on the Yin-Yang Road of Death. He told them to make a report if the universe storms showed any signs of weakening. Several hundred years passed in the blink of an eye. Pangu recovered to his peak state and he got to his feet slowly. Loosening his shoulders, he growled, "It's time for us to head out there after so many years of hiding." Several days later, all of them left the world they were hiding in. Huang Xiaolong intended to form an alliance with the rest of the scattered cultivators to oppose Meng Tian. He could also choose to join Zhao Jinkuan. Pangu was pretty supportive of his intentions. In the Meng Tian universe, if one was a god of creation who hadn't gone under either banner, they would probably be looking for strong support. Pangu was a great choice to follow. After all, Pangu was also an expert second only to Meng Tian. He might not be Meng Tian's opponent, but he was still at the peak of the grand completion stage. He would be able to fight Meng Tian head-on, and the only reason he was caught in the past was because he fell into Meng Tian's trap. There were 72 gods of creation in the Meng Tian universe, and 23 of them chose to follow Meng Tian, whereas 28 of them supported Zhao Jinkuan, and there were 21 others left. If he managed to gather all 21, they would turn into the third power in the Meng Tian universe. In the Meng Tian Divine Palace. "What? You managed to receive news on Pangu and Huang Xiaolong?" Meng Tian didn't dare to believe his ears. "Yes, old ancestor, the 2 of them are currently in the Azure Bamboo Mountain," one of the Grand Marshals of the Celestial Empire reported. "Azure Bamboo Mountain?" Meng Tian frowned. The Azure Bamboo Mountain was established by 3 God of Creation realm experts, and they were all at the grand completion stage. If they joined forces, they could possibly pose a threat to Meng Tian and Zhao Jinkuan. As such, the 2 had never tried to mess with the 3 ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain. "What are they doing there?" Meng Tian asked. "They seem to be forming an alliance with the 3 ancestors." The Grand Marshal hesitated for a moment before replying. A sneer left Meng Tian's lips. "Ha! What a joke. They're overestimating themselves." Meng Tian had paid a visit to the 3 ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain in the past, but he had failed to tempt them no matter what type of conditions he gave. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong would be able to move the 3 eccentric old ancestors. "Pass down my order to the 3 ancestors. As long as they trap Huang Xiaolong and Pangu, I'll not only agree to any of their requests, but I'll even give them a piece of creation artifact each." Meng Tian growled. The Grand Marshal gasped when he heard Meng Tian's promise. 1 creation artifact each. That would mean that he would give out 3 of them. He would also owe them a favor. Wouldn't it be a little too much to give? Whatever the case, he was just there to convey the message. No longer dallying, he conveyed Meng Tian's order to the 3 ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain. At the same time, Meng Tian shot towards the Azure Bamboo Mountain while notifying everyone under his banner to head over. "Huang Xiaolong Pangu, just wait." A cold light shot out from Meng Tian's eyes. As long as the 3 ancestors worked together, they would be able to trap Huang Xiaolong and Pangu. The moment he arrived, the 2 of them would be toast. However, he received an urgent report not too long after he left the Meng Tian world. The 3 ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain agreed to form an alliance with Huang Xiaolong and Pangu. This isn't possible. How did they manage to get the 3 ancestors over to their side? Meng Tian's expression turned nasty when he read the report sent by the Grand Marshal. He could understand what conditions Huang Xiaolong and Pangu gave the 3 ancestors. Meng Tian's expression was gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth together. "Azure Bamboo ancestors, you're tired of living. He had paid countless visits to the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain over his years of existence. He had tempted them with countless treasures and extraordinary treatment, but they never agreed to join his alliance. Everyone knew that Huang Xiaolong and Pangu were his targets after his announcement hundreds of years ago, but they still chose to form an alliance with him. In his eyes, they were doing it on purpose. It seemed as though they didn't respect him at all. Since that's the case, I'll bury all of you with them, Meng Tian growled before hurrying over to the Azure Bamboo Mountain. He made a decision to capture Huang Xiaolong and Pangu before razing the Azure Bamboo Mountain to the ground regardless of the price he had to pay. Half a month later, in the Azure Bamboo Mountain, Huang Xiaolong was sitting with Pangu and the three ancestors as they enjoyed a cup of wine together. A massive blast interrupted them and the mountain trembled continuously. Meng Tian is here. Huang Xiaolong sneered and they disappeared from the hall. All of them appeared above the mountain instantly. A massive army surrounded the Azure Bamboo Mountain, and they were led by Meng Tian and his group of gods of creation. All 23 of them arrived. The giant army from the various celestial empires stood behind them, and they blocked out the skies. The grand lineup was something never seen before in the history of the Meng Tian universe. When Meng Tian saw Huang Xiaolong and the others, killing intent filled his eyes. Very good, Huang Xiaolong Pangu, who would have thought that you would stay behind like obedient little dogs? You saved me a lot of trouble. Since you have chosen death, I'll fulfill your wish. The leader of the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain, Sang Rui, muttered, Meng Tian, what makes you think that the outcome of the battle has already been decided? You should leave right now before you drown yourself in this mess. Sang Rui, I feel really sorry for you. You chose to barge through the gates of hell even after I provided you a road to endless comfort. All of you will die today, Meng Tian sneered. Meng Tian, you motherfucker, Pangu roared in anger. The only reason you captured me was because I fell into your trap years ago. You're nothing but a disgusting fly in my eyes. Meng Tian's expression sank once again. Pangu, rest assured that I'll fill your life with 1,000,000 times the pain compared to before. Attack! Huang Muyang and the rest launched their attacks at once. As for the troop behind them, they started their assault on the Azure Bamboo Mountain. As soon as they sprang into action, 18 figures soared into the sky to surround Huang Muyang and the rest. When they released their aura, the universe trembled. Huang Muyang and the others were shocked by the sudden change, but they failed to evade a sneak attack from experts who were just as strong as they were. They were sent tumbling through the air while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Chani Hui you? Huang Muyang stared at the newcomers in disbelief. All of them were experts who had refused to join either Meng Tian or Zhao Jinkuan. Now, Meng Tian was equally as shocked. However, he seemed to understand what Huang Xiaolong planned the moment they appeared. You, all of you chose to form an alliance with them? How didn't I receive any news on this matter? With so many gods of creation joining forces, there should have been a huge disturbance in the universe. Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong and Pangu, he growled, You did this on purpose. Huang Xiaolong and Pangu released the news of their alliance with the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain in order to draw them over. They were drawn into a trap. No shit, Pangu chuckled. Meng Tian, since you came here today, forget about returning. The Pangu axe in his hand slashed towards Meng Tian instantly. The three ancestors leaped into action and focused on Meng Tian too. That was their strategy for the battle. They would suppress Meng Tian momentarily while Huang Xiaolong dealt with Huang Muyang, Bei Ting, and the others. Huang Xiaolong arrived before Bei Ting and Shirley instantly. When they saw him, it was as though they ran into the most terrifying of beasts, and they retreated in haste. The Huang long twin blades chopped towards them before they had time to think. When it came into contact with their bodies, a giant wound formed on their chests. A terrifying wave of sword chi appeared behind Huang Xiaolong when he launched his attack, and he raised his eyebrows in shock. Raising the Huang long twin blades to protect himself, he felt a sharp pain shooting up his arms after blocking the strike. Before he could steady himself, the second round of attack commenced. Huang Xiaolong didn't panic. and he summoned the Dao Emperor sword. It countered the sword strike, and the other party obviously didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to possess another creation artifact. He couldn't bother with Huang Xiaolong any longer as he stopped the sword from slicing him in two. Huang Xiaolong regained his footing, and he turned to look at his assailant. It was a man with green eyes, and he was the old ancestor of the Peerless Edge Celestial Empire. He was called Chong Wufeng, and he had 4.5 billion units of Grand Cosmos energy. Shirley and Bei Ting ran over to Chong Wufeng's side and thanked him profusely. "It's all right. We'll join hands to take him down," Chong Wufeng growled. Shirley and Bei Ting nodded obediently. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother shittlking them, and he summoned all the strength he had. This battle would determine if they could deal a blow to the Mengtian alliance. Buzz! Chong Wufeng acted once again, and the sword in his hand disappeared into the void. Soon, his figure faded from the world and countless waves of sword chi appeared above Huang Xiaolong. They resembled heavenly rivers that shattered the space around Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, Shirley and Bei Ting moved. A blinding ray of white shot out from Shirley's axe as it slashed towards Huang Xiaolong's head. Bei Ting summoned a giant dragon spear and stabbed it towards Huang Xiaolong's chest. A snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips as he swung the Huang Long twin blades around. A whirlwind of blade chi was formed, and they looked like a giant vortex that swept through the universe. Shirley and Bei Ting were swallowed in an instant. The Dao Emperor sword above his head turned into strands of sword chi that devoured Chong Wufeng's power. Rip! When the sword chi from the two parties clashed with each other, horrifying tears in space were created. Gu Yuan and the rest were battling the other experts under Meng Tian. As the battle raged on between experts in the God of Creation realm, the space around them was crushed. The three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain and the others summoned everything they had to resist Meng Tian's alliance, and the shockwaves of the battle shook the great worlds all around them. A sea of golden blood filled the air, and the stench of blood eventually filled the skies. Meng Tian went all out, and the universe trembled with every move he made. Pangu was the same, and a horrifying shockwave flooded the universe whenever they clashed. As for the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain, they joined forces to suppress Meng Tian. The skies shattered and the ground crumbled as the battle raged on. Zhao Jinquan, who was silently watching the battle at the side, rejoiced when he realized that both parties were planning to go all out. After all, he would benefit the most when Meng Tian, Pangu, and Huang Xiaolong were injured. When they were exhausted and injured, he would swoop in to deal with them all. Lord Jinquan, who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong and Pangu would be able to move the three ancestors. "I wonder who did it." Mu Qian, a god of creation under Zhao Jinquan, muttered. A light flashed in Zhao Jinquan's eyes. Huang Xiaolong definitely obtained precious treasures in the Ice Palace. He probably used them to tempt the experts to stand on his side. Looks like the treasures he obtained in the Ice Palace are really extraordinary if he managed to move the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain. Someone else gasped. Did he bring out the yin-yang twin spiritual veins? The gaze of the experts in Zhao Jinquan's faction became heated when they heard what he said. Even Zhao Jinquan couldn't hide his glee. Those universe-level spiritual veins were extremely beneficial to him. Zhao Jinquan's gaze locked on Huang Xiaolong. As long as he captured the kid, he would be able to obtain the secret to creating three worlds. He could also obtain the runes to the Ice Palace and everything in it. Huang Xiaolong. His fingers twitched as he stood his ground to wait for the battle to end. However, the tides of the battle soon changed. A miserable cry left Bei Ting's lips as Huang Xiaolong plunged the Huang Long twin blades through his chest. With a flick of his wrist, Bei Ting's chest was sliced open. When Huang Xiaolong was done with Bei Ting, a miserable cry filled the skies as Chun Yihui ended another expert on Meng Tian's side. It didn't take long before the experts on Meng Tian's side suffered horrific losses, with Pangu and the three ancestors suppressing Meng Tian. Huang Xiaolong and the others had long since come up with a solid battle plan before Meng Tian arrived with his army. Looking at his subordinates falling one by one, Meng Tian roared with rage when he realized that he couldn't do anything with the interference of Pangu and the three ancestors. "Pangu, if this keeps up, both of us will suffer serious losses. Zhao Jinkuan will swoop in at the end to get us. Meng Tian snorted all of a sudden. The Pangu axe in Pangu's hand didn't falter for a second as he ignored the man completely. Bullshit. Why would we both suffer serious losses? Another hour passed and Meng Tian's side finally fell to a serious disadvantage. He could only choose to retreat. No longer on the offensive, the pressure on Meng Tian weakened by countless times as he focused on defending the gods of creation on his side. Bei Ting and Shi Li managed to escape, albeit by a narrow margin. Huang Xiaolong and the rest only stopped after Meng Tian and his group disappeared into the horizon. Zhao Jinkuan's expression darkened when he noticed that his plan was unsuccessful. Zhao Jinkuan didn't expect the battle to be so one-sided. Not a single person on Huang Xiaolong's side suffered serious injuries. Instead, the strongest expert in the Meng Tian universe was defeated. Even though Meng Tian was perfectly fine, his alliance was basically slaughtered during the battle. Zhao Jinkuan and the rest couldn't believe their eyes. Meng Tian might not have dominated the entire universe, but he possessed undeniable strength. He had never been defeated since the start of time, but now he was ruthlessly stepped on. Pangu's strength is something to behold. He's too strong. Someone on Zhao Jinkuan's side added. Pangu might have joined hands with the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain, but he was on the same level as Meng Tian. With the help of the three ancestors, they managed to defeat the strongest individual in the Meng Tian universe. Zhao Jinkuan's expression sank even further. He didn't expect Pangu to be so damn strong. He thought that Pangu was a god of creation at the grand completion stage at best, but it seemed as though the other party was no weaker than him. Lord Jinkuan, what should we do now? Someone else asked reluctantly when they looked at Huang Xiaolong's tiny figure in the distance. Zhao Jinkuan was similarly dissatisfied. He thought that he would be the final beneficiary after both parties battled each other. He would swoop in to capture Huang Xiaolong at the end, uncovering the mysteries in the kid's body. The treasures from the Ice Palace would belong to him too, but everything came crumbling down. Zhao Jinkuan glared at Huang Xiaolong, and his expression twisted. When Huang Xiaolong and the others disappeared back into the Azure Bamboo Mountain, he failed to make up his mind. He could only choose to retreat. Huang Xiaolong and the others might have suffered some slight injuries, but that didn't affect their overall combat power. Zhao Jinkuan might suffer the same fate as Meng Tian even if they launched an attack, and he chose to give up. After returning to the Azure Bamboo Mountain, Huang Xiaolong's party erupted with cheers. Nice! That's freaking amazing! Ha ha ha! Zheng Rui downed his glass of wine before roaring in satisfaction. Everyone was in high spirits as they celebrated their victory. Ha ha ha! Just the sight of Meng Tian retreating with his tail tucked between his legs is enough for me to celebrate for 10,000 years. Chen Yihui laughed. No, we can celebrate for 10 million years. Look at Bei Ting. He couldn't even wear his pants properly when he escaped. Zhao Jinkuan didn't dare to move a muscle when he watched the battle. Zhang Rui said all of a sudden. If he were to move against us in the midst of the battle, things could have gotten ugly. Pangu laughed. If he dares to do anything, I'll fuck him up too. Laughter filled the air. After Meng Tian's alliance suffered a humiliating defeat, all of them entered seclusion to hide from the world. The universe seemed to turn a little quieter as the various experts left the eyes of the public. As for Zhao Jinkuan's alliance, they didn't dare to make any big moves. The third power in the Meng Tian universe solidified its footing and a power triangle formed. Huang Xiaolong continued to cultivate in the Azure Bamboo Mountain, and he tempered all three worlds with the power absorbed by the universe origin fires. Hundreds of years passed, and Huang Xiaolong felt that his control over universe energy increased by a huge margin. When he finally fused with the universe, it would be the day he stepped into the God of Creation realm. Huang Xiaolong didn't let up on the yin-yang road of death either. He sent out countless experts in order to report on the situation, but the universe storms showed no signs of weakening. I wonder how my father is, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself as he stared into the starry skies above. When he thought about how Huang Shang was devouring Huang Long's bloodline every day and night, he became more and more anxious. A light flashed in his eyes. He made a decision to return to the Huanglong world to save his father the moment he entered the God of Creation realm. Defeating Huangshang could wait. With Pangu's help, he would definitely be able to save his father, and that was the most important matter. No one knew how long it would take for him to reach the large completion stage anyway. When he returned to the Blazing Dragon universe with Pangu and the three ancestors of the Azure Bamboo Mountain, there was no doubt that they would be able to suppress Huangshang. After all, Huangshang was a notch weaker than Meng Tian. Moreover, he learned of the way to return to the Blazing Dragon universe from Pangu. From his new master, Huang Xiaolong learned that there were a total of 13 universes. The Blazing Dragon universe and the Meng Tian universe were merely two parts of the puzzle. The 13 universes were split into stronger and weaker universes. The Meng Tian and Blazing Dragon universe were ranked above average due to the existence of Meng Tian and Huangshang. Zhao Jinkuan, Pangu, the Blazing Dragon, and several other gods of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage were also important figures in ranking the universes. Weaker universes only had gods of creation at the grand completion stage, and the weakest universe only had a god of creation at the large completion stage. The 13 universes didn't possess an expert who surpassed the God of Creation realm. Everyone was searching for a way to break through, and the moment someone did, they would become the ruler of these universes. Surpassing the God of Creation realm, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. The mysteries of the universes were so well kept that not even existences like Pangu and Meng Tian knew much. Several dozen thousand years passed eventually. Meng Tian's alliance finally started to return, and they walked out of their shadow of defeat. They started to clash with the Third Alliance, and Meng Tian would often meet with Zhao Jinkuan. It seemed as though a storm was brewing. "Your Highness, we have great news. The Yin-Yang Road of Death seems to be opening," Long Yi reported one fine day. In the years that passed, Huang Xiaolong cultivated in seclusion in the 1000 space in the Ice Palace. He would enter the Dragon Cave at times. Huang Xiaolong leaped to his feet and yelled, "Is that true?" After so long, he had already touched the entrance of the God of Creation realm. He was lacking an opportunity to break through. Entering the Yin-Yang Road of Death would be ideal in his current state. Yes, the universe storms started to disperse yesterday, and they should disappear in a few months. Long Yi chuckled. All right, a few months. That's the time he would need to arrive at the Yin-Yang Road of Death. However, Pangu was worried that Huang Xiaolong would run into trouble, and he chose to follow his disciple to the Yin-Yang Road of Death. Huang Xiaolong had to agree. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong and Pangu stood before the Yin-Yang Road of Death. True to its name, it was teeming with the power of Yin and Yang. The entrance was nowhere to be seen. The Yin-Yang Road of Death might allow you to break through, but it's filled with dangers. Experts at the peak of the Dao Venerable Realm might also lose themselves there. Once you lose your mind, there's no coming back, Pangu warned Huang Xiaolong solemnly. It was no wonder Pangu would try to remind Huang Xiaolong. After all, out of 10 experts who entered the Yin-Yang Road of Death, 9 of them would lose themselves within. The moment they did, there was no coming back. They would turn into undead corpses that wandered around the lands, never to be saved again. That was because gods of creation were unable to enter the Yin-Yang Road of Death. If Huang Xiaolong were to turn into an undead corpse, Pangu couldn't do a thing about it. Afraid that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't take him seriously, Pangu continued to nag about several other points he had to take note of. Huang Xiaolong chuckled with amusement. "Master, when did you become a nagging old man?" "Shut up, you stupid brat," Pangu roared while sending a kick towards Huang Xiaolong's buttocks. Soon after, Pangu watched Huang Xiaolong's disappearing figure as he entered the Yin-Yang Road of Death. Sighing to himself, Pangu realized that Huang Xiaolong's talent was too legendary. The moment he entered the God of Creation realm, he would truly turn into an overlord capable of dominating the universe. No one would be able to stop his rise. When that happened, Huang Xiaolong would be able to unleash the terror of the 3 worlds he possessed. Like what Pangu said, there was absolutely no sound in the Yin-Yang Road of Death. Everything was dead, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't hear a thing. There were no ferocious roars of beasts, and rocks didn't make a sound when they fell to the ground. Huang Xiaolong saw a volcano erupting from the corner of his eye, but that didn't make a sound either. It was as though all sound was sealed in the yin-yang road of death. As he flew forward, Huang Xiaolong observed his surroundings. The yin-yang road of death had an end, and it was where yin and yang energy gathered. It was the purest form of energy, and one would be able to comprehend the laws of the universe more clearly there. As such, Huang Xiaolong wasted no time in making his way over. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for him to arrive. From what Pangu said, there were countless undead corpses wandering the yin-yang road of death. They were experts at the peak of the Dao Venerable Realm who had lost themselves. Even though he wasn't afraid of a single corpse, Huang Xiaolong knew that it would be troublesome if he was ambushed by a massive group of them. Other than them, countless universe beasts were roaming the yin-yang road of death. They were even stronger than the universe beasts outside, and they had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong arrived on the yin-yang road of death, a giant palm appeared in the skies above him. It slammed down towards him, and a shocking amount of power filled the skies. It was an expert with 1.2 billion units of grand cosmos energy. The palm moved extremely quickly, and due to the absence of sound in the yin-yang road of death, Huang Xiaolong couldn't hear it coming. Despite that, he casually raised his hand to block the strike when it was several feet away from his head. Huang Xiaolong swatted his hand, only to be met with a giant black bear-like beast falling from the void. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan on showing mercy as he killed the beast with a single slap. He was unable to bring them out of the yin-yang road of death anyway. As he continued onwards, the mysterious yin and yang energy around him grew stronger. Huang Xiaolong felt as though he was towing the line between life and death as a strange sensation filled his body. When he first entered the yin-yang road of death, Huang Xiaolong didn't find anything weird with the lack of sound. However, after some time, he found it a little weird. There was a sense of oppression due to the lack of noise, and even experts who had powerful willpower would go crazy after some time. Huang Xiaolong finally understood why experts at the peak of the Dao Venerable Realm would lose themselves in the yin-yang road of death to become undead corpses. If one was trapped in a silent box for eternity, there was no doubt they would go insane after some time. However, Huang Xiaolong had already comprehended the use of universe energy. His Dao souls were also tempered with its power, and his willpower and Dao souls were much stronger than any Dao Venerable. He managed to adjust his mental state after a short while. In 2 days, Huang Xiaolong had no idea how many beasts he killed. However, he failed to find a single undead corpse. As he continued to travel deeper into the yin-yang road of death, another figure appeared outside the yin-yang road of death. His body was covered in frosty qi, and he stared at the yin-yang road of death with an unwavering gaze. He thought for half a day as unease flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if he should enter the yin-yang road of death or not. Only after half an hour did he get to his feet. Charging straight into the yin-yang road of death, he disappeared into the void. Half a day passed. When Huang Xiaolong killed yet another beast, a bony white arm appeared in the void behind Huang Xiaolong. Just as it was about to stab straight into his back, the Huang Long armor appeared to protect Huang Xiaolong. Even so, Huang Xiaolong could feel a stinging pain in his back. Of course, the other party was sent flying by the recoil of Huang Xiaolong's defense. Turning around, he noticed that the assailant was clad in white-scaled armor. Death qi was emitted from every orifice in the man's body. Clearly, the creature who tried to attack Huang Xiaolong was an expert at the peak of the Dao Venerable Realm who tried to break through to the God of Creation realm. He lost himself along the way, and he turned into an undead qi. After an eternity, the death qi around him reached a shocking degree. The undead corpse wasn't surprised that he failed on the first try. Instead, he continued to rain down attacks on Huang Xiaolong. Endless death qi filled the skies and shockwaves filled the space around them. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother using his grand cosmos energy. He sent out a punch, causing the undead corpse to tumble through the air. He might have dealt with the creature, but a terrifying amount of death qi seeped into Huang Xiaolong's body. In an instant, His organs were surrounded by the extremely corrosive death qi from the yin-yang road of death. Circulating the power of absolute blaze, Huang Xiaolong tried to incinerate the corrosive death qi in his body. However, he realized that the power of absolute blaze wasn't cutting it. Eventually, he tried to use the light of nirvana. He was shocked it didn't work either. The power of the death qi in the yin-yang road of death had exceeded his expectations. Not even the light of nirvana could get rid of it. Wouldn't it mean that the death qi was stronger than any of the 13 elements? Anything that surpassed the 13 elements was definitely at the level of universe energy. However, the other party clearly hadn't entered the God of Creation realm. If he did, he wouldn't have turned into an undead corpse. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he pondered over the strength of the death qi. Of course, that didn't stop him from summoning the 4 universe origin fires to completely destroy the death qi that was in his body. When that was finally done, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. However, the undead corpse reappeared above Huang Xiaolong. Looking at him, Huang Xiaolong realized that he didn't suffer any injuries at all. From what it seemed, the body of the undead corpse was stronger than an ordinary god of creation. It was the first time Huang Xiaolong met anyone other than himself who had a physical body stronger than a god of creation. All right. Huang Xiaolong rose into the air, and he turned serious. His fists landed on the body of the undead corpse once again, but he still didn't use his grand cosmos energy. However, he increased the power behind his punch. He used a good half of his actual physical strength this time. The sound of shattering bones rang through the air as the undead corpse was sent crashing into a nearby mountain range. A mysterious fluctuation covered the space they were in all of a sudden, and the undead corpse was sucked away by a strange power. It disappeared in an instant. Huang Xiaolong raised his eyebrows in shock as he pursued the undead corpse. It was too bad he was taken by surprise, and the corpse soon disappeared into a cloud of death qi. The death qi seemed to be controlled by a mysterious party, as it turned into a churning sea that stopped Huang Xiaolong from venturing any closer. The other party hid their aura so well that not even Huang Xiaolong could detect their presence. Trying to destroy the sea of death qi, a terrifying streak of light shot out from within, forcing Huang Xiaolong to retreat thousands of miles. Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover a bloody hole where he was struck by the ray of light. After obtaining the ability to use universe qi, Huang Xiaolong's combat strength reached a terrifying level. Not even gods of creation with 4.5 billion units of grand cosmos energy could hurt him. However, Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls, but he failed to discover anyone. The undead corpse had also disappeared. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he stared deep into the yin-yang road of death. How could there be such a terrifying expert hiding within? From the looks of it, they should have already reached the large completion stage of the God of Creation realm. Didn't his master, Pangu, say that experts in the God of Creation realm wouldn't be able to enter the yin-yang road of death? What in the world was going on? Huang Xiaolong proceeded cautiously. After ensuring that the existence was nowhere to be found, he decided to travel deeper into the yin-yang road of death. Right now, the most important thing was to comprehend the way of life and death to enter the God of Creation realm. The moment he did, he would be qualified to return to the blazing dragon world to save his father. As Huang Xiaolong charged deeper into the yin-yang road of death, the undead corpse appeared in one of the spaces within the yin-yang road of death. There was a majestic palace surrounded by spiritual herbs, and it was filled with signs of life. An absolute beauty emerged from inside the palace. When the undead corpse saw her, he fell to his knees instantly. "Whitey, you caused trouble again." Her voice rang through the space like the melody of a heavenly harp, and the undead corpse could only groan like a wronged child. Her gaze pierced through the yin-yang road of death and landed on Huang Xiaolong, who was charging deeper and deeper. Who would have thought that there would be such a talented monster born in the universe? She was the mysterious presence who saved the undead corpse from Huang Xiaolong earlier, and she caused the injury to Huang Xiaolong's arm. Of course, she was merely forcing Huang Xiaolong back. If she were to use her full strength, Huang Xiaolong would be in for a lot of trouble. Several years later, Huang Xiaolong finally entered the depths of the yin-yang road of death. When he arrived, there wasn't the slightest trace of life or death qi to be seen. There was no yin or yang. The only things there were worm-like spirits that were floating about. When Huang Xiaolong observed them closely, he realized that they were born from the life and death qi. The yin and yang qi gave birth to their own spirituality. It was shocking to find a single strand of concentrated qi with its own spirituality, much less the sea of them Huang Xiaolong was looking at. Even if there weren't a trillion strands, there should be several billion. Huang Xiaolong finally understood why Pangu would tell him to comprehend the power of life and death in the depths of the yin-yang road of death. If he devoured and refined the worms, he would be able to hasten his comprehension by quite a bit. Huang Xiaolong laid down several restrictions around himself and ensured that the area was safe before starting his cultivation. He circulated the Soaring Dragon Art, Blazing Dragon Grand Art, and the Pangu World Creation Secret Art. He devoured universe energy and the strands of yin-yang qi around him. Tens of thousands of years passed eventually, and the power of life and death surged around Huang Xiaolong. They formed a massive sea that surrounded Huang Xiaolong, and he became encased in a cocoon of yin-yang qi. In his mind, Huang Xiaolong turned into the ruler of life and death. He could command the yin and yang as he turned into the god of reincarnation. As rays of light slowly emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, they pierced through the yin-yang road of death to illuminate the outside world. The universe was about to witness the birth of a new god of creation. In the yin-yang road of death, everything was silent as usual. Hundreds of thousands of years passed quietly, but the change finally occurred on one fine day. A roaring blast caused the yin-yang road of death to quake, and the qi that surrounded the region pulsated violently. A myriad of lights covered the yin-yang road of death as a terrifying power emerged from the depths of the yin-yang road of death. It was like a hurricane that swept through everything in its path. The beauty who resided in her palace widened her eyes in shock as she circulated the power of the universe qi to look into the depths of the yin-yang road of death. She was shocked to discover Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough. How did he enter the god of creation realm so quickly? Huang Xiaolong had been in the yin-yang road of death for less than 200,000 years, but he had already entered the god of creation realm. It was the first time she had seen anything like it. Those who entered before would take millions of years before they broke through. Wait, that's not right. How can his grand cosmos energy increase so rapidly? The pretty lady frowned in shock. Ordinarily, one would only be able to generate grand cosmos energy after entering the god of creation realm. After all, the small world they created would slowly transform into a great world, and it should take some time. One would probably need hundreds of thousands of years in order to complete the transformation, but she noticed that Huang Xiaolong had already formed his great worlds the moment he entered the god of creation realm. Moreover, the grand cosmos energy he accumulated was rising constantly. The speed of its increase was terrifying. What in the world was going on? 3 great worlds. He actually managed to ascend to the god of creation realm with 3 great worlds. Waves battered against her heart as she noticed how Huang Xiaolong increased his grand cosmos energy by more than 10,000 strands in several short days. If he keeps that up, wouldn't he produce more than 100 million strands of grand cosmos energy in 100 years? When she broke through previously, she took several tens of millions of years in order to reach such a level. Several dozen years passed as she continued to observe Huang Xiaolong. Finally, he started to slow down a little. Of course, that was relative to his speed in the beginning. He was still progressing rapidly. After 200 years, Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy increased by 100 million units. Before breaking through, he had close to 3.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Now, he crossed the 4 billion mark. Before Huang Xiaolong entered the yin-yang road of death, he refined a lot of treasures in the Ice Palace and Dragon Cave. His continuous accumulation caused him to reach a terrifying level. He suppressed his cultivation when he arrived in the depths of the yin-yang road of death to comprehend the power of life and death. It was no wonder his strength rose at an alarming rate the moment he broke through. After 300 years, he finally stopped. Opening his eyes, A smile formed on his face. He finally broke through. In the past, he comprehended the use of universe energy. However, he wasn't a god of creation. He was stuck at the peak of the Tao venerable realm for as long as he could remember. But now, he had finally entered the god of creation realm. Stretching out his arm, Huang Xiaolong tugged slightly, and universe energy poured down from above. He could control the universe energy much more easily now. In the past, he needed to exert some effort if he wished to utilize universe energy. But now, it became as easy as breathing. With a single thought, universe energy poured down from above to form a massive river before him. He tried to create his own creation art with the help of universe energy. Now, he was a true god of creation with his own great world. Huang Xiaolong casually tapped the space before him, and the great laws gathered on his fingertips. Several days later, he finally lowered his arm. After several days of trial and error, he had much better control over his strength. "It's time for me to head back," Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the exit. It wouldn't take long for him to return to the Blazing Dragon universe. Taking a single step, he appeared countless miles away from where he once stood. After entering the God of Creation realm, Huang Xiaolong could feel the laws of space and time much more clearly. His speed increased by countless times. Even though the amount of grand cosmos energy he accumulated only increased by 100 million units, his combat strength took a huge leap forward. He was on the losing end when Chong Wufeng, Shi Li, and Bei Ting fought him together, but now he would be able to trash them easily. That was how much he improved. When Huang Xiaolong was traveling towards the exit of the Yin-Yang Road of Death, energy fluctuations came from a corner of the Yin-Yang Road of Death. Even though they were minute, Huang Xiaolong still managed to discover them. Huang Xiaolong slowed down and he was slightly taken aback. It seemed as though someone was also breaking through to the God of Creation realm. Even though they laid down countless formations to protect them, a little bit of the power still leaked through. They might be hidden in a different space of the Yin-Yang Road of Death, but Huang Xiaolong managed to lock onto them instantly. Releasing his Tao souls, he soared towards the expert who was breaking through. He discovered the person in an instant. Icy chi surrounded the man, but Huang Xiaolong felt a familiar aura coming from him. It was the power that came from the Ice River world. Huang Xiaolong recognized him instantly. He was the Ice River King. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. When he devoured the runes around the Ice Palace earlier, the Ice River King tried to stop him by sending all the beasts in the Ice River over. He wanted to disrupt Huang Xiaolong's progress the best he could, but they were stopped by Long Yi and the rest. Who would have thought that they would run into each other in the Yin-Yang Road of Death? Moreover, the Ice River King seemed to have successfully entered the God of Creation realm. All right, Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed, and he appeared before the Ice River King instantly. The Ice River King couldn't be happier after breaking through to the God of Creation realm, but he was shocked to discover someone standing before him. When he saw Huang Xiaolong's appearance, his expression changed. Huang Xiaolong. There was no way he wouldn't recognize the monster of a man. He might not have shown his face in the Ice Palace, but the Ice River King was observing Huang Xiaolong from the depths of space. Ice River King, I bet you didn't think that we would run into each other here. The Ice River King's expression sank. It was evident that he didn't expect to meet Huang Xiaolong on the Yin-Yang Road of Death. His excitement of breaking through was doused in an instant. Lord Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect to run into you here. Do you need anything from me? The Ice River King forced himself to remain calm as a smile formed on his face. Plans to escape filled his mind. He might have entered the God of Creation realm, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough to take a single hit from the monster before him. Even Shi Li, a god of creation at the large completion stage, was cleaved in two by Huang Xiaolong's axe. I have always been a vengeful bastard, Huang Xiaolong sighed. I don't think you would forget about the time when you commanded the beasts to lay siege on me back in the Ice Palace. The moment the words left his lips, blades of ice formed in the sky and shot towards Huang Xiaolong in an unending stream. Turning into a streak of frosty chi, the Ice River King made his escape. Since he knew that there wasn't any point in trying to take on Huang Xiaolong, he fled as quickly as he could,